Oye, muéstrame tu tierra, mami. Vamos para allá. Bueno, mira. Oye, llévame al campo, la tierra donde naciste. Carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplarte en la sierra, contemplarte en los valles, y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira de bro, estamos viajando lejos, pero vale la pena. Recogemos recuerdos y siempre buscamos terrena. Esto es tuyo y siempre lo será. Siempre será tu tierra y siempre lo recordarás. Óyelo, tierra, tierra, siempre lo recordarás. Tierra, tierra, es tu tierra, mami. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira, juntos vamos para allá.
No.
Tierra.
I'll debate this any day you want, man. Arctos Bear coming to VC after Viva.
Tierra y siempre la será, mamá. Es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Óyelo bien, mami.
You're not the pussy.
Y siempre la será, oye. Es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Siempre la recordará. Es tu tierra y siempre la será. Vamos para allá, mamita linda. Tierra y siempre la recordará. Vamos para allá, mamá. Es tu tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, oye. Tierra y siempre la recordará. Camina, como dicen, tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, mamá. Siempre la recordará. La tierra, tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra. Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, tierra. Siempre será tu tierra. Tierra, tierra. Camina para allá, camina. Siempre aquí estará. Se levanta la. Oye, siempre aquí estará. Siempre aquí estará. Mira, fui papá, ya, papá. Suena la trompeta ahí. Siempre aquí estará. Ay, qué rico. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, la sala está llena de gente, cuerpos sudorosos acá. La pista está hirviendo, pero te destaca, mamá, brillando como una estrella. Mira qué bonita está. Escucha el coro, mamita, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, siempre un paso para adelante, después un paso para atrás. Ahora te suelto, mamita, muévete con el ritmo que va. Sandunguera, te estoy llamando, mira qué bonita estás. Escucha el coro de nuevo que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera.
Muchos hornos.
Vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, sandunguera linda, vamos. qué sabroso. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Vamos a gozar. Muévete sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Ay, repítelo. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Ay, vamos a guarachar, mamá. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, mira, mami, vamos a gozar, vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Juntos tú y yo en la pista, mami. Vamos a guarachar. Ahora estamos tú y yo en la pista. Vamos a gozar. Ay, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó. Vamos a guarachar. Muévete bien, chiquita. Vamos a gozar. Mueve tu cuerpo y tu cinturita. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, el ritmo te está llamando ahora. Vamos a gozar. Este ritmo es para guarachar, señora. Vamos a guarachar. Ay, camina con el mambo ahí. Vamos a gozar. Si mamá guerrera, oye, Lola. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Ay, qué rico está, qué rico. Vamos a guarachar. Sí, sabroso, qué rico está. Vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Muévete, mami. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Sabroso.
Sabroso. I'm looking at that. Yo! What up, what up? Oh shit. All right, I was trying to fix stuff and I forgot that I was playing music through my browser. Guys, don't worry about it. We're done with the music. I need to fix my computer. Something's going on. Folks, hope you're doing well. Hope everyone is having a wonderful Monday. Just kidding. Just kidding. Of course, it's not Monday. In a bit, we are going to have a conversation with Viva Frei. Viva Frei is, of course, a lawyer from the great country of Canada. You might have heard of it. We'll be discussing Trump stuff. My intention is to talk a little bit about kind of two aspects of the conversation. My intention. Talk a bit about his assessment of the Trump second term from the perspective of conservative. That is why it's a failure on MAGA's own terms. And so hopefully we'll get into some of the Epstein stuff, into some of the failures of the department, some of the pardons, stuff like that. And then the second half to come sort of from the liberal perspective, what I have to say about like the strikes, how do you justify that, and what he sees as a potential future for the party. I'm going to try not to focus as much on like Canadian stuff. I feel like Canadian people get typecast into that. And maybe if he wants to mention a thing or two about it. So that's the kind of action plan. I don't know that he has like a shit ton of time. So maybe an hour or two, maybe a little bit more than an hour, maybe hopefully 2. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But that's my intention to talk about. But if there's something he wants to bring up too, I'm a flexible guy. Additionally, after that, we won't do some analysis about Letitia James' no bill, which is a shocking failure, yet again, of the Justice Department. So we'll have to talk about that. That's a problem. Doesn't mean that the political prosecution of Letitia James and James Comey are ending because they no build the second indictment of Letitia James, but it is just a very funny and telling failure, yet again, of the Pam Bondi DOJ. And then obviously the Supreme Court decision, very political decision, very incorrect decision that came down today regarding the Texas map. And you should consider this is not an admin stay, this is a merit stay. And so this should be pretty clear that the map's going to stand based on this order. So just keep that in mind. It does, by the logic of the opinion, and this is as I predicted, just letting you know, if you watch the previous streams, I give it a very high chance that Supreme Court was going to put some bullshit reason why the district court opinion of the panel would not be upheld. And that's exactly what happened, just so you're aware. Though it's funny that they had this mess, it was predictable that SCOTUS would bail them out. So that is not a surprise to anyone who watches the stream whatsoever. It's exactly as predicted. It would happen. 6-3 decision. Now, you would think based on the composition of the majority and dissenting opinions that and what they say and what the concurrence says, that the California case, the DOJ against the California gerrymander, is dead in the water. But of course, do not count on that. Even though that is the undeniable logic of the opinion, do not rely on that. This is a political court that on these major issues wants to take any opportunity, any bullshit pretense to give a W to Republicans. So even though the opinion should be like, okay, then the California map's going to stand, do not take that to the bank. I would say that's probably the likely outcome, but I don't trust this court to be consistent and make sense and have coherent rulings that follow logic. And the opinion absolutely is shambolic, and for reasons we'll get into, so we'll analyze that a little bit. And he is going to be here probably next 5 or so minutes. Give him some slack though if he's a little tardy. Such is life. Such is life when you have a family. But he should be here in about 5 minutes. Any questions before we get started? That's the game plan. Canada is inferior. Robert's logic? Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. Crazy. You're getting more depressed. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed because there's always hope. Rebellions are built on hope. Always hope. What up, Tomato? It takes Trump fucking up America so bad to even make them comparable. This is, I don't know what that's a reference to. Canada, maybe? But, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Almost there. Oh, other things as well. Wait, I saw something funny. but I'm like not able to do it on my computer because it's slow. Oh, the fact that my tweet that said quote no new wars blew up randomly, has 32,000 likes, and like 500,000 people are, or maybe a little less, have seen it. The more low effort my post is on Twitter, the more likely it is to like be picked up. Except for the Ethan Klein tweet, which was high effort, high engagement. Also, a continuing reminder, if you want like some of the content you see on stream to make it into like the main video feed, just like comment sometime. Like I brought this up when I do these debate reviews, sometimes they don't make it to the feed, but if I see that there's an interest, if you comment on a short, comment on a video, be like, hey, I saw this, or even a stream, I don't see every comment. I can't promise to read every comment, but when I see it, I try to be responsive to the people. Canadians love talking about how superior we are to you guys who don't avoid talking about us. Interesting. Did you read Kagan's dissent on the Texas map? Part of it, yeah, for sure. It was a pretty fiery dissent. Fiery dissent. Isn't that always the terms of the Copers when they lose? But don't worry, we have a fiery dissent. I wish we had a fiery dissent in the Anderson decision. That's what I wish we had. Why does it sound like dices? I don't know what you're talking about. Also, I see that comment real quick on the Candace Owens stuff. Candace Owens is accusing Turning Point USA of like being involved or being complicit in either or both the death of Charlie Kirk, their founder, or like the cover up of the responsible parties. And you're seeing more like infighting about that. And I watched a little bit of the Turning Point people's response and reaction to Candace Owens and like challenging her to come live in person. And I don't know if she's going to do it or not. She seems like very cagey to come up with some excuse. But it's just important to say, like, I don't really feel bad. They made their bed and now they're going to lie in it. Where Candace Owens' lunatic ravings sound no different than like Lynn Wood and companies and Trump's ridiculous ravings about the election. Live by the sword, die by the sword. If you live by no evidence, just speculation, cui bono, no burden of proof, no social penalty to consistently getting things wrong about conspiracies, etc., that shit's going to come back and bite you in the ass. Charlie Kirk was no stranger to such things. He supported people who undoubtedly took part in that. They all got along with Mike Flynn and company. And My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell as well, who apparently is running for like Minnesota governor. So do I feel bad at all? Not really. Viva also might want to bring up the arrest of this pipe bomber, which I think he finds dubious. He thinks that it's not the case that this pipe bomber actually was responsible, the alleged pipe bomber. And we can talk a little bit about that and my concerns about that case, because I read the affidavit. And it seems, to be honest, regardless if he's the guy, it seems a bit sparse as a reason to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. What they have essentially is like cell phone location data, and he bought things and he matches the height. Is that enough for beyond a reasonable doubt? If that's all the evidence you have? Yo, what up, Viva? Can you hear me?
Yo, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, I sure can. Wait, but let me change it so they can see you. How you doing, brother?
Are you wearing those Google glasses?
No. You think I'm some kind of nerd?
Oh, I don't know. Well, so am I in here? Because I only see you.
You only see me on the stream, surely. You do you see yourself? I see you.
I can't.
All right, we're about to change it so that people can see you. So 1 second. So
don't forget that. I don't know what I'm looking at. I can just see you, and that's fine.
Perfect. The people can see you, so don't pick your nose. Don't do anything embarrassing that you wouldn't normally do.
That I wouldn't.
That's right. Yeah. Well, welcome, Viva. Thank you so much. I know it took a little bit of time. We had the Thanksgiving week to get back together, but I'm so happy that you're one of the conservatives that I most like to engage with, and most, willing to engage with people who think differently. Even though I think we have massive differences of agreement, I think that we get along well, and I really appreciate you coming by, because I got some questions. I see you on Twitter getting into it with certain people. I have some. I want to do the follow up, but yeah, let's get into it.
This is, first of all, I don't know. See, the words conservative and Democrat, I go with red pill or blue pill, or retarded and not retarded. I mean, this is where I'm going at this point in time. Depending on what you believe, you might be mentally deficient in a political or intellectual sense.
You got to be careful with that, Viva, because Trump called Governor Walz a seriously retarded, and it lost him a vote in some state senate somewhere. Did you see that?
You know what? Oh, I saw that, and it's quite hilarious. The funny thing is, I called out. I don't know if I called out the guy who said he wouldn't he wouldn't do the gerrymandering anymore because Trump used the word retarded. There was a journalist who says it's terrible. As a human being, I object to the term retarded. And I'm like, I go through that guy's Twitter feed. He uses the word imbecile and moron. And those are both words which are clinically on par with retarded. So if you think you're morally righteous to say, I object to the term retarded, but I use dumb, stupid, moron, imbecile, what are some other ones? You're a hypocrite. Congratulations. You just want to feign moral outrage so that you can use certain words to insult your political adversaries, and then feign virtue to say, I'm too good to use the word retarded, but I use moron, imbecile, stupid, dumb, and whatever.
Okay. Then say the N-word right now. I'm just kidding.
Absolutely not. You'll never even catch it on like secret recording. I don't use the N-word. I don't use the N-word. And the C word, I'm very reluctant to use. I'll only use it when quoting a British movie like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, or what's the one with Brad Pitt, Pikey?
I have no idea. Pikey?
It was Pikey. It was Snatch.
Snatch. I've never seen it.
You call yourself a movie aficionado, sir?
When did I call myself a movie aficionado? Some other.
Yeah, the see you next Tuesday word. I don't use that either. The derogatory word for every other race, I'll use only to say the word. But there's something uniquely and historically offensive about the N word, and then the C word is a close second. But other than that, yeah, retarded is it's not just fair games. People need to be called retarded when they act retarded. Politically retarded doesn't mean mentally deficient. It doesn't mean you're making fun of a kid with Down syndrome, because anybody who uses that word to refer to someone who actually has a physiological disability, if you were to call that kid dumb, you would be equally as much of a bastard. But Tim Walz, who's politically retarded, literally retarded, and anybody feigning outrage at Trump using that word is a godforsaken hypocrite, unless they are holier than Mother Teresa and have never used the word dumb, imbecile, moron, or whatever.
Yeah, I would buy that if you guys weren't saying that telling the military that they have to follow the law constitutes calling for the death of people. I mean, maybe I would stand to hear that double, whatever, hypocrisy criticism. Go for it.
Let me flip that on you. If telling the people just to follow the law is nothing outrageous, well, telling someone what the legal consequences are for seditious is just telling them to follow the law as well. So what's wrong with that? You want to play stupid? We can play stupid.
Wait a second. We're not talking about someone who says what the legal consequences for sedition are. They are also asserting that these people, in fact, committed sedition, which you don't agree with, of course.
Well, I mean, they are, in fact, suggesting they committed sedition. No, they're just saying if they committed sedition, the punishment is death. Oh, I'm just quoting the law. Well, nobody needs to be told to not follow unlawful orders. What you are doing when you do that, and you know damn well, because you're not stupid, but you might be mildly sneaky. When you say, hey guys, don't follow unlawful orders. Let me cue that woman's face from Saturday Night Live. You know exactly what you're doing. So don't be stupid. Don't pretend to be stupid. We're not stupid.
But they're not committing sedition, are they?
Are they committing sedition? They're pretty damn close. Not treason, but they're pretty damn close to the legal definition of sedition. And while we're at it, just reciting the law, the punishment for sedition is death. So potential. You got to have a trial and you got to be convicted.
I'm not sure that's true. I mean, I look at the U.S. Criminal Code. I see exactly one crime related to sedition. That's seditious conspiracy. The punishment is not death.
No, seditious conspiracy is not sedition.
Well, where's the statute for sedition, which makes it a crime punishable by death?
Well, let me go Google it. Are we disagreeing that the punishment for sedition is death?
Yes, because the punishment relates to what is actually the punishment.
Is the potential punishment for sedition death?
No.
Let's see. The potential punishment for sedition in the U.S. law is not death for civilians. The civilian crime for seditious conspiracy carries a maximum of 20 years. The only context in which sedition, this is AI, so take it for what it's worth, is under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Oh, I thought we were talking about that.
Oh,
The
no, I thought
military-
we were talking about civilians, such as.
Well, we weren't, because I don't think Mark Kelly and the CIA agent who was pushing the seditious wink, wink, nudge, nudge were civilians. But so we agree, civilian is not punishable by death under the UCMG, whatever you want to call it. It's punishable by death. Okay, let's just go ahead and quote the law.
Before we get into it, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge Nate the lawyer. So you do shows and interact with Nate the lawyer a lot. Longtime friend of Nate the lawyer. He contributes as part of LawTube. When I was invited to do the legal, you guys do like layback law occasionally. You'll go on Fridays, and
I've known Nate for now going on 6 or 7 years. I mean, I've known Nate since he had under 1,000 subs, where he couldn't even DM me directly on YouTube. Not that I was a big anything at the time. I just had I think I had like 40 or 50,000 subs. No, I've known Nate for a long time. Got to know him back in the Nicholas Sandman Democrat, lie of more fake news. But I got to know him then. It's crazy. I mean, he's doing well. For those who don't know, he got rapidly diagnosed with a massive brain tumor, which I from what I understand is not malignant, but anything that's rapidly growing in the brain,
not good.
It's not good. So, and it was removed, and it was a massive surgery, and he's touch wood, and God willing, things will work out well. But yeah, no, it's dude, it's you can have all the bullshit internet fights you want, and if you don't have your health, you have nothing. So that's
yeah, we just wanted to take a moment real quick to shout him out. Hope he's feeling better. And I want to say, despite disagreements between you and Nate, I know Nate is usually not as far in the weeds MAGA wise, maybe more of like a devil's advocate, maybe more of like a centrist type. And you guys disagree viciously, including with Good Logic Joe, that I will see them yell at each other. But I know among you guys that you don't want anything bad to happen to him, and neither do I. And just want to make sure that he's feeling better.
I've seen Joe Neerman yell at a stop sign, so that doesn't mean. For a second, when you said I want to take a moment, I thought you were going to acknowledge that we were on unceded native land, and I was gonna come to on that. No, Nate's doing fine.
Why does that trigger you? Why does it trigger you?
Because it's stupid virtue signaling rubbish from a bunch of liberal hypocrites who like to, they like to thank the people that they've exploited for their unwilling sacrifice while doing nothing to help them. So yeah, I don't like hypocrisy, and I don't like virtue signaling. And if I'm ever guilty of it, I want someone to call me out, and I will acknowledge it if it's true.
So let's get into it. I want to respect your time, and I want to get into the meat and potatoes here. This is the kind of structure I want to see. And if you have questions, if you have any objections, you let me know. I want to approach the first half of our discussion taking the view of the MAGA with respect to the Trump second term. So sort of onboarding some of the principles and seeing by MAGA's lights, do you think that Trump, how do you think he's doing in his second term? And then later on, after that, we can sort of take my affirmative liberal critique of it, and we can see what you think of that. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, go ahead.
All right.
I know I shouldn't do it. I'm going to go to your live chat and see what people are saying.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Just don't get too triggered by them, because they'll say listen, your guys say some shit about me,
My guys say some shit about me. Like the second I don't toe certain lines, I immediately become a Mossad agent. And your side will love me so long as I don't toe certain lines. And then the second I do, they're going to call me a MAGA.
Chill. Yeah.
There's all the Sanders stuff. But let me see. Hold on, Pisco. I shared the link.
Yes, it's
oh no, you're live right here. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna go to your.
All right. So just
that Jack has to stop waving his hands around. Why does he keep waving his hands?
All right.
People. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so this is me as a disappointed MAGA voter. And you tell me, I want to get your reaction to it afterwards. Trump is fucking up. We elected him in order to stop the corruption, to drain the swamp, and he's not doing a good job. Number one, he's getting distracted on shit that doesn't matter, that no one asked for. Number two, when it comes to the corruption cases we care about, like Comey, Letitia James, etc., he's putting incompetent people who are screwing the pooch, not doing things fast enough, letting the clocks run out, procedures get in the way, and they're not doing things basically in a competent fashion. And number three, to some extent, he might be complicit. He's either complicit in his personnel decisions, refusing to fire people that he needs to fire, or with respect to the Epstein files, unexcused reasons of why he's delaying certain things or performing sort of horribly. And he's focusing too much on foreign policy and that kind of shit. In other ways, it's getting in the way of the core MAGA goal, which was to out the corruption, get rid of it, and drain the swamp. He's not doing that. The same kind of inside interests are allowing to, running roughshod across the administration. And to the extent that he's trying to do stuff, it's all being sort of ruined by incompetence. Your thoughts?
Well, you sound like an authentic MAGA Trump supporter who wants to prevent him from making certain egregious mistakes that even the most ardent MAGA Trump supporters believe that he might be, if not making, getting very close to. The funny thing is this, and I've been qualifying this as constructive criticism versus destructive criticism. And when you know that someone has no aspiration for the success of the individual makes certain criticism, you can say it's destructive because they're trying to take it down. Whereas someone who believes firmly that if Trump doesn't succeed, well, the likes of, I won't say you, but the likes of Kamala Harris, censorship, locking up your political adversaries will reign supreme and lock up everybody who had their chance and missed when they were kicking at that can. You're describing legitimate criticism that I have levied myself. And if your chat doesn't believe me, you can go Google the New York Times article where I was called out by name for being a vocal critic of Trump on the debacle, the objective, abject disaster that was the Epstein failure to launch, so to speak. I was also, and Robert Barnes might be a little bit more critical depending on how you look at it, or more constructive in terms of his criticism, to say, yeah, we were elected on making the economy strong, closing the borders, which he's done very, very, very well at, save and except for some judicial activism, and not getting bogged down in foreign wars, even less of which regime change in countries like Venezuela. So you're describing the healthy debate that actually exists on a side of a political aisle where people disagree and have open disagreement about that of which they disagree, which you don't see on the left because it's something of a, if it's not a cult, it's pretty damn close, where if you voice these concerns, you are excommunicated and you get absorbed into the right, like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. So you want to go one by one?
Yeah.
The Iranian strikes, I mean, we're like 8 months, well, not 8 months, 6 months out of these now. But for the grace of God, and I dare say also, but for the pushback from the populist base of MAGA, or just conservatives, or just people who don't want to see this country fall back into the hands of, I'm going to be mean, but I'm sort of tongue in cheek, the likes of your side of the aisle. If you want to see Trump and the conservatives win in 2026 and not lose in 2028, they've got to not fracture that coalition that allowed Trump to win in 2024, 2025. One of which was no new wars. I don't blame Trump for not being able to resolve the Ukrainian-Russian war in 24 hours. I think there's a lot of other forces at play that I think both you and I will agree on. But one of the promises was no new wars. And going back to blow up Iran and bomb Iran, if it's arguably nuclear capable, maybe you don't want to start these types of wars with it, but it sort of looked like America was not rope-a-doped, but roped into this war based on some sort of premature...
And that makes Trump weak, doesn't it? I mean, if he's being able to be rope-a-doped, he's weak or complicit. I mean, that's the only possible answer, right?
Or he tamped down on Netanyahu and said, homie, you're going to agree to a peace now, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you'll end up fighting all of the Middle East on your own, much like Zelensky's going to end up fighting Russia on his own.
But even the nature of needing to tamp down would imply that Netanyahu has at least some amount of power to have his will actualized. I mean,
would you disagree that? They have certain amounts of power. Qatar has certain amounts of power. It's all a question of the value and the function and the value added that it can have for this administration. It is. I'm not necessarily on the fence about this. I'm sort of more on one side than the other. But a lot of people can argue over whether or not, I don't know how the expression goes, but whether or not Israel is using America for its purposes, or whether or not America is using Israel for its national.
Which do you think is more closer to the situation with Iran?
I think it's more along the lines of Israel will try to get away with as much as it can with the approval of the United States. But at the end of the day, the U.S. is probably using Israel more for American national interest purposes in the Middle East than Israel is using America as its big brother in these wars. But it's definitely a bit of both, and no more than it is with the relationship between Qatar and America, no more than it is with any sort of international relationship. The only question is, at what point does it become self-destructive to the point of compromising national policy for international concerns? And we floated very close to that. I do believe that Israel sort of dragged America into a conflict with Iran that Netanyahu in particular has wanted for decades. I mean, it's on the books. I mean, it's nothing controversial. And Trump might have gotten very close to getting, full blown.
Was it the wrong decision?
Well, I mean, time will tell. I put out my prediction at the time that they're going to come back to this and say, yeah, the strikes that we claimed obliterated Iranian nuclear policy didn't quite obliterate it. We might have to go back. And we came very close to that, and we pulled back.
But the thing is, it can't really be a basis of criticism if you say, jury's out whether it was the right call, because you're basically suggesting that, there's a world in which America benefits from this geopolitically, geostrategically, and you're not saying that this strike is a mistake yet, but you're still calling attention to it. And I wonder why that is.
Well, no, hold on. A mistake. It depends. It could be beneficial for all parties involved. I mean, that's the ultimate thing about politics. It could be beneficial for Iran. It was of no real consequence to them. They destroyed some, alleged nuclear facilities. They probably long moved the enriched uranium out of there. And so everybody gets to say they showed their sign of force, they showed their sign of concession, and things go on.
Right. So who are you to say that it was a bad decision or intimate that?
Well, because I think from a domestic policy, it was a bad decision because it fractured a base, which was, we don't want to see another generation of Americans get sucked into another war in the Middle East. To the extent it ended when it did, that might have resulted from the pushback from the base, from a J.D. Vance who happens to listen to the base saying, okay, fine, a few strikes, but boots on the ground is not something that America or Americans, certainly not MAGA Americans, are going to put up with. And so pull back from this stupid escalation of conflict with Iran. And, the irony was, if the fear is that Iran is going to become nuclear capable, and then right afterwards you had what was it, the guy from Russia, I forget his name, I think it was Medvedev, wrong, saying, well, let's just give him nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
All of it was very close to being an abject disaster, but he backed off, and I think he twisted Bibi's arm afterwards and said, look, you're going to agree to a peace, otherwise, if we cut you off, you are surrounded by a number of hostile nations. Whether or not those nations are as, in fact, hostile as everybody says they are towards Israel versus more hostile towards the Palestinians and certain terrorist entities such as Hamas, there's another dynamic there. But the threat of saying, okay, Israel, you want to go rogue, and you don't have our support anymore, it would have the same effect as immediately forcing parties to resolve their own disputes, the same way it would if you said, Zelensky, go fight Russia all you want. You no longer have our support.
Here's what I'll grant you. I think that it's, according to reporting and what appears to be reality, there are some elements within the Trump administration that are less willing to go along with everything that Israel wants. And I'll grant you that. And, who Trump listens to on a given day, maybe it's different. Here's my question, though. Are you worried that the holding back against Israel isn't a result of the base pushback? What it's a result of is pressure and enticement from Gulf states, Saudis, Qatar, etc.
Holding back, clarify that. What do you mean, holding
by which I mean what you described right there, that is that Trump is saying no further Netanyahu or you go alone. His decision to, in your terms, under your lights, hold Israel back at least somewhat in terms of their ambitions in the Middle East, do you think it's more likely that as a result of Trump being pressured by his base or Trump being enticed by his close relationships with Gulf states such as Saudi Arabia and Qatar?
Well, that would be one of those causation doesn't equal correlation where
Sure.
we'll never definitively know whether or not it's him responding to the pushback from his base or favors from Qatar. Qatar probably has more in common with Israel than it does with Hamas, and it probably has more in touch with Israel than it does with Iran to begin with. So I don't know, but there'll never be a satisfactory answer to that. You'll say, all right, Trump pulled back, twisted Bibi's arm, forced the settlement there, forced the peace settlement, but it was only because he was listening to Qatar and not to his base. It can never be proven nor disproven.
I just think that it's something that we ought to be thinking about, because one of the things that I'll often hear from the MAGA, and they actually believe it, right? They claim to believe it, and when you push them on that, they at least profess to believe it. Some of them, that it's really bad that we have these foreign entanglements with the private interests in government, and they'll acknowledge it when there's potential, that potential in Democratic Party. Say no less than Hunter Biden, Burisma, and everyone's eyes light up in the MAGA base. But the same kind of concern of the obvious conflict of interest that exists vis-a-vis Trump ambitions and, whether it's crypto deals, energy deals, what have you, building resorts, building those kinds of real estate deals, the amount of conflict of interest abound. And so why shouldn't we take a negative inference that was freely taken by everyone with respect to the Bidens, with China, with Hunter Biden's deals. Why shouldn't we take that negative inference of Trump and his decisions?
Well, I don't think you have the same fact pattern to take that negative inference when it comes to Israel, America's support of Israel, or America's coalitioning with Qatar, or at least aligning with Qatari interests. You don't have that same corruption, and I mean raw corruption. You'll argue that there's the same type of corruption in terms of, giving billions in foreign aid to Israel, so long as Israel buys American weapons. And I, have always referred to that as basically taxpayer money laundering. But it's not the same level of corruption that you see in Ukraine in terms of Ukrainian officials siphoning hundreds of millions of dollars off the top and the aid never getting to the end of it. You are right. I mean, I agree with you in that there's a massive blind spot double standard where the very same people who were saying, why are we supporting this endless proxy war against Russia via Ukraine, money laundering, etc., turn around and say, but now we still have to support Israel. And they just say, well, Israel's a true ally, Ukraine's not a true ally. And that's a double standard that I think exists with them. The broader foreign entanglements, I think there's a lot of people saying, stick to the founding fathers, wise words of not going abroad to look for monsters to destroy. And everybody's saying, like, how can you ever align with Qatar? There is a realm of the universe where even Qatar, Israel, America, Europe, the interests align, because at the end of the day, except for the profits from war that have been, ingrained in American politics, there's a realm of the universe where peace is universally beneficial. Now, Qatar doesn't have to remain an enemy for the rest of humanity. Neither does Saudi Arabia. But the people who say, well, you can never negotiate with Qatar or Saudi Arabia because they sponsor terrorism, seem to want perpetual wars where the only alternative is full destruction of certain countries and certain states. So the idea that Trump would even entertain discussions with or align with certain interests of Qatar for the purpose of stabilizing the Middle East is not a betrayal of anything, in my view, to the extent it's not done at the expense of betraying allies or betraying the innocent. But there is a bit of a blind spot for those who say, get the hell out of Ukraine. We want to have nothing to do with this foreign conflict, enough foreign wars, but everything that Israel ever needs to continue its war against Iran, because Netanyahu's wanted this for the last 20 some odd years.
I might humor that explanation if it wasn't so pervasive, not just in the foreign sense, but in the domestic justice sense. It's not just the decisions on a foreign policy matter. It's pardon decisions. I mean, he's pardoning people who have the same kind of problematic, foreign ties. He's, there's some allegations, though I don't think that you can prove it goes up to Trump, with respect to certain Israeli officers who might or may not have been involved in certain stings of an operation in Las Vegas and in Nevada. There's every aspect of the use of the presidential authority seems to be targeted at, or at least potentially there's a conflict of interest at a bare minimum in improving the financial position of Trump and Trump affiliate, deals, private ventures, etc. And so that's problematic, isn't it?
You remember the last time when you said, just try to get inside of my mind. And I said, I don't want to be inside of your mind because it's broken.
Oh, yeah.
This is the problem of, like, shotgun reasoning, or, like I say, spaghetti on the wall reasoning. Mm-hmm. You throw in so many things and, like, oh, how did we get from support to Qatar to the pedo out of Nevada? And then you say, well, he's doing things to favor Israel while simultaneously doing things to favor Qatar. And then he's doing things to favor.
Yeah. What's the through line? Is the through line some kind of coherent and consistent foreign policy? Or is the through line, he's going to some extent and not the full extent to try to please certain interests at certain times for his own benefit?
Well, for his own benefit is a very, very big qualifier that you added in there, to the extent that he's trying to entertain a number of outcomes for the purposes of deals. And I'm not trying to say, like, deals like this is what politics is. It's the jostling of power for the purposes of achieving your desired goals. That's what politics is. You pick on, he pardoned, the Vegas pedo guy is a big deal. Like, they let that guy go back to Israel. He'll never come back to America again to face charges for soliciting sex from a minor who appeared to be mentally
And Trump
deficient.
could get him back, right? Trump,
No,
you don't think Trump would have the power if he was able to stop Israel from their ambitions? Why couldn't Trump just say, hey, we want this guy back and get him back?
Yeah, well, we can't find him. I mean, everyone can jostle there and say, like, oh, we tried, we couldn't find him. But set that aside. But then you get into the issues of him pardoning a Democrat guy. And I don't know the details of the
Wild.
Democrat.
Yeah.
Well, so then that doesn't fit within your narrative of him only doing things to favor his own. And so basically, look, in your own mind, you're picking here, you're picking there, and ignoring here and ignoring there when it doesn't fit the narrative. The pardons have been a notoriously political thing to begin
Agreed.
with.
Yes.
Whether or not it's Joe Biden pardoning the cash for kids judge or not having any idea who he was pardoning, there are some questionable pardons that Trump has issued. There's no question about that. Most recent of which is the former president of, is it Honduras?
Honduras. Yeah, because that's what I want to go to next is the Venezuela stuff, and because and see how you feel about it. Because the whole argument is this drug trafficking is a chemical warfare. We are in a state of chemical warfare with these cartels who are importing drugs, and it's such a huge issue. We need to kill all these people. And you know what? If some innocent people, unfortunately, are there, so be it. They're killing Americans by the millions. But let's pardon.
Nobody said that second part just yet. This is the thing where we might not disagree on much here. The pardoning of the former Honduran president, it's interesting. I think on the one hand, yes, it is on its face, like when Slotkin, comes, how can he be, it's such a crisis. We have to kill drug dealers while he's simultaneously pardoning them. It's like, okay, that's a legitimate point. It's not because she's an idiot CIA agent who, as far as I'm concerned.
She's right.
Well, she's not. She's right unless there's a good explanation. Someone says, all right, well, if it happens to be that this former Honduran president is now going to turn state evidence, so to speak, or become an ally, rat out the bigger issues, well, then she's not right anymore. And like, it's the same thing with like the idea of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm prima facie, or I should say a priori, against it. If it turns out that they say, okay, from a consequentialist perspective, we'll pardon Ghislaine Maxwell if she gives us names and we can now go convict 12 pedophile sex abusers, well, say, okay, it's the wrong thing, but it ultimately maximizes the good. So that could be an explanation for why the pardon of the Honduran...
It could be, but you're giving the benefit of the doubt that it could be. So what I'm seeing is, and you tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, that's fine. I want to know that I'm wrong. It feels like you're withholding judgment on many of these issues, on the Iranian strikes, on the pardon, on what's going on, with the guy that's been sent to Israel, and you're withholding judgment because you see the potential that it could, in the end, be beneficial for the net good. And so you're going to hold back from calling those acts bad, or you're going to condemn those acts until you see it. And so you're giving that benefit of the doubt. But that's not the approach that you would give to Democrats.
Well, no, that's a broad statement. It's not the approach I would give to Joe Biden, because putting his son on a payroll and then arguing net benefit, for Burisma, I don't think we have the same fact pattern. But we went over this the last time, and I'll probably get the same quasi flack. When I'm dealing with people who are not confirmed demonstrable scoundrels, I will give them the benefit of the doubt until they prove that they no longer deserve the benefit of the doubt. Joe Biden got the benefit of the doubt, at least for me, for a little bit before I realized he was a demonstrable criminal. I can give you a number of examples of people who got the benefit of the doubt and then destroyed it, and others who I say they still deserve the benefit of the doubt because they're not demonstrable scoundrels. Ro Khanna will be one example of a man who I don't think deserves to be treated on par with Adam Schiff or Kinzinger or Nadler or Schumer. So when it comes to Trump, why might he do this? He's not a dumb person. He's not politically suicidal yet, as far as I can tell. He might be doing things that are borderline politically suicidal. But when he does something that I say, okay, I disagree with it, like on its face, how do you reconcile this? I'm not convinced by the explanation yet, and I'll have to see some of it bear out in reality, but that's a reasonable explanation. When it comes to trying to think of some, nobody's defending that guy who was released from Nevada. I just don't think that falls on Trump. I think that falls on Wolf or whoever the district attorney was in Nevada.
Well, it would fall on him to the extent that he's not demanding him back, right? It's the same thing with Bondi, right? Because like the argument that Bondi is the reason we're having all these Epstein files issues, it's cope because Bondi works for Trump, and Trump loves Bondi because Bondi just does what Trump wants. And same thing with this guy, that Trump has the power to get rid of Bondi, and he has the power. If he really wanted this Israeli guy back, he would be able to get him.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that Trump loves Bondi because she does whatever he says, because apparently it takes some accidentally leaked text message that he posts on Truth to get Bondi to do her freaking job. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, we're only 9 months in. I have been, will continue to be critical of Bondi because I think she deserves it. Even before the Epstein debacle, I think Bondi, she is corrupted out of her position, and I'm not saying in any really bad, like, Joe Biden level corruption. She's conflicted out of her position of DOJ, where her prior relationship with Pfizer, in my view, precludes her from being able to do what she's been tasked to do as Attorney General.
On COVID or something?
Well, on any form of accountability, you can't have an Attorney General who ethically and under any rule of law would be precluded from acting against her foreign client, that being Pfizer, to now potentially have to adjudicate on certain issues that are before the Court of Appeal as to whether or not a whistleblower lawsuit against Pfizer can proceed because Biden's DOJ dismissed the lawsuit. So,
my God, if that's enough to conflict out Pam Bondi, what must you think of Trump? If the mere fact that she, I don't know, represented Pfizer or was a foreign agent of Qatar, that's enough to conflict out Pam Bondi. Holy shit. Like the level of conflicts of interest for Trump.
One is elected, one is appointed. And whether or not everyone knew the full extent of her, what I think is an ultimate inability to do what is her job, is a separate thing. So, with Bondi, she just has been inadequate. Whether or not they're over their head, corrupt, incompetent, Bondi has been pursuing Biden-era persecutions of Douglas Mackey, the meme guy who ultimately got exonerated by the Court of Appeal, of Bitcoin Jesus, Roger Ver. Their DOJ persisted in Biden DOJ persecutions. Second Amendment issues as well. But when you have, I don't know how familiar you are with the Brooke Jackson Ketam lawsuit against Pfizer. It's a fraud lawsuit initiated by a citizen against a corporation of a fraud initiated against the government because the government does not take action. And this woman, Brooke Jackson, who was in on the trials with Pfizer, filed this lawsuit. It went through the course for a couple of years. Then the Biden DOJ ultimately takes hold of the case and dismisses it. Says, yeah, we don't want to sue Pfizer for fraud against the government. We paid them $10 billion for a so-called safe and effective vaccine, I'll put it all in quotes, that prevents transmission, and it did none of the above. And then yet you have the DOJ of Trump under RFK's HHS pursuing that dismissal of a fraud lawsuit against the government of America. And then you find out that, well, Pam Bondi couldn't legally, ethically ever act against Pfizer because she was their of counsel in 2021. That's a problem.
She could recuse herself. I mean,
she could. They could hire her, but she has done not that, and she hasn't hired a special prosecutor either. So, there's a number of concrete things where I think Bondi is either in over her head, or you could say corrupt and conflicted and whatever, or one could say.
So why doesn't that extend to Trump then? I mean, Trump got a second chance by the American people. The American people gave him a second chance after all of, this is me taking on the MAGA perspective, all right? So, guys, I disagree with a lot of the framing and stories that Viva Frei has brought up right now. I think that the COVIDs are very safe, and I dispute the characterization of the Pfizer.
He called me before. He said he agrees with everything. Everybody watching.
So I disagree with the characterization of what Pfizer said their vaccine would do. I disagree with a bunch of stuff. So I'm just taking on the role from the perspective of MAGA, though.
You disagree with?
Well, let's not get into it. I disagree with your characterization of what the vaccines were promised to have done.
Let me pull your tactic on you. What do you think Pfizer was supposed to produce?
I never saw a statement from Pfizer that guaranteed that the vaccines would stop transmission totally of COVID.
Wow. Okay. I'll pull up the sales.
All right. We'll see. We'll see. What I will say is, taking on the perspective of a MAGA person, it's unconscionable to think that this wouldn't extend as far as Trump. Trump was given, thank you for the raid, a second chance by the American people after all the shit, the MAGA perspective, he went through. He was attacked by the media. He was attacked by the prosecutors. He was attacked by the Democrats. And after all of that, one of his premises is he will run a tight ship. He will get rid of the corruption. And what you're telling me right now is Pam Bondi is so obviously conflicted to the point of you're willing to even say potentially corrupt and bad at the job. And that is obvious to everybody. And yet he keeps her on. Then he's either complicit in the corruption or useless at stamping it out. It's one or the other, and it has to extend as far as Trump. You can't say, unless you're willing to say, all right, he's sleepy Trump, and he doesn't actually have cognizance of what's going on.
The buck, I mean, the reality is the buck stops at the president. The other reality is you're dealing with a federal government, which is the largest corporation or the largest employer. I mean, I'd say basically in the world, but I'm exaggerating. And then the question is, what information even gets to Trump at the level that he's been siloed
I know,
off?
but he's read it on Comey, though. He's read it on Comey. He's read it on Letitia James. He's in the weeds, and I would say, when we get to the liberal part, a horribly corrupt way. He's in the weeds on some of these decisions and like directing specific prosecutions. And this is the attorney general. We're not talking about some random AUSA somewhere doing whatever. It's his AG who he knows and he loves and constantly praises. And it's his people who he follows and who he listens to sometimes calling it out. What the criticism is, like, you can't possibly say that the Pam Bondi angst hasn't reached his ears. If it hasn't reached his ears, then he's in a bubble, and that's its own problem.
Yep. No. Well, I think we agree with that. If it hasn't reached his ears, he's in a bubble, and it's a problem. And if it has reached his ears and it's been downplayed, it's a problem, and it'll play out on the political field. I mean, that's the reality. It's not. See, your perspective is to just take down the guy because you want to say everything that you can attribute to any form of incompetence should therefore be discrediting as a standalone
That
issue.
was the standard for Biden. That was the standard for Biden. Every time something bad happened, Biden caused the death of Laken Riley. Biden is the reason that, if something happened on his watch.
Biden immigration policy certainly did.
Ukraine, the reason Russia-Ukraine is because of Biden. The fact that Gaza attacked Israel is because of Biden.
I wouldn't say on Gaza, but I would say on Ukraine. Yeah, when you tell Russia they can penetrate a little bit, I mean, you got to be stupid.
That was a bad statement, but I don't think it's the reason why Russia attacked.
Thank you for conceding that.
Oh yeah,
Russia,
it was
when there's weakness and when there's a corrupt, demented buffoon at the helm of a ship. Shit happens. I mean, that's just the way it is.
But the thing is, like, that's what the difference between you and me. When Biden does something corrupt, I'll call it corrupt. He pardoned his son. That was fucking corrupt. When Biden does something, when Biden says a little minor incursion, maybe we won't do anything. That was bad and horrible decision, stupid decision. I call it out. But when Trump obviously does something corrupt or like malfeasance or isn't firing the person who you say is corrupt, you're like, oh, maybe, who knows? Like, maybe he doesn't, like, that's the difference.
You were here for the part of the conversation when I criticized Trumk for the strikes in Iran.
I know, but you're like, maybe it might turn out good. I'm not.
If I don't say it the way you want me to say it, then it's like I never.
Because it feels like you're trying to maintain relationships with people of the administration, and so you're going to withhold at least the extent. Like, you're not going to full on say Trump is corrupt ever. You're not going to say a decision that Trump does is corrupt, and you're not going to.
If I think Trump is corrupt, I'll say that. But that's a very interesting confession through projection that you would impart on me for someone who's been cited in the New York Times as being someone who called out Trump specifically on the Epstein issue. And just recently, there was another article where I was like, I'm glad to see I'm on the side of people who call out both sides. But the difference is, I mean, and I've said it before. Yeah, I'm calling out Trump. I call it constructive criticism because the country will go to shit under a Biden, under a Kamala Harris, under a Tim Walz. I mean, if whether or not you want to say that publicly, I'll choose to believe that you believe it because you seem to have half a brain. When I'm trying to make sure that Trump doesn't allow that to happen again, it's constructive criticism. If I find that Trump is absolutely thoroughly corrupt, or even just, I won't even qualify it. If he does something that is bona fide corrupt, in my opinion, I will damn well call it out. Much in the same way when I say I think Pam Bondi is acting in a way that is ostensibly corrupt, and she should be fired. We'll see who's at the AG's office in 3 months from now. It's 9 months in. Trump has a high turnover rate in both first term and even now. So we'll see. There's rumors that Kash Patel, who I don't think Kash is corrupt. I just think Kash has proven himself to be
not ready for the moment. But why? Because he's more worried about his patches, because he says Valhalla and he does cringe press conferences.
That was cringe. See, this thing, I wouldn't pick on him for that. And I didn't pick on him for that because I think that's sort of like irrelevant critique.
Yeah.
When they come out today with their massive press conference, and right before they come out, I was like, my goodness, would it have not been a little bit better if Kash hadn't come out in the wake of Charlie Kirk and made a factually incorrect public statement? Would it not have been better if he had not come out in the wake of the DC shooting and made a statement that was just almost like, what the hell are you watching? So now he's got his third time. I said, it's going to be third time's a charm to get it right, or it's going to be 3 strikes, you're out, and you're going to get booted. But we'll see. Like, I don't think Kash is corrupt. I just think he might not be fit for the position and not be the man of the time for the role that he's been given. Same thing goes to Pam Bondi. I think Andrew Bailey would be exponentially better
Oh God.
because he would be, I think, I would say more ruthless and more less prone to making silly mistakes that undermine the ruthlessness when it's needed. Pam Bondi, look, whether or not you like Matt Gaetz, I think he would have been far more effective than Pam Bondi for a number of reasons. One of which might have been that he would have, caused people to melt down and cry with anger, where he probably could have gotten away with
Liberal tears.
Yeah, while the liberals cry and scream in the street like that woman back in 2016. So, but I won't call something corrupt if I don't think it's corrupt. And I will call it corrupt whether they're Democrat or Republican.
Okay.
And then you'll say Liz Cheney, well, she's no longer Republican, so when I call her corrupt, that's not calling it out on the right.
That's what you did about Comey, because when people would say, "Hey," even Republicans say that Trump is doing bad things. You're like, they're not. They're rhinos. They're not actually Republicans anymore. So I mean, everyone does that.
Yeah, it's no true Scotsman.
Yeah.
But hold on, now I just lost the window.
No. I want you to. So let's take the foot off the gas a little bit to talk about Kash Patel, and through that talk about our mutual Twitter acquaintance who's blocked me, Julie Kelly. So Kash Patel comes out, and you weren't expecting that, were you?
No. Just so if I look confused, it wasn't because of that. I pulled out the Zoom window and then I couldn't bring it back up. Julie hasn't blocked. The funny thing is this: I still maintain relations with people with whom I have vehement disagreement.
Well, she blocked me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've been told that she's block friendly, but thus far, she has not yet blocked me because I think we ultimately agree on a number of substantive issues. But sorry, yes, go ahead.
So Kash Patel comes out, and there's a news this morning of the arrest of the dreaded pipe bomber, and there's been all this consternation among, I would mention, both right wing and left wing circles. Why have we got this guy? This guy who supposedly planted bombs near the DNC, RNC, so much so that it was like physically close to the vice president-elect Kamala Harris at the time, allegedly. This is again MAGA perspective, and they announced this. You're skeptical, and the affidavit, I would actually agree, seems sparse. The affidavit says cell phone.
Do you think if Kamala Harris was within an atomic measurement of that pipe bomb, she wouldn't have used it as a badge of honor to claim that she was almost assassinated in 2021? I mean, it's so preposterous that she hasn't said a damn word about it. If it were true, and if it were a viable bomb, and if Kamala Harris were within the slightest vicinity, set aside the fact that the entire response would have been different or ought to have been different, she would have used that as a badge of honor to demonize the far right, unless they knew that it wasn't a far right.
Are you shitting me? Wait, real? So you really believe it? So you think that Kamala Harris was read in and said and knows that this is a hoax?
Well, I think what I think is irrelevant. I think everybody knows that at least what we're being told right now. I think everybody knows it's a hoax or an inside job. And a hoax, again, means different things. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It might just mean that.
So here's the question, Viva. Is Kash Patel in on it? Because you don't believe this official story, do you?
I do. I can be convinced, but as of right now, I read that affidavit. Do I believe that apparently the kid's autistic? I mean, I say kid, the 30-year-old dude is autistic, lives with his parents. His grandmother said he's, borderline nonverbal. Everybody wants to protect family. I read that affidavit thoroughly in my stream today. For those who don't know and didn't read it, the evidence or the allegations in the affidavit, it's not all the evidence right now, it's just, the summary evidence to warrant the arrest, is that a year to 2 years before the January 6th pipe bomb was planted, he bought pipes and caps and apparently some timers, generic kitchen timers at Walmart. There's no explanation as to how he made the black powder, the homemade black powder. And then he planted these bombs and managed to evade the authorities for 5 years. I'm very skeptical. I know Dan Bongino personally, so I think I do sincerely believe that he's a trustworthy man who wants to do good. Kash Patel, I don't know personally, and I know that Kash has made objective mistakes that are unbecoming of anybody in his position, that whether or not you're of good faith or bad faith, corrupt or not, you still can't make those types of mistakes. You can't misspeak when it comes to identifying having a suspect in custody when you don't, and also looking for a suspect when they're already in custody. But I know I'm very skeptical. I'm amenable to being convinced, like in that affidavit where it says the pipe bombs had 2 kitchen-style clock timers. All right, and this guy bought 2 kitchen timers at Walmart a year before. It's like, all right, I asked the FBI on Twitter, they won't answer. Are those the same thing? Because you can trade that you should be able to easily identify. Were the two that were on the pipe bombs the same two timers that were bought from Walmart by this guy? Yes or no? If it's yes, I can be convinced. If it's no, but we can't tell, well then I'll wait a little bit. So I'm very skeptical. I'm very skeptical as to how this took 9 months even under the new FBI to determine. You know, that them Janine Pirro coming out and saying we had to examine 200,000 pipe caps or pipe sales, and you know we have to cross-reference and yada yada. I'm not in the intelligence industry, but by all accounts of those who seem to be, this could have been done within a month, and it ought to have been done within a month, you know, come February 2025. That being said, I'm not going to be the backseat driver. This is why didn't you do this 10 months earlier or 7 months earlier? They did it now. I'm not thoroughly convinced by the allegations in the affidavit, nor am I even convinced that the photograph that we've seen of this guy
is the same person.
Remotely looks like the hoodie sweater person. So I'll suspend. I will not call anybody corrupt peddling a lie yet, though others are. I'm just going to say from the explanations I've heard, from the Steve Baker expose, from my understanding, I'm not convinced yet. I'm not stubbornly one way or the other. And if they have concrete evidence, like they say, yes, here's the receipt of the clocks that he bought at Walmart, and they are the serial number, same ones that we have on these bombs. All right, you know, let's see it. And then the whole explanation, you'll see it in due course under the legal process. So hold tight. After a press conference of 25 minutes where all they basically did was sing their own praises, I don't have to be on the left to know how you viewed that press conference. You looked at that press conference, and everybody watching on your channel said, this was the biggest circle jerk, pat on the back, stroking our own egos I've ever seen. They didn't have one lick of evidence other than Janine Pirro saying that he bought the pipes themselves.
And the location data stuff.
Other than that, there was no evidence.
Well, that's why I'm worried. I'm worried, and I think this will get into the Comey and Letitia James stuff. I'm worried that if this is all they have, they're not going to reach beyond a reasonable doubt in a criminal case. And I think, yeah, go for it.
No, because I'm reading through the affidavit, and I was like, okay, fine. You know, they allege that he bought some pipes and some caps between 2019 and 2020. And they allege that he bought some wiring and some 9-volt. I said, okay, that might get me to issue an arrest warrant, but that won't get me to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. So we'll see what further evidence comes out. But the problem is, you're dealing with this news being disclosed a month after Steve Baker's expose identifying.
Which you believe?
I find it compelling. And again, you're like, it's at the risk. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to be Steve Baker. I wouldn't want to be the Blaze right now. That being said, I don't believe that.
So for the background for the audience, Steve Baker, who I believe works for the Blaze, they released this allegation, essentially strongly stating or implying, I think stating that it's very likely that the person who planted the bomb is affiliated with the U.S. Capitol Police. I think now was transferred maybe to the CIA or something like that.
Is what do they call it? They call it a oh, there's a word for it, but not in the CIA, but she's basically like a security guard, a campus security.
And she's a woman, and apparently she had
walk.
She's a Democrat, you said?
No. I said she's 5'7", has a bit of a what they call the gait, because there was
the gait analysis.
And she was whether or not it's the same person, was unequivocally and admittedly by all accounts a Capitol Police officer who was firing rubber bullets and pepper balls on the crowd in a manner that was described as not being less than lethal.
But here's the problem, Viva. It can't be two people. The laws of the universe still apply.
It could be more than one. But the question was, of the footage of the person in the hoodie with the glasses and the mask walking around, you look at, first of all, the fact that the guy's black doesn't mean much because you can't really see much. He seems to be, at least from the one picture that's circulating online, skinny. His shoulders go out a lot more than in the video. Admittedly, it's wearing a hoodie and whatever. But then there's, Steve Baker put out an expose, which identified person of interest 2, person of interest 3, which is based on Barry Loudermilk's report. And there's a lot of stuff that makes a lot of sense in that. Again, I wouldn't want to be Steve Baker or the Blaze right now, but that's why I'm the analyst and not the journalist.
I know, but you were promoting that and you were yelling at Julie Kelly because she didn't believe it.
No, I was yelling at Julie Kelly because Julie Kelly's logic is off, where Julie Kelly says, the CBS has debunked Steve Baker's story because the alibi is that the person was petting their puppies. They have a video of them petting their puppies.
At the exact time when they would have happened.
And then I say, well, Julie, how do you accept that as the answer when you don't believe the pipe bombs were even placed at that period of time? So, I'm not promoting I know what I believe, but I know also it just doesn't make any sense. You can't say I believe the FBI when they exonerate the person Baker suspected because they have an alibi, a video of them petting their puppies when they don't have more than one dog.
At the time when it's alleged to happen.
But then I don't believe the FBI when they tell me that the pipe bombs were placed at 7:30 and 8:15 at night.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you can't reconcile those two mutually incompatible beliefs. The bottom line, though, that press conference, if I'm on your side, if I'm a Democrat, if I hate the Trump administration, I look at that and say, holy crap, this was a big ass circle jerk to tout the Trump administration. And the evidence was borderline zero. Then I go read the affidavit, and even the evidence in the affidavit is quite thin, maybe sufficient to get an arrest warrant, but certainly not on its face based on that affidavit enough to convict a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. And we'll see where it goes. But then you start hearing like this kid's 30 years old, lives with his parents, allegedly autistic, according to his grandmother, managed to evade authorities for 5 years. The affidavit, documents when he bought these what are by all accounts pretty common household items, bristle, what do they call it? Steel, what is it called? Steel wool, eye protective wear. That's now evidence of someone building a bomb. Some pipes and some pipe caps, which there's a number of innocuous reasons to buy, and these were a year to 2 years before the bomb.
Yeah, it was like 2019, maybe 2018.
No, 2020, and then like it was as close as it got was like 7 months, give or take, and then he continued to buy items afterwards, and then managed to evade authorities for 5 years. But then obviously the argument is going to be that the FBI was never looking for him. Then the question is going to be, why was Ray's FBI never looking for him? Was he a Democrat operative? But I know all that to say is I just we'll see where it goes. I'm not convinced right now. I was not sufficiently convinced by what was presented, but I don't think Kash Patel is corrupt. I think he's in over his head. Pam Bondi on certain issues, I think she's conflicted, and I think she's over her head, and I think she should have been replaced before the Epstein debacle.
But you don't blame Trump for not doing that. You don't blame him for that.
I do. I mean, look, it's the same mistake he made the first time around, and maybe he thinks this time around his mistake. He's going to remedy his mistakes of too much turnover in the first term with undue loyalty in his second term. But then again, like, okay, so I blame him. But like, what do you want to come of that blame? It's a wrong decision, and I'll criticize him for it. But I'm not. It doesn't go from him not firing Pam Bondi to him being a pedophile. I mean, so like, I won't
I agree with that. Wait, no, I agree with that. I think that and frankly, I think this is of Massey and Ro Khanna and a lot of the Democrats as well, that people make assumptions about what is in the Epstein files and what occurred when we haven't seen smoking gun proof for some of the most memed answers, including that there's allegations or even provable things that Trump engaged with minors in sexual activities, that it goes beyond the couple third parties that we know maybe had close connections with Epstein. The reason why I criticize Trump so much for the Epstein files is one that I think should be understandable to MAGA people. Namely, his response makes no sense. It makes no sense given what was established and what people said. So on the one hand, he says, we have this memo released from the FBI and DOJ unsigned that says, case closed. This doesn't implicate anyone else. We're not going to investigate more. To investigate more would be useless. And so this is not, stop asking. We released everything we can. And then
he came around on that after some severe backlash and pushback from his base. Now, by the way, you say there's no smoking gun evidence. I'll offer my retort. There's smoking gun evidence that Trump is himself not implicated in the Epstein files in any nefarious way. That smoking gun evidence is Michael Wolff, that scumbag POS journalist, trying to suborn.
He's a scumbag. He is a scumbag.
And he's trying to suborn extortion material from Jeffrey Epstein against Trump, and Epstein himself doesn't have it. So, as far as I'm concerned, I wanted to go to.
Then why does he want to hide it? Why does he want to hide it then?
There's a number of reasonable explanations. It might embarrass some certain specific foreign nations. It might embarrass some specific donors. It might embarrass a community. I mean, that's
bad, Viva. That's corruption. If it's the case that it would embarrass those donors and it would embarrass, those are the first things that you thought about, other nations, and he hides it. That's first
of all, let's phrase. You use the word corruption, and I'll say the word politics, because at the end of the day, pushing back, he then comes back and says, yeah, let's release it now. And he needed that pushback from his most loyal supporters or his most honest critics. So you call it corruption because that's your way just to write off an individual and not address issues on an issue by issue basis.
But it's not just that. He then goes after Marjorie Taylor Greene.
It was a wrong decision by Trump, objectively, patently, and demonstrably wrong because it's fractured a base. I don't think it contributed to the those special elections, whatever we just had there. But it was obviously demonstrably a bad decision. So from there, you want to call it corrupt because that allows you to write off the individual.
Put that aside. Take again the MAGA perspective. He's now going after Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you have Ben Shapiro going on his show absolutely lying and pretending that the reason why Trump is going after Marjorie Taylor Greene is because MTG is making a play, as opposed to the reason why Trump is going after Marjorie Taylor Greene is because she didn't listen to him when he's like calling Lauren Boebert to the Situation Room to try to whip votes with the DOJ. That's why he's going after her. Like, how do you justify that as a MAGA person?
I've never justified it. I mean, go look at my tweets. I said it was a big mistake. He should make up and he should apologize. Period. Like, there was even if he's right, there was nothing to be gained by going after Marjorie Taylor Greene. You basically, there's still time for her to come back on that decision, but he's basically pushed out the most populist, the most hardcore blue blood MAGA in the movement. He pushed her out, and who's going to replace her? I mean, you'll get a Lindsey Graham replacing her. I said there was no logical reason for going as hard as he did against Massey and against Marjorie Taylor Greene. I said it from the beginning. Now, that doesn't mean I agree with Thomas Massey on everything at all, but it was, even if he was right, it was politically the wrong decision to do. And I was vocal about it at the time and still am. I still think there's time to make up for it. So, but then, what I believe that these are people who are in their silo. DC is a big fat silo, much like Ottawa in Canada is a big fat silo where even the conservatives sit around and say, everything's going hunky-dory in Canada. We've got nice healthcare here. We get good food and we get nice lodging. And so everything must be equally as good for everyone in Canada. They live in a political, economic, ideological silo. And that's as true in DC as it is anywhere else. And it might be even more true. So that's why he needs the voices out there. Not that people say, he's corrupt, he's a traitor, now I'm going to criticize him for the sake of criticizing him. Mistakes are mistakes. And this is something that you have on the right that I don't think you have as much on the left, which is not
internal battles, internal fights.
I'm trying to think of. I have to be fair. Actually, there have been a lot of internal fights between like the Schumer, the old guard, and the progressive revolutionaries. But that's only. But people still fall into line much more easily on the left than on the right.
You say that, but like Trump, right? Like what we're talking about right now is a man who had unprecedented. He beat back and wrestled the party from its old owners and became the head honcho, and by and large got his legislators in line. Now, there are times when they buck him, for sure. The Epstein files is an example of that, but that's true of the Democrats as well. I mean, there are Democrats who defected to vote for Trump's CR, they defected to vote for the Lake and Riley Act. So I think that there's defections on the Democrats occasionally, but here's what my point is. I think all of these instances, again, from the MAGA perspective, are the worst possible time for the future of the party. Why? Because I don't think you can deny it. There is a civil war internally to pick up the soul of MAGA, what it means, what is the identity of it once Trump is out of the scene. And right now, I think the most energetic, the most the group that is most able to capture, again, the energy and spirit of MAGA currently, and this I view to be a problem, I don't know what your take will be, is Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. He is gaining notoriety, and he's gaining public press. He's never been more influential. And there doesn't seem to be a coherent alternative that is structured around an ideology, a person that is able to combat that influence. And instead, I have people who, I think people like Posobiec, Ban, and others are trying to integrate it and trying to make some sort of explanation that will align Trump not so directly against the Groypers, incorporate them, but ultimately I see the Groypers gaining power, and it's these instances, these inconsistencies, these hypocrisies, these screw-ups that are going to give Fuentes more power. And are you worried about that, and what do you think of that assessment?
Yeah, let me just ask you this, and I'm not asking the question of followers for the sake of social media clout. How many followers or people do you think Nick Fuentes has the ear of? And I would say like voting age Americans.
1.5 million, total guess.
Okay, let's even say it's 1.5 million. That is in terms of what matters for swaying a an election. I think it's vocal on the internet but insignificant on the battlefield. And I think the issue is you're describing part of the problem, but you're emphasizing because it's the convenient thing to do to place more value or to place more risk threat on Fuentes. The issue is not that Fuentes gains more power, that he can sway elections. I don't. That's nonsense. I do agree that the constant debating over Fuentes is the normalizing of Fuentes and the mainstreaming of him. The issue is the gain of notoriety of Fuentes is indicative of a broader problem, which is alienating the coalition that got Trump elected the second time. The Tucker Carlsons, who I think are exponentially more influential than Nick Fuentes. The populist Kennedy base, or the Kennedy coalition, the MAGA coalition, got Trump elected. The Tulsi Gabbard's coming. So what you're describing, but placing the emphasis on Fuentes, is a fractioning, or what's the word I'm looking for? A fracturing
Yeah.
of the base, which is what's going to allow for a coalescing on the left to actually win the election. But it's not Fuentes as an individual. It's not Fuentes as a creator. Fuentes, he's enjoying the limelight right now because he's never been more relevant. But he's not relevant for the purposes of national elections and the outcomes of national elections. But him, with Tulsi Gabbard's faction joining, with RFK Jr.'s faction joining, and with all of them tuning out because we see Pam Bondi seemingly bending over backwards to allow Pfizer to continue its nonsense, you'll lose MAGA. Then you seem to have Kash Patel at odds with Tulsi Gabbard, so you'll lose Tulsi Gabbard's support. Then you go after Marjorie Taylor Greene and you alienate her massive populist base, and you go after Thomas Massie, the bluest of blood Americans. That's how it happens. It's not. Fuentes is a symptom of the political miscalculation. They still have time to coalesce, and the sooner the infighting comes to an end, the better. And then we didn't mention Candace Owens, but
Yeah.
Fuentes is not the determinant element. He's a symptom of what I think are bad political decisions, where you have, the party, when you gain power, all of a sudden they say, like, everyone fall into line. Forget discussion, forget discord, forget freedom of speech, forget, healthy dissent. Fall in line, because this is the only way we maintain power. That's not how it works. It's not how it's ever worked. And that's why it ebbs and flows. The problem is when it ebbs and flows back to open borders and legalizing illegals to vote and basically creating a one-party state. There's no flowing back from that, barring armed social conflict. So, but no, Fuentes. I mean, like I don't. He's obviously he's a shit memeing. What is it called? Shit posting.
Shit post. Yeah.
He's a shit posting edgelord. He's got some good points mixed in with his idiotic statements. And he's never been more popular because he's been demonized to the point where everyone's like, well, shit, if they're demonizing him like this, maybe he's got something really legitimate to say. But anybody saying, Stalin was a good dude or Hitler wasn't as bad as everybody makes him out to be, that's the shit posting part. The other part, which
you don't think he's sincere about that? You don't think he's? I think Fuentes is, and this is not me praising him because I would prefer Trump over Fuentes. I'm saying that right now. I'm not praising him. I think Fuentes is much more sincere than any Republican commentator that I see. He speaks. Yeah. He speaks plainly. He speaks plainly. And the problem I feel, and you're not the worst case of it, but everyone else, it feels like, in the MAGA influencer circle is walking on eggshells, including, but not limited to, J.D. Vance and Trump themselves. They won't condemn Fuentes because they're scared. And the influencers are scared. They're scared of their own audiences, the pushback. They're scared of the lash of Trump. And so they walk this kind of line. When it comes to criticizing Trump, they say, oh, he has bad people around him, anything to minimize it because they don't want to get hit by Trump. And they want to see who's on the edge here. But they're also scared of their own base, and they're scared of Fuentes. Fuentes, for all his faults, and I'm going to stress again, I think he's worse than Trump. He's an ideologue. I think he is sincere. For all his faults, he speaks plainly, and he speaks as though he's not afraid. And I sense the fear in all of these Republican commentators to speak plainly, speak what's on their mind, and I think that maybe won't sway a general election. I actually think that if Fuentes were to take control, the Democrats would perform better in elections. Although I'm worried for other reasons that he could still take power.
It speaks plainly and sincerely. There's when people say, well, why does Hitler get disproportionately demonized compared to Stalin, Mao, when they've killed more people? That's a legitimate point. But if anybody's were to say, like, Hitler was good or Stalin was good, or they had, I guess they had some good policies. The trains ran on time. But imagine, like, does anybody? I don't know that anybody's ever said, look, Joe Biden or Kamala Harris has to disavow Destiny or Hassan Piker. Like, these are shit posting meme lords on the internet. They have a good audience. They've got an
I hear that
show.
all the time. I just want to pause real quick because that point, it's a salient point because I do hear that. And it was with Mamdani. It was a question during the debate about condemning Hassan. It was with Obama. Obama had to condemn like his pastor.
Did Mamdani condemn Hassan?
He condemned what Hassan said, just to be clear. But you won't. Would you think you'll get Trump saying, "Do you?" If someone were to ask, "Do you condemn when Nick Fuentes said this thing about Stalin?" He's going to say something like, "Listen, I don't want to." He can say,
he might say, "I don't even know what the fuck he said because I don't care what Nick Fuentes."
You should care because you're going to be hearing a lot more from him.
Well, but especially with the likes of you and the mainstream media and Pierce Morgan.
I don't want to promote this person. I don't.
First of all, then I mean, the one show I'm not going to say ignore because it's not. I'm not talking about canceling, but like, all right, people say stupid things, and he has some good points. So address the points without vilifying the individual, because when you vilify the individual, it is the Streisand effect, where they say they're trying to silence me because they can't respond to my ideas. I can respond to every one of Fuentes' ideas. I don't think people need to actively condemn every stupid statement that shit posting meme lords on the internet have to say. Women like getting raped. If you ask me to condemn that, you're the idiot, because normal people don't need to condemn stupidities. And when you force normal people to condemn abject stupidities, you actually elevate the idiots who said the abject stupidities.
So then, it's funny you say that, because maybe we'll have a point of agreement. I abhor anti-Semitism, just to be clear about that. And Dave Portnoy, I hear the other day, because someone did something important. They went up to him and said something crazy about Jews and like threw money at him or threw coins at him. And Dave Portnoy, though, says something like, "How many Jews have to die before you guys stop saying these anti-Semitic jokes?" This coming from a guy who was saying, you deserve to be raped, saying all the stuff he said about black people, going so anti-woke. People don't buy the hypocrisy. We're in a new era of a version of woke Republicans who now all of a sudden, they want to put in censorship codes. They want to ban people. They want to, for example, kick people out because of what they have to say about Israel, or because they're un-American with their immigration policy, and check people's social medias when they're doing these kinds of adjustments of status. And so I think that blatant rank hypocrisy among the people who said, hey, you shouldn't censor. Now there are no tools at the disposal of who else would assume the mantle of MAGA to properly inoculate the leadership structures, not necessarily the voting base, but the people who are the writers of legislation, the advisors, that group of people. They're all like kind of Groyper adjacent, and you saw the text messages from the people. They talk like him. Even Charlie Kirk, who that is a big loss for the future of MAGA being anti-Groyper, the fact that he was murdered and assassinated in this horrific fashion. Even Charlie Kirk, he was having to acknowledge certain arguments that Fuentes was saying, and you could tell in his rhetoric, because I listened to America First with Fuentes, and I watched Charlie Kirk, and you could tell his arguments were more aligning with some of the things that Fuentes was saying. And so that's where the energy, I feel like, is. And the tools to fight it are what are the tools? Who's the next leader? Who's going to fight against this Groyperism?
Well, I don't know, but here's I'll state the obvious. If you don't want to end up with a Nick Fuentes, don't murder the Charlie Kirks. So you might end up living with, you might end up reaping what you sow, lefties.
But I condemn that shit.
Well, I don't ask that people condemn murder, because I think it pretty much goes without saying. But that being said, when you have people overtly affirming the trans genocide, if you refuse to partake in it, that is what you are ushering in, whether you like it or not, or whether you care to admit it or not. Maybe not you per se, but you don't want to end up with the Nick Fuentes, then don't kill the Charlie Kirks, and that's a pretty decent rule. When it comes to there was something you said about freedom of speech.
Yeah, the potential hypocrisy of Portnoy coming out and being like, "How many Jews?" Yeah.
I'm not gonna get in trouble. Portnoy's a jackass. Okay, like, first of all, I said, like, fuck the Jews, dude. You could say that all day long. The only thing I said with that incident is throwing coins and it's not because they're throwing coins. Throwing anything at an individual is no longer speech.
Of course, of course.
Hey, and then people are like, well, he rolled them on the ground. I don't know how he rolled the coins. But
that's whatever it is.
you throw gravel at Justin Trudeau, you are no longer using speech, you are using actions. And he could have said, L'chaim and throw the coins. And you throw but Portnoy he's got his hang up on the Jewish question, on the Israel question. Michael Rappaport, I'm not familiar with him. He's double standard on the Jewish stuff.
Yeah, sure.
You could say foul things about anybody on earth, but then say fuck the Jews, and then you flip out and it's genocide. No more genocide than saying there are only two sexes. But no, look, the reality is Fuentes has influence, but whether or not that translates, do I see him being the leader of the Republican Party anytime soon? No, but if people keep up what they're doing, they might literally make him the leader of the next generation. You got a number of other people in the middle who
the fact that that's plausible, right? The fact that it's plausible.
I don't think it's plausible. I mean, I think you're going to get JD Vance, you're going to get a Marco Rubio. That's plausible. Plausible. It's not. I don't think it's plausible that Nick Fuentes.
I'm not saying he will become president. What I think might happen is he will get influence if this path continues, because.
But the thing is, he might get influence. He's not wrong on everything. So he might not get influence on the fact that Stalin was a good dude, but he might get influence on America should abide by Christian values, and it should have a strict policy of immigration where assimilation or you're out. I mean, he might get influence on issues where he might be right.
And you don't think that's so you don't think it's necessarily negative that he is getting influence if he's right on certain.
But I don't. You say it's his influence. I think it's the influence of the ideas, which are not inherently flawed ideas. I'm not going to say as a Jewish person. I'm Jewish. I lived in Quebec, in Montreal. If you don't want to speak French, don't live in the province of Quebec. It's very simple. Don't come to Quebec and then demand that they acknowledge English on an equal basis with French or another language which is neither the official language of Canada. That's bottom line courtesy when you go to live in another country. And so the idea that Fuentes' ideas are they're not his ideas. That he might be a vocal spokesperson to get them out in the ether doesn't mean that you're validating Fuentes as a human as opposed to addressing his legitimate concerns and legitimate ideas for how a country should be run. The ultimate irony is that, I don't know if there was a whole Destiny Fuentes rumor, and I don't know if it's true. He's definitely the irony of a man who's quarter Mexican praising Hitler, who probably would have, had him on the same trains as the blacks, the Jews, and the gypsies and the handicaps. I mean, there's irony there. But you're not legitimizing Fuentes as an individual by acknowledging that some of the ideas that he espouses are shared by a number of people, conservative and I would even say some Democrats alike. You come to America, you espouse American values, you speak the language, you contribute to society, because otherwise, immigration without assimilation is invasion. That's not a Nick Fuentes idea. And the fact that he says that along with Stalin had some good ideas doesn't mean that his Stalin had good ideas is a more valid idea because one of his other ideas is valid.
You have a few people among the Republican leadership, you would say cultural leaders, members of Congress, etc. Here I'm talking about Ben Shapiro. I'm talking about Ted Cruz, Mark Levin, others who are openly talking about needing to inoculate the Republican Party, not throw it into the hands of the Groypers. What do you think of that conflict? Who should win? Should they join hands and understand?
Have you seen what Mark Levin posts on
Mark
Twitter?
Levin, yeah, it's pretty insane.
He's a lunatic. What, yes. I'm going to listen to Mark Levin lecture me about the morality of Nick Fuentes? I swear to you, I fell across Levin's tweets where he was, every response was, your mama. And I thought he got hacked. Ben Shapiro is the one who had, he's an intellectual and he's smart. You can't disagree. Inoculate against the Fuentes. That's a one surefire way to have people say, holy crap, look at what Levin and look at what Shapiro are trying to do. This is the influence that Fuentes himself is warning about. But and Ted Cruz, I won't touch Ted Cruz. But if Levin wants to write off Fuentes because of some of the hyperbolic things that he said, well, prepare to live by that sword as well. Go look at Levin's Twitter feed. It's the Twitter feed of a lunatic. And I say that as someone who I acknowledge people can look at my Twitter feed and say, my goodness, he's screws loose. But so forcing people to choose is the easiest way to fracture, and it's the easiest way to actually further legitimize the guy that you're trying to cause people to dissociate from. I think it's a losing tactic. I think Ben Shapiro will understand that. And then the other thing is, in the battle of social media, for the battle of attention and the attrition of attention, you have people fighting their own respective battles for reasons that might be a little bit more personal than broader national policy. And so, without getting into the conflict between the battle for relevance between influencers and or commentators, there's that element at play as well. But Fuentes is who he is. He says dumb things. He says smart things. He's charismatic and he's bombastic. And but for the fact that everybody's been forcing him into the limelight and forcing people to make a decision as though it was even a decision they ever had to make, they have successfully legitimized and mainstreamed Nick Fuentes. So congratulations, all your bitching and moaning and fear mongering.
It's our fault. It's our fault.
It's brought about the exact outcome that you purported to not want in the first place. So, why is it, incidentally, that Fuentes has achieved this sort of political relevance where Destiny has?
I'll tell you why. Well, this is why. Because I think, one, the vacuum, the power vacuum that's been established by a movement that has eviscerated anything approaching an ideological core, where the only thing that unites this coalition together is the whims, or there's other things as well, but loosely, it's not neoconservatism, it's not fiscal conservatism, it's not a policy agenda, really. It's by and large the whims of the president. And if Trump decided that tariffs need to come all off, everyone would be a free market, make trade deal type person. The tariff example, I think, is the best distillation of how totally unmoored to an ideological center, to a institutional center, and that has all been eviscerated. And when there is nothing to connect these various different groups together, no ideological through line and no institutional through line other than allegiance to Trump, who can be the biggest Trump dick suck. Go look at the press conferences. Go look at the cabinet meetings where Trump can't even stay awake for them half the time. They're just praising him so much. It leaves behind a power vacuum for when Trump inevitably leaves. And this is the issue with a Trump administration, again, from the perspective of MAGA. Everyone is planning for the day after. Everyone is planning for what comes next. JD Vance, Rubio, they're all together, like planning for their future. There is no clear succession here. And because of that, it leaves room for people like Fuentes who is charismatic, Fuentes who does have a set of interlocking political beliefs on which he tries to stay consistent and which he demands consistency, and he's predictable in a way that the MAGA supporters aren't on policy, right? You can predict what Fuentes is going to say about a given issue. He's going to blame Israel. He's going to blame the influences. Maybe he's going to take a hardline stance on immigration, but that's not true of the typical MAGA dick suck influencer or their politicians. And because of that power vacuum, I think, and because of his inherent charisma and dedication and patience, I think that there's much more room for someone like Fuentes to grow on the right than it is for someone like Destiny to grow on the left, where it's hard. There's a crowding out effect on the left because I think the Democrats, there's plenty of people who define the scope of the Democratic Party in terms of what their policy set are, in terms of what their interest is. But right now, I think the MAGA base and the Republican Party, there is this feeling of anxiety of what comes next. Trump is getting old. Trump is term limited. He might try to do a third run, all that kind of shit, but the odds of him sticking around, both from a biological perspective, political perspective, and just from an electoral perspective, are slim to none after his term is over. And already the knives are coming out and the party is fracturing because everyone wants to see what's going on. That is a dangerous place right now for the party to be. And I, for one, would be more concerned about the future of the party. But you seem to think that everyone should get along. Everyone should be all together. But the problem is you guys have different visions about what the future should look like. That's my opinion.
Well, first of all, what you just described sounds much more like what happened with Biden in his last term, in terms of the knives are out and everybody seeing the writing on the wall and jockeying for their own political futures. But what you described also might just be politics.
No. That's a good point to show you that the Democrats were clear on the mission. The mission was to defeat Trump in that moment. And so they were able to do the smart thing in that moment and put a knife in Biden's back, which was deserved because Biden was being a selfish prick asshole. And to put it aside, that's a sign of like a more healthy state, a party that's reflecting more and self-conscious about what they want. In a way, the Republican Party right now is a chicken with a head cut off, and everyone seems scared. I smell the fear, Viva. I smell it. I smell it in all the tweets.
But you might be smelling it because your nose might be broken as well. Pisco. What I see is a healthy disagreement among the right that might be the source of the fracturing of the coalition. But if look, whether or not you're right, you're describing politics, especially in a lame duck or second last term presidency. And JD Vance might be playing it the best. He'll play the middle ground. He'll court the Groper vote without having to, for no reason, disavow the entirety of the movement because they've got legitimate concerns. And he can be the more reasonable alternative between a Fuentes or a war whore like an alternative rhino war whore other than JD Vance. But no, look, at the end of the day, what you're describing is politics, and everybody is jockeying and jostling for their day in the sun when the king retires, and then long live the king.
I'm conscious of your time. I want to be respectful of it. I know.
I didn't realize it was 9:50.
Yeah.
Let me go see the chat here. Let me see here. Does this guy just think everything is politics? Says JD and on. In the context of politics, what did I just do here?
Yeah, you're good.
In the context of politics, it is politics. What are you going to argue? It's hard. First of all, it should be morality. It should be principles, and I think it is with some. But I just disagree with your characterization. It's not everybody falling in line with Trump. And what we're seeing is people falling out of line as you're describing it, and then the fighting that comes with Marjorie Taylor Greene falling out of line. So on the one, you say everybody's following in line. On the flip side, there's fracturing because there's infighting. So you're describing mutually incompatible things here.
I don't think they're incompatible because I think the way of following Trump has been the de facto standard, with some exceptions. There's always exceptions that prove the rule. There are always like specific areas where one or two Republicans might call out or whatever. But I think what's happening now is much more uncertainty, much more anxiety. What's happening now, I think, is a little bit different. And we're starting to see, again, uncertainty among the people. Conscious of your time, I want to shift from the MAGA Civil War, if that's okay, just for a moment, for you to hear my affirmative case right now. Trump's fucking up humongously. To the extent that there are fractures in his party, they're his fault. And I don't agree with your characterizations of the causality here. It's not because Charlie Kirk was killed that Fuentes is rising, though I think it's potentially contributed to it. I think it's because the Republicans have made their bed and are going to lie in it. They've promoted conspiracy. They've promoted thinking that we'll always try to think of another explanation, not to follow the official line. That's why if it comes out that the Epstein files, that there's no other third parties or Democrats implicated, they're not going to believe it. You won't believe it, and your entire side won't believe it because you've been convinced that the damning stuff of the people you're talking about, not just damning of some people, but of the specific peoples and a broader set of interests, that is considered dogma among the Republican Party. And it's that style of thinking and that inculcation of a credulous, closed system of thought that is the direct line of the Republicans. I'll keep going, but it sounded like you want to get in there.
Well, because I want to pull out the Billy Madison meme. What you just said is the most insanely idiotic thing I've ever heard. What conspiracies do Republicans promote? Like, give me one.
Sure. The notion that, for example, the Democrats are all protecting a group of pedophiles to suck their adrenochrome out of their skulls. The QAnon people, that's one such example. The election theft conspiracy, which not existent, the 2020 election theft. The conspiracy related to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. The notion that Joe Biden did something improper with respect to the Hunter Biden stuff. We can keep going all day. The Epstein files as presented. The Epstein files as presented.
That were already wrong. Like,
okay,
you're saying there's no Joe Biden, Hunter Biden conspiracy.
Well, maybe that should be an indication of what the problem is. The problem is nobody trusts anything. There's no trust.
Let's go back to the election. You're telling me, I mean, I don't know if we talked about this last time, that the 2020 election was not interfered with?
Yeah, the 2020 election was a free and fair election.
It was a free and fair election. Did they suppress the Biden laptop story?
Who's they?
Well, did intelligence via social media suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, at least we know where we disagree with.
Yeah, okay.
I agree that they did, and that in and of itself is election interference.
Okay, if you say so. If you say so, but
let's go to the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
You do agree, as a matter of fact, depending on where they flew, that Bill Clinton flew on that plane internationally over a dozen times. We agree on that?
Yes. Okay. I don't know the exact number. And
I think it was allegations without Secret Service to Africa with Bill Gates, and alleged improprieties from people on the inside of what they saw on that plane that caused them to never want to be Secret Service or never want to be
it's all vague, no smoking gun. What I'm trying to say is, as presented, we don't have proof of these things. And if there are no explicit accounts, and if the smoking gun proof for these particular individuals. Again, I'm not saying that there's nothing to hide there. I'm not saying there's nothing that we don't want these files released. I support full transparency. And I think that...
You've seen the Bill Clinton getting a deep tissue massage by Virginia Giuffre?
I see that that's an allegation from Virginia Giuffre. But by the way, Virginia Giuffre made a lot of allegations against, for example, Dershowitz at one point. Do you think Dershowitz did something wrong?
Dershowitz was never on an island. Dershowitz was at the Mar-a-Lago place on mainland America. And whether or not, saying I kept my underwear on is not the best defense for social media.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
But hold on. You know what photograph I'm talking about? It's actual Virginia Giuffre giving Bill Clinton a nice back massage.
I'm not sure if I recall the specific. I don't know the Prince Andrew one where he's wrapped around Virginia Giuffre with his hand.
What you're basically saying is so ludicrous that barring a video of Bill Clinton doing video, in which you still wouldn't believe, him flying on a convicted sex offender's plane privately to over 19 times overseas is not.
Would you vote to convict based on those facts of rape?
Well, convict for what? No, I mean, that's
so you admit there's no, at least as the evidence is presented, is not one that you would convict Bill Clinton for.
In a criminal court, no. Part of a conspiracy of improprieties with sex offenders, yes. But you're saying, well, so barring a criminal conviction, then there will be never a conspiracy that'll be confirmed.
No, I'm not saying that either. The thing is, the allegations are such that like Clinton was being blackmailed by Epstein because he did engage in sexual relations with underage people.
You're dealing with things which are fundamentally theories of people based on the evidence.
Correct.
But that's not a conspiracy. You say conspiracy theory to write it off. When a president is flying on a plane privately with a sex offender, with young people on that plane, when there's a photograph of him getting a back massage by one of the sex victims of Epstein, we're no longer dealing with baseless beliefs. When you have Stacey Plaskett texting Jeffrey Epstein during congressional hearings as to what blackmail dirt she can get in terms of questions.
I can say this stuff about Trump. When you're best friends with someone who has this kind of shit going on, when you lie about him being a member of the club and being kicked out of the club, when you go ahead for it.
Give me one.
Give me one what?
Well, did he lie about kicking Epstein out of his club?
Yes, he did.
How?
He was never a member. Prove he was a member. Prove that he was kicked out.
Prove that he was kicked out. Hold on. Give me about 2 seconds to see.
He says he was kicked out.
Okay. Did Trump kick Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago? I mean, I don't. Again, it won't be good for me because I don't trust AI. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein's membership at Donald Trump Mar-a-Lago Club was closed in 2007. Effectively.
No, this is according to Trump. Trump says it, but there's no proof that he was ever a member.
The links, I have to go check the links now. Are in PBS, NPR. So
that's the Trump spokesman statement. But yeah, just like Bill Clinton's statements say he didn't do anything wrong. But you would never credit those self-standing conclusory statements from Clinton, but you will for Trump.
No, dude, you just said that there's no evidence, and now you're saying, well, the evidence is just a statement. But the internet will figure it out. Did Trump bar Epstein from Mar-a-Lago?
I have no evidence of that.
Okay, because you'd be barring a video of him doing it.
I mean, show a document, show anything, show someone under oath. Go for it.
Show someone under oath. Okay, so we agree. We'll let the internet figure that one out. I think you're wrong. If I'm wrong,
okay. But the whole point is not on the file specifically. It's on the kind of closed system of thought that if the goods are not produced with respect to the Epstein files or with respect to any of these incidents to the satisfaction of the people, they will think that there is corruption. If there is not smoking gun proof released in these Epstein file disclosures, you guys will say that they covered something up because you've already made the determination that there's guilt there.
As far as I'm concerned, there's already sufficient evidence to conclude that there's guilt there. So, there's sufficient evidence to conclude there's guilt there. But the flip side is, I mean, this is Rich coming from a side that is trying to convince everybody that Trump is a pedophile because of his relationship with Epstein. But I'm not sure where this part's going.
No. Where I'm going is not to talk about this specifically, is my kind of liberal critique of the state of our country and where Trump bears responsibility. I think basically he bears responsibility for having this fractured coalition, which might lead to Groypers having more influence in the Republican Party, which I take to be a bad thing. I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's bad.
Or it might lead to Democrats winning 2026 and 2028 and impeaching and convicting Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth.
Well, I think that would be good.
No, and of course you do. You guys didn't get it. You didn't get to do it the first time, and you didn't have a basis to do it the first time, and maybe now you might even have a basis.
They're not going to get the votes in the Senate, so he's going to be fine on impeachment.
Well, until 2028, and then we'll see. But the bottom line is, look, I might agree with you. Some of these mistakes are by and large a part of Trump's miscalculations. Him coming out, whoever came out and put out the tweet, I got my flu shot and COVID booster. If they didn't know how that was going to resonate with the base, Trump should know that, and these are mistakes that he has to correct course on.
But it's not just that; it's the economy. People don't trust him anymore on the economy. Why? Because his policy makes. Yeah,
you're not wrong. People don't believe the numbers that they're being fed, especially when they've been told that the numbers can't be trusted. So you're right, and they don't trust what they're being told that defies their own eyes. And this is something, you know, I talk about on the channel. You can only tell people things are good for so long when they say they're not any better. They might not be worse, but they're not good, and it's not a booming economy that we're being told.
It's not an impressive presidency.
Not yet, and which is why he's got to start busting ass if he doesn't want to lose the midterms badly, and if he doesn't want to lose 2028 and cost J.D. Vance his political career as a future president of these United States of America. We agree on that. Then the only question is, you don't want to help him get there, and I do, because I don't want to see the likes of AOC.
Well, it depends. It depends. I don't want Trump to succeed on stuff that I think is bad. But here's some differences, right? I think the tariffs are horrible for the American people. And I think that the longer the tariffs are there, that it's going to help the Democrat election odds. Notwithstanding that, I'm saying that the Supreme Court should undo them because I think they're illegal, even though that is probably going to help Trump politically. Same thing on healthcare. I think I would support Democrats passing a Trump proposal on the expansion of Obamacare subsidies if it's going to help the American people, and the Democrats would vote for it too. So in that respect, I want him to succeed for the sake of the country. He just doesn't have the character or the inclination to do things that are going to help the American people. That's just always been the problem.
I don't think the tariffs are a bad thing. I think that they are the short temporary pain to force America to become independent and not reliant on China and India for medications and rare earth minerals. But I do agree that the courts are probably going to adjudicate that his application of tariffs was not justified under the Emergencies Act that he was applying them with. This is where it's interesting. Like, you almost agree. And it's interesting, if they strike them down, I don't think they're going to strike them down in any meaningful sense. It's going to force a reimbursement. They're going to basically leave a window open for a congressional
That would be fucked up though, right? Because it would be fucked up for the government to benefit from an illegal tax. Why the fuck would we be okay with that?
It wouldn't be illegal if they give Congress the ability to remedy. Then they would just make it legal. It's a reality of law. The government's not, the courts are not going to issue a ruling that's going to bankrupt a country. And
I'm just where are the libertarians gone, right? Like, assuming that the court would rule, okay, they're illegal.
The libertarians were gone the second they were justifying lockdowns and COVID shots. Oh, by the way, who's this guy's a huge actor, said Cal 4837. Interesting. I did it again. I keep hitting the camera.
Yeah.
This I won't make fun because people don't know. And first of all, I don't care if you call me an anti-vaxxer. I might never get another shot again. I got 2 of those COVID shots, so that's one hell of an anti-vaxxer right there.
Ooh.
But by the way, if you're still taking boosters, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I'll outright, you're an idiot. Unless you're not, even if you're a 95-year-old geriatric.
Not even.
If you are a middle-aged anybody and you're still taking boosters, you're politically retarded. And
politically, wait. Politically or scientifically?
No, politically retarded. But I don't know. Keep taking them. You might get scientifically retarded as well. No, I'm first of all, I don't even call me an anti-vaxxer. Like, it's as stupid as calling me an anti-Semite, which I've also been called. So it's stupid names.
Who calls you an anti-Semite?
I get called Nazis all the time because I was mildly skeptical of how October 7 occurred the way it did. Pierce Morgan blocked me on Twitter.
Why?
I was an anti-Semite because he said anybody promoting that October 7 was an inside job is an anti-Semite, or promoting even worse serious. Like, first of all, I never said it was an inside job, but if you're not asking standard, skeptical questions, Pierce, you're an idiot. And then lo and behold, fast forward 2 years, Pierce Morgan, what's his name? Pierce Morgan is asking the same questions I was asking,
and platforming Nick Fuentes. So he clearly thinks that you are more dangerous than Nick Fuentes.
No, he thinks that Nick Fuentes has a bigger audience than I do, and he's got more to gain from platforming another, having another Jerry Springer shit show on his show. I mean, that's good for him. It's his business model, and for him, he's succeeding. I don't know how, that's his. I'm sure that's his thought process, and it's not mine. And I'm not confessing through projecting. He's like, oh yeah, well, Viva, he probably doesn't even know who I am, but he sees dollar signs and eyeballs by platforming Nick Fuentes. I would have a discussion with Nick because I don't find him to be quite as repulsive as Destiny. But I mean, I could be
Wait,
proved wrong.
why do you find Nick less repulsive for Destiny? It's like personal stuff, or is it
No,
politically?
no, it was relishing in the death of innocence is not something that it's the same thing with Hassan Piker. You say certain things, and I don't know that Nick Fuentes has ever said, the women like to get raped, I mean, or want to get raped. These are just stupid things that I think people say, to trigger people on the internet. But Destiny vigorously, mocking the murder of Corey Comparator. And, there's just, there's nothing to be gained ideologically, intellectually, spiritually from engaging in those types of discussions. Fuentes has legitimate political ideas. And plus, I saw the way freaking Destiny argues with people. It's like, there's no point. You couldn't even have a moderator that could sufficiently stop.
You don't think so? I think he's had some pretty decent moderated debates and unmoderated debates. And to address that.
He's got. I prefer having a discussion with you because in as much as you're still mildly sincere and steel manning the other idea because you're mildly honest. I think you're politically blinded.
I appreciate the mild honesty, but I want to address what you just said about Destiny, because it had to do with his relishing of or joking about Corey Comparator death and the Charlie Kirk stuff and all those memes. And listen, I don't agree with that. I don't do it. I condemn the Charlie Kirk assassination. I will say what I think about Charlie Kirk. And I will not mince words, and I think that is fair. And everyone can say what they want about the dead in terms of politically, without. So I don't agree with those things. But come on, is this real? Is this really a standard you uphold for the right wing? Because you've heard all the comparison. Dave Rubin mocked the shit about the Paul Pelosi. Same thing with.
First of all, none of those are on par, and none of them are even accurate as far as I'm concerned. But there's. It's a purely individual, case by case scenario. I mean, I could think of people on the right. I could give you.
How about the George Droid memes? People who are like glorifying the death of George Floyd and doing the whole.
I don't agree with the glorifying the death, but I do believe that there were contributing factors to his death. I mean, I don't believe in so someone sent me a book. It was a George Floyd horror book, and people send me stuff. And I don't like that stuff. I mean, I don't even agree in relishing in the death of people who you think deserve it. When you say I'll condemn his death, but I'll say what I want to say about the dead. Well, when you're saying what you want to say about not the dead but the murdered, you say, well,
wait. But when you say that, when you say the murdered, you act as though I didn't call it murder. You act as though I didn't say he was assassinated.
Anybody who says, yeah, it's a terrible thing to the assassination and murder's wrong, but he was a racist. Fuck off. You know exactly what you're doing.
Well, hang on. I did not say that on day one. On day one, you can see my reaction. I just want to be clear to understand that I also think that there's a grace period where come on, we don't need to fucking do this right now. And a lot of people don't agree with me, by the way. A lot of people have on the left, they think that that's a cuck take. They think that's fucking pussy shit. But I offer that. However, it would be cucked and wrong for us to be like, well, because he was killed, I should what? Pretend that I feel differently, do the kind of thing that Ezra Klein did and be like, Charlie Kirk did politics the right way if I don't feel that. If I really don't feel that, why would I have this pretense and lie to my audience about something I don't believe? And but by the way, if Biden died because of his cancer, you wouldn't say Biden, he did it the right way. He wasn't a fascist. He didn't do COVID fascism. You would maintain your criticism if you're honest.
Why would I maintain my criticism in the wake of his death? I mean,
you would.
Historically or at his funeral?
No, not at his fucking funeral. I mean, I'm not gonna assume you're gonna get an invite. I'm not gonna get an invite. I called this part of his family corrupt and shit, so I'm not gonna get an invite. You're not gonna get one.
You're in we know what the context of the discussion is. It's yes, violence is bad, but I mean that's what terrorists say, and that's the exact rationale. Yes, violence is bad, but there's violence on both sides. Or yes, you shouldn't blow up people and slit their throats, but occupation is wrong. I mean, you know what you're doing. And when everybody says, well, I'm condemning it, but he should be buried in the history, the book, whatever Ilhan Omar said. Everybody knows what they're saying, and it's disgusting human filth.
Look at how they reacted to Dick Cheney. Look at how MAGA reacted to the death of Dick Cheney. And the left as well, by the way. Rest in piss. This guy's a war criminal.
But first of all, again, hold on, now I launched the screen. Again, shitting, I still don't agree with it, but saying, calling someone the devil after they die from natural causes is far different than calling someone the devil after they've been murdered for their speech. I mean, it's just contextually different. You appreciate
I understand that there's a difference there, that I think in the moment where there's a horrible crime, that's why I take issue with when you're dead as though it's a euphemism. No, I've called it assassination, murder, a crime, a vicious crime, a cowardly act. I've said all that stuff. That in that moment in the media, there ought to be solidarity. That's why I was so proud when Biden and all the Democrats condemned the attempted shooting of Trump during the election. And I stand tall on that. That said, that's
the wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No, but this is your bullshit. So Tim Pool quote,
violence on both sides. Bullshit. That's what it was. It was
this is fucked up. So in the wake of this National Guard shooting where they shot the National Guard people, all these MAGA accounts were saying this is Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin's fault for radicalizing people by saying the military shouldn't follow orders, as though Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin are going to radicalize this Afghan national. Before we even know he's an Afghan national, everyone's lying. I'm saying you should be pissed at all these liars who are claiming to know things that they don't know. Tim Pool quote tweets me and says, Pisco was on the side of the shooter. That is bullshit. When I'm calling out lies, whenever I'm trying to stay true to principles,
I don't know what.
Okay, you can't speak on it, but
all that I know is Alyssa Slotkin, former CIA, comes out and says, defy illegal orders. The National Guard's going to be shooting citizens in the streets. I'm very concerned. And 2 weeks later, a former CIA elite unit in Afghanistan shoots two National Guard.
So you actually buy this? You actually buy that she, with that video, her and Mark...
I have publicly said that she has blood on her hands.
How the fuck do you figure? How the fuck do you figure?
I can exactly tell you how I figure. If they have their operatives who are looking to their political leaders for the permission slip to defend themselves against existential threats of National Guardsmen who are there illegally, who Alyssa Slotkin comes out repeatedly says are going to start shooting citizens, and then you have a guy who was quite clearly mentally unstable to begin with, who's a former CIA elite unit asset in Afghanistan, who's been brought here by the Democrat Biden regime, now listening to his handlers.
And offered asylum by Trump.
That's a separate issue. I mean, first of all that you did there is to say everything you just said is true, but he got asylum after a process in April before he got radicalized.
By the Trump executive branch.
So that's your actus novus, that's your intervening act?
I think it is an intervening act. If you're going to go for it.
When did Alyssa Slotkin put out her PSA?
Fucking days before. I don't know. But hang on a second. So,
you're like a month before.
No, but you're
saying going to be blood in the streets and it's going to escalate.
She didn't say it in those terms. She did not say it in those terms. She said, "I'm worried." Wait, no. But you acknowledge this. You acknowledge this. If we have National Guard people on the streets, there increases the potential risk of something happening to them, and you better make sure they're there for a good purpose because you're assuming that risk. That is not calling for the death of people, and you try to conjoin this statement and the one about the. It's stupid.
And if you have young ladies wearing short skirts at bars,
oh come on, no, but hang on, wait, no, Viva, you would know if someone said, if you said to your daughter, don't go to this part of town because it's risky. Don't wear those like nice jewelry. Would you be say if you did that as a cautionary thing and you say I'm scared about this happening because you're in the bad part of town? Do you think that's you condoning if something happens? Yes or no?
You've absolutely misframed it like a dishonest individual, which is to say, if I send my daughter to the bad part of town, as if my daughter's law enforcement, whose job it is to enforce the law. So, I mean, it's not analogous.
You made that connection, Viva. You just did that analogy.
I'd say that if I send her to a bad part of town, how about if she was just walking the streets at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in a skirt and somebody did something? You've imputed the guilty portion on her already to suggest that she was asking for it.
I'm just following the analogy that you put forward and saying something.
The analogy was, you said if they weren't on the streets, they wouldn't have gotten shot.
No, I'm trying to characterize in good faith, not in bad faith, what Alyssa Slotkin was saying. Alyssa Slotkin wasn't saying, I think that these National Guard people are going to just murder people, and that's why I think that they're sent there. That is the bullshit.
She said a number of things, and I tweeted them out, and one of them was one of the one that was viewed, where a month earlier she said, something's going to happen and it's going to spiral out of control. That was 2 weeks before, this guy shot the people.
So you wouldn't debate Alyssa Slotkin the same way you wouldn't debate Destiny because she has blood on her hands.
No, because she didn't afterwards say, yeah, I have no sympathy for anybody.
But your belief is it's wink, wink, nod, nod. You think she's happy about it.
I don't think that she's happy about it, but I do think that she's partly responsible for it.
Okay, if she's not happy about it, then did she want it to happen?
I don't care whether or not she wanted it to happen.
Surely you do. A wink, wink, nod, nod isn't a wink, wink, nod, nod in that way that you implied, unless she wants it to happen.
You didn't like the answer. I don't care what her motivation is. The outcome is the same. She contributed to it, in my view. Period. I don't care if she did it on purpose or by accident. I don't care if she's happy about it or she's not. When you speak rhetorically like that, you are ushering that in with a political permission slip for mentally ill people to go defend themselves against an existential threat of unlawful orders of DC guardsmen who are there illegally, who are going to shoot you and your family. And that's what she did, and that's what happened.
This is the horrific double standard. Say what you want to say about Destiny, and I disagree with a lot of what he says about the shootings and the violence and that kind of stuff. But the double standard that he's calling out, I think, is blatantly apparent right here. That we have insane statements being made by Republicans and MAGA all the time. We can go through all of them, all of the lies and existential risks that they're trying to say. Even on Mom Donnie, right?
I'd like one right now.
What's that? You'd like one?
I'd like one good example right now.
Yeah, sure. So the insane thing that Trump said, which was that these people should all be hanged for sedition, that they're seditionists.
He didn't say that. So already,
wait, hang on. Wait a second. But Alyssa Slotkin did not literally say, go out and do this. You had some inferences that you get to that.
But you see what you did? Like, you couldn't even accurately say what Trump said.
It is accurate.
Punishment for sedition is death. That's what he said.
No, but he said they're guilty of sedition. Then he retweeted that where he said the punishment for sedition is death. He says they're guilty of sedition. It doesn't take a rocket science to put one and one together. They are actually consistent. That is, he thinks that they did the thing and they should be punished for the thing with the punishment for the thing. And you're acting like that's a crazy inference to draw, as though it's not the direct thing he's trying to communicate.
I don't act like it's the crazy thing to draw. I'm just going to play along the same rationale, which is if you come out and say, all I was saying was you can defy illegal orders, I'm just saying the law.
Is that true?
Well, I'm going to play the same stupid game. All that Trump is doing is saying the law. And unfortunately, when you come out and you encourage former CIA assets who are mentally unwell to begin with to defend themselves against a manufactured existential threat to you and your family on the streets of your cities, that's what happens. And whether you like, we can agree to disagree on that. I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
Because everyone loves using their hyperbolic rhetoric.
No, but you're not. By your own lights, you're not being consistent because you say.
No, I'm being entirely consistent. Either they're both wrong or they're both right. If you want to pull the argument, they're just citing the law. Well, then so is Trump.
But you're saying the Democrats have blood in their hands, but not the Republicans. That's the inconsistency.
What I'm saying is Alyssa Slotkin has blood on her hands.
And Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly maybe less so. He's not a former CIA handler. Alyssa Slotkin specifically because of specific multiple statements that she made. Mark Kelly, maybe to a lesser degree, he knew damn well what he was doing. And the bottom line is there hadn't been a Republican killing, and there wasn't a right-wing person killing someone in the wake of those statements. So it was a CIA asset who killed National Guardsmen who he thought to be there illegally and who he feared start shooting him and his family on the street.
We have no idea that that's what has actually motivated him. And I'll ask right now, would you condemn Trump, his statements about hanging them, the retweets and what he said about it? You won't. I know you won't.
In a vacuum, if it were the initial statement, absolutely. I would say this is probably, and I've said it before, that this is probably not the best rhetoric to use. In response to rub it in the face, you want to just cite the law? I'll cite the law, mother effers. You want me to condemn him citing the law in response to them just citing the law, and everyone's just pretending they don't know exactly what they're doing?
Yeah, no, I think that is an apology that's conditional. It's conditional on what you think the absurdity is of the other side, and it doesn't interact with really the major difference in what's being said between those two parties. One of them is saying something that's true. That is to say, Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly are saying true things that are...
and Trump's not?
Trump is saying false things in that they're not guilty of sedition. Even by your own lights, you said it's close to sedition. That means not sedition.
So guilty of sedition necessarily means a trial. So like I'm not adjudicating on the guilt of sedition offhand. But if we're doing this game, under however it gets adjudicated, the punishment for sedition is death. Hardy har, we're all playing a good game here. The only difference is there's a dead National Guardsman and another one shot, and not the same can be said of the other side. There's a dead Charlie Kirk. There's a dead CEO of United Health, and we're noticing a trend, and it's not far right extremism.
It's because you guys memory hole all the other shootings. Or all the other death events, like the guy who was the white nationalist shooting up that grocery store that everyone makes the meme about, the Mormon guy, the guy that attacked the Mormon church with the car and the firebomb, that was all memory hold. You guys pick and choose which violent incidents you want to do, and you play them up, and you act as though the left is the only party that's violent. And even then, it's like the facts don't matter on those cases.
We might be getting into a broader one here in terms of how
Yeah.
far back you go and whether or not what motivations we actually do attribute to that. But all that to say, Pisco,
Yep.
this has been we've far
Yes.
exceeded.
Yeah.
the time.
Hey, I appreciate you coming here. You've been a good sport, and you were mostly on defense this entire time. I'm totally willing, at your pleasure, to put me on defense most of the time. I know that.
I like having my whatever you think my ideas are challenged. I don't think I was on the defense, and I don't. I think if I haven't justified my ideas to your audience, I don't think I have to. At the very least, I'm forced to justify them or rationalize them to myself, and I think I've adequately done that. Where I don't think it has been revealed now that I have an opinion that is manifestly untenable. And whether or not there's a double standard, I'll appreciate your argument on the double standard. Had Trump come out and just said the punishment for Democrat sedition is hanging, there's been a number of statements.
He said that.
But it's in response to. And so that's where he said, like, if you want to play the dumb game, we can play the dumb game. But the bottom line is, if we're just citing the law, we're just citing the law. But the bottom line also is, in the wake of them just citing the law and whipping up a manic, frantic anti-Trump base, they got 2 people to get shot. And we'll see what the motivation is. I don't really need a rocket scientist to tell me that a CIA asset, Afghan refugee who was brought here under Biden administration, who hears the words from his CIA handler, whether she's real or not, really his handler or not. This is what we call the political permission slip that leads to political violence. And the Charlie Kirk assassination was the political permission slip.
You believe Candace? You believe Candace?
About what?
Her ravings about how it's inside job from TPUSA and they're all built.
What I believe, it was a radical furry trans activist who couldn't, but I believe there was a group of them who couldn't address the ideas, and so they got the political permission slip to kill people extrajudicially.
But do you buy Candace Owens when she says it's like they're insiders from foreign countries, France, Israel?
About that's separate. That's Macron. I believe that Israel is in on it? Not until there's any lick of proof above and beyond, what internal fighting was going on as relates to donors. I can understand how people believe that based on the contemporaneous events of Netanyahu making some factually incorrect statements about Charlie Kirk, which can cause people to question things, and Charlie Kirk's internal strife with respect to donors. Until I see evidence that any Israeli intelligence was behind the actual shooting, I believe it was a group of radical whack jobs who disagreed with Charlie Kirk on the substance. But then you can get into who might have been motivating them, who might have been infiltrating the Discord chats in terms of doing, some sort of MK Ultra 2.0, finding people who are mentally unwell to begin with to manipulate into political action. Like what Alyssa Slotkin was doing by telling people you better defend yourselves now before they come and shoot you in the streets.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. I really do. Hopefully we can have another chat in the future. And thank you again for agreeing to do this. Best to you, Nate the lawyer, the whole that LawTube sphere. Appreciate always the conversations that you guys have. I lovingly refer to you guys as the legal goobers. And I hope that you guys, continue to, have your platforms and we can talk more in the future.
Absolutely. Pisco. Have a good one.
Have a good one, brother.
Bye.
Later. All right, folks. Let me just exit this, close this. Little decompress. I'll talk about my thoughts. End meeting. Okay. All right. My thoughts after that conversation. First of all, I sincerely thank you, Viva, for coming on. I mean that sincerely because it's hard these days to get conservatives to come on and engage and have these kinds of discussions. Was I more cordial than I am usually with like people who are in the VC waiting room and stuff? I would say, yeah. I'm not as like domineering of the conversation. And I'm just going to be honest, in part that cordiality is so that people know that when I invite them on my show, I think it's different when I'm invited to do a debate by a third party, but when they come onto my platform, that they can actually have a conversation where they're allowed to sort of speak out, and I'll respond, in longer chunks as opposed to the kind of, I don't know what to call it, Socratic or cross-examination style that I sometimes do. But I hope that you don't confuse that cordiality by virtue of me being, the host, inviting the person on, to mean that I wasn't pressing and pushing for concessions, pushing to get him to acknowledge things. And that's exactly what I was doing. And I think anyone who sees, especially the first part of the conversation, where I'm getting him to go really explain the indefensible, even taking the MAGA position on, can see why I think that is effective. Laughable conclusions and benefits of the doubt that he'll give to the administration. Going so far as to say, I'm not going to call it corrupt until I know for certain that the Iranian strikes were not in the best interest for American foreign policy or something. When you would never get that, if imagine Biden, similar circumstances, we had these kind of entangled financial relationships with the Saudis, the Gulf people, it wouldn't even be a question. And then saying, for example, I really care about conflicts of interest. The reason Pam Bondi shouldn't be AG is because she has this conflict of interest with Pfizer. And I'm like, oh, you care about conflict of interest, don't you? Well, what about Trump's conflict of interest? Oh, well, that could just be smart. And because he was elected as opposed to appointed, conflicts of interest don't matter when you're elected. They do when you're appointed. Huh? Well, then the conflicts of interest of Vice President Biden, who was elected, don't matter, right? I mean, so I hope that was like just very apparent, the inadequate explanations throughout. But also, what I think is genuine from Viva is there is frustration. There is an inability to answer perfectly. And even when he said, this is not an impressive presidency, when I said that, he said, yeah, it's not yet. And for what I would consider a little bit of a MAGA cult, a MAGA cult, that is an admission of, even on MAGA's own lights, they are not getting what they expected. And that's kind of what I wanted to drill down on. Basically, on any issue, he pretty much conceded the economy, that they're totally irresponsible in the economy. I wanted to end on immigration, to end on the strong point of MAGA. And I always like to do this because people think that there's no way to answer these Trump has been successful in immigration points. I think that there are. It's a little harder from the perspective of MAGA. What I was doing for a lot of the debate was onboarding the MAGA priors and saying, even onboarding those priors, he still fails. It's a little harder with that, but I think it is possible. And certainly from a liberal perspective that cares about rights and the Constitution, all that stuff, it should be compelling to people who have a passing interest in that. So yeah, it's that's why and how I approach the conversation. I think that last part there on, I won't debate people who do that, who are laughing about death and all kinds of stuff with destiny conversation, etc. And the thing about Cory Cambator and all that. I think that is just lays bare precisely the double standard that so many people are calling out. Is you have these unhinged statements, not just from streamers, influencers, or randos on TikTok, Twitter, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, but elected officials. In the case of Trump himself, in the case of all of his sycophants, in the case of Mike Lee, Utah senator. So I thought it was a perfect distillation of precisely what we're all calling out, this double standard in terms of the cordiality discourse and not, the whole notion that he would be respectful of Joe Biden after he died. These guys don't give a fuck. They will piss on the graves of anyone they didn't like. And you know what? That not everyone has the standard I have, which I think it's a little, people will say is cucked, that in the aftermath of, especially a wrongful killing, a murder or a crime, to, give a little grace, give a day before you, people will say that's cucked, and they don't agree with that, just to be clear. But that's just me personally, what I feel. But to act like you're, I really can't debate people who, dude, come on. And to say, for example, Alyssa Slotkin has blood on her hands, I don't think that she wanted that person to be killed. Okay, then in what sense would she be seditious? In what sense is she intentionally doing something? In what sense does she have blood on her hands? If she doesn't intend for this to happen, he must think that the speech is inherently so dangerous. It's inherently so dangerous to say the military doesn't have a right to or follow illegal orders, or they have an obligation to avoid those, or they have a right not to follow them. That is such an inherently dangerous speech that I guess you don't have the same culpability rules that typically apply in these kinds of incitement cases. That it doesn't matter if you intended the bad consequence of your statements. If that's the case, then holy fuck, we can spread culpability everywhere, right? We can spread culpability to everyone who is hawking, as he hawks, a lot of these conspiracies. And you can tell they're genuinely believed. I mean, he's willing to draw a conclusion that Alyssa Slotkin has blood on her hands because this CIA person was programmed to hear certain phrases and then go crazy. And is there any evidence for that? Same thing with the Bill Clinton stuff. You could say he himself admits in the case of a criminal law that he wouldn't convict. He was like, oh, that doesn't mean I won't think that it happened. Well, no, but if you wouldn't convict in the criminal sense, you think that there's a reasonable doubt as to whether or not Bill Clinton did this. If what you're saying is that the evidence is not there to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, you're saying there are reasonable doubts that one might have that would prevent them from drawing to that conclusion. Yet, is that how he portrays it? Likewise, on the stuff about the bomber, right? This is a situation where he is at odds with someone like Julie Kelly. Julie Kelly, who is an insane MAGA propagandist, legal commentator, just absolutely deranged. But they're fighting, right? And they're fighting because he thinks Julie Kelly is like wrong or inconsistent on a point. But then he says, I wouldn't want to be the Blaze TV who published this piece on the woman who they all accused of being a plant. But there's video of her at the time the bomb was planted, like petting a puppy. And he still thinks the jury's out about whether she's involved. And he's able to acknowledge that the evidence doesn't show that way. That's why he says, I'm glad I'm not the Blaze. Because he's acknowledging that. Notwithstanding that, he's not willing to discount the theory. And he's still pseudo-advocating it. And there's no apology. There's no apology for this woman. He's been like pushing this narrative. And there's no apology to her. And there won't be. If it's proven definitively, this guy from the Blaze TV is not going to apologize. I don't think Viva will apologize. And so I kind of like, I do interpersonally get along with these people, but you really need to understand the level of double standard here and the really like wild system of thought that is being promoted here. And that's what I was referencing with Trump, that he demands this of his audience, and the imposition of a closed system of thought where everything is a conspiracy has inevitably led to the situation in which now that they're in power, he's in this kind of Heisenberg uncertainty principle situation that Kash Patel is either corrupt or just like the craziest, stupidest person of all time at the head of the FBI. But it somehow it gets to Trump, but he's not going to condemn Trump for keeping Kash Patel on, or indeed Pam Bondi. That it's possible that Trump isn't keeping a close eye on Pam Bondi and isn't knowledgeable about all the complaints that people have about Pam Bondi, and doesn't constantly say, like, I stand by Pam Bondi when he's asked a question about it, including when Pam Bondi said we need to go after hate speech. He reaffirmed it because they're all in line. They're all talking about it together. So there's no way, even on MAGA's own lights, to immunize Trump from the criticism, from the hypocrisy, because it's rank hypocrisy. That's why I'm genuinely scared about Fuentes and the Groypers, because they are able to speak. This is not a compliment. I don't want them to succeed, but they're able to speak plainly and acknowledge the hypocrisy in the room. That stinks. And the other Republicans are too scared to do that. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the conversation. We're gonna definitely make that an edit. I love that conversation, and I want more of them. I definitely want to always talk to these conservatives. I think it's good content. I think it's very helpful to see the lengths that they'll go to try to defend the indefensible. What did he say about Biden? He's like, well, I will take a negative inference on Biden because I think he's a bad person. And so I'll take a negative inference there. But because these are good people, I won't take negative inferences, and I'll withhold judgment even when there's like so obvious double standard, conflict of interest, bad decision by MAGA's own lights. No new wars. Israel and Iran. We have Venezuela, hopefully not coming up, but that's what it looks like they're indicating, that they want to do more strikes. And the acknowledgments on the economy being not what they're saying it is. Debate this dude for real, no pussy shit. No, I mean, I think that it was a debate. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. All right, where are we now? Thank you, Viva. Thank you. We'll try to schedule the Good Logic one sooner as well. And that one, I think, will be more specifically. Oh, we didn't get to the Comey stuff. Wish we did that. Maybe I'll try to ask Good Logic about the Comey stuff. And there's another conservative that I'm talking to who's a name that hopefully we'll be able to announce at some point. I think people miss out on their pardons, which are worse corruption. Yeah, no, I agree. Oh, TM says, I think it was a good conversation. We're surprisingly cordial. Respectfully, as a conservative leaning anti-groiper who hangs out and oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I yelled at you on Twitter. Sorry that I was pretty harsh with you. But I do appreciate your inputs. Reach out to Ricada. Oh, maybe I'll reach out to Ricada Law. Who knows? I think they just hit another bow. I did see that, yeah. That shit is... if you caught the end of my... Or not the end, maybe the middle of the stream yesterday, I put out the sort of framework that I think you should apply to these strikes. Very clearly murder, in my opinion. In my opinion. Oh yeah, so we're going to talk about the Supreme Court and the gerrymandering stuff, but first let's chat a little bit about the the no bill. So a grand jury proceeding is highly skewed in favor of the prosecution because it's an ex-party proceeding, a grand jury indictment process, right? You impanel a grand jury, and it's only the prosecutor in the room with the court reporter and the grand jury. And so it's the grand jury's like being moved and shown evidence, and witnesses are being put on with just the prosecutor in the room to explain the law, to explain the facts, etc. You're one of my favorite streams, but that was weak. No, I don't agree with this. I do appreciate the super chat, $20, and I'll turn the alerts back on. And I respect what you. I don't think it's weak to do what I did in this conversation. There were sometimes I did push for yes or no's, and I think that his responses will speak for themselves, and people can draw out the conclusion they want to draw from it. But I think that conversation went well. If you disagree, tell me more in the comments of where I want to see you, Alpha. Go to the comments of the video when you put up the edit and put it up. Maybe get the first comment and see if people put thumbs up. And if they put thumbs up, maybe I'll consider it. But thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay. Poll the chat. No, because then I'm not on I can't do the browser. It shows up my shit. You can poll yourselves. One, if you think that was a disaster conversation because I looked weak. And two, if you thought it was fine and he looked insane. And 1 and 2 if you believe both. 1.5. 2. 2. 2. 2. 1.5. 2. Pull yourselves. You got to expand. 1. We got 1. Lieutenant Dan 1. 1.5. Pull. All right, fine. I'll open my browser. 1 second, folks. 3. We'll open up the browser because you guys are assholes. 2 didn't watch. Did you call him a dipshit? I did not call him a dipshit. That disappoints you. I'm sorry. We're going to poll it. So everyone get ready for the poll. Then we're going to talk about this grand jury thing more. And we're going to talk about Supreme Court. Because this Supreme Court is wacky, 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 wacky. Wait. I just need to go to the actual stream. All right. And please follow the channel if you haven't already. Follow it. Like it. Shit's going cool. You should be more consideration to audience. Okay, I will be open on it. I'm polling the chat right now, bro. I'm telling you, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. All right, we'll start with Twitch. Then we'll get into the actual topics that I want to cover afterwards. Be very quick about it, and you guys will get all the information. Do you think Pisco Viva conversation went well? Yes. No. Sort of. And I don't know. We'll do 3 minutes. That's in here as well. We'll do it right there. Oh! Start a poll. Thank you so much. Oh, Judge Napolitano? If we coordinate, I could get Judge Napolitano. Oh, that'd be cool. Wow, thank you so much. I don't, sort of. I don't know. Okay, start poll. Poll is started in YouTube. Poll is starting in Twitch. Thank you so much, Michael. And let's give still Pisco's props. Okay, cool. Appreciate you guys. But the poll should have started. And I don't. Did it start? I'm not seeing the results. YouTube, can you confirm? I see it in Twitch. Sort of and yes and Twitch. All right. Let's get started. Later, Mike. Oh, okay. I see results. We have yes, no, yes at 43, no at 22, sort of at 25. I don't know, 12. Okay. So the mixed opinion for sure. Mixed opinion for sure. Not going to say it was unanimous, but it's a mixed opinion. Okay. He needed more pushback in others. So let's talk real quick about the grand jury process. A very common refrain, a very common trope, a truism is a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. You'll remember the grand jury had some issues in the Comey case. But it's a really bad sign to get no billed on a grand jury indictment. That doesn't mean that they have to stop. It's possible that they can get more evidence, do a new grand jury and do it again. This is not necessarily the end of it, but you would think they have their ducks in a row to do it, right? Because they've spent all this time to do these prosecutions. And so they're not able to convince a grand jury about it. That's a bad, bad sign. It doesn't necessarily end, certainly not the one against Comey, where they are proposing to do it again with Comey as well. They might end up being able to do that with Comey, but just keep in mind the Comey prosecution has a lot of other things that are potentially stopping it from proceeding, including constitutional issues, procedural issues with the grand jury, the appointment of Lindsay Halligan, and now the statute of limitations, which is going to be a big, big, big problem with that prosecution. But we should just stand there and laugh at the MAGA people, because they basically put all the blame for these shortcomings and problems both on, they think that the grand juries, I guess in the Eastern District of Virginia, are all biased in favor of Democrats. They also say that, I guess about the sandwich thrower and all these people who are not being convicted. You'll reach out. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate it to coordinate. But they also put the blame on the feet of Pam Bondi. And you saw that even in the conversation with Viva, that it really doesn't work to put it all on the feet of Pam Bondi, because Bondi's only just doing what thank you. So the end result for YouTube is 38% yes, 19% no, 26 sort of, and I don't know is 16%. So that's the result here. For Twitch, it's 45% yes, 45% no, 9% I don't know, and 0% no. So Twitch is much more liking of that conversation than YouTube. The Bondi excuse doesn't really work. The Bondi excuse only puts the problem at, well, why isn't Trump getting rid of such an obviously now he didn't fully say she is corrupt. He said ostensibly corrupt. They have to use these kind of weasel language because they don't want to offend their friends and their friends and potentially in the administration who might take umbrage with Viva Frei just coming out and saying Bondi is full on corrupt, or that Trump is corrupt, or that Trump is stupid. He'll say things like it's a bad move. I don't agree with it. I think it's a strategic mistake. He'll say things like he has the wrong advice. He's not getting the good information. But they stop short of. There's a way in which they criticize Trump to kind of deflect preemptively the blame. The Bondi stuff, they'll be more direct on Bondi, but they won't blame Trump fully for not firing her. And even then, they'll stop short. They'll be like, she needs to go. She needs to leave. She needs to be fired. But they won't go so far as to say, I know she's corrupt. He'll say something like ostensibly corrupt. Ostensibly corrupt. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work because Trump, of course, is in charge. Trump loves Bondi. And I don't think that he's going to get rid of her in the next 3 months. Who else is he going to get through a confirmation process? That's crazier, right? Is he going to go, double down on crazy and get some insane AG? Then the incompetency problems start to accumulate more and more and more. These incompetency problems. If you just, select for the most crazy. Reality has a well-known liberal bias. And the facts are what the facts are. And they constrain Pam Bondi in the courts of law to some extent. Sometimes they still try to, escape the inexorable self-evident proposal that time is linear. Sometimes they try to fuck around with, and even he had well, it's possible that this black guy is the bomber, but it doesn't look like him, and it's possible they're both the bomber. They are able to maintain mutually incompatible propositions in their head. And so the Bondi thing is a real source of sensitivity, as well as Kash Patel. Let me put the volume up a little bit here. as well as Kash Patel. I don't know what was wrong with his audio. He was coming in a little soft, so I try to raise it as much as I can. And another sensitivity, obviously, Epstein. Because, and you heard him there get to it, right? He was like, I think Trump most likely is trying to protect foreign interests or lobbyists. Well, if you take the view that Viva takes, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. If you take the view that Viva takes, which is that there is proof beyond a shadow of doubt of the more expansive version of the Epstein story, that's his view, and you put Trump on it, well, why is Trump covering it up? To help lobbyists and foreign governments. Well, then that's bad, Viva, right? If you take the view there is irrefutable proof or something approaching significant proof that this conspiracy extends to prominent third parties in a way that's irrefutable, or that it's inevitable that it's going to be that way. If you take that view, and you also take the view that Trump is, and which he does, trying to prevent the release, and it was only because of pressure from his base that he relented, not true, then he is covering up for a reason. And Viva says the reason is to protect people involved in like child raping, according on their view. So Trump, by your own lights, is protecting a child rapist because they're foreign interests that need to be protected and donors that need to be protected. That's his view. I'm the one saying, like, there's a lot of smoke. It's very weird. Why are they trying to not release it? But you can't say that it's definitive smoking gun. That's me. But by his lights, he thinks absolutely this happened. Absolutely it involves people like Bill Clinton. And the reason why Trump is protecting people like Bill Clinton is because of donors and foreign interests. How does that make Trump look good? How is that not covering up for rape of children on his own view? Right? And that's what's brought to light by this conversation, in my opinion. And it's why you can't pass the buck to Pam Bondi, because Trump is in the driver's seat preventing the release of these files. He's the one using Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Bongino to call in and whip votes for Congress. He's using the DOJ to whip votes. By itself, an insane proposition. You know, maybe you can say the DOJ on its own budget, they have a stake there, but to whip votes on this shit? Nah. I think that's horrible. And they're calling Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room. How do you explain that? That's an exercise of Trump's will. The same way that they were like looking for mentions of himself in the logs. And what Viva Frei says is the files released already exonerate Trump because of Trump's conclusory statement that he kicked out Epstein from Mar-a-Lago, for which there is no external third-party proof of that he was even a member of the club. And further, that Epstein said there's nothing there when they are talking, at least in very implicating tones, that there is at least embarrassing stuff there. And where he concedes, yeah, it's partial evidence, that he doesn't have the full evidence, right? They are the ones who saying, you know, Epstein could be lying about stuff, but it doesn't apply to Trump. It's like an insane double standard, and everyone should be able to see that. Who was the other person he wanted for AG besides Matt Gaetz? I don't know if there's another person. I know Pam Bondi was chosen after Matt Gaetz. His nomination fell through. So I don't know, man. That's cooked. And then his analysis of I didn't want to say as much during his analysis of the MAGA Civil War, because my God, he does not view the Groypers that much of a threat. As between the Groypers and Mark Levin, he prefers the Groypers. Clearly, based on his statements. And he's basically suggesting that J.D. Vance can unify the Groypers into the MAGA movement. And that's what he would like to see. And he also thinks that October 7th was an inside job, for which I guess he was called an anti-Semite. So those are all like stunning admissions about the state of the Republican Party, which I think there are people like him who, even Jewish as he is, think that there's room to integrate with the Groypers, to have a more prominent, but he doesn't in principle have a problem with Fuentes gaining more prominence in the Republican Party based on his responses to what I'm saying. And if anything, it says, if you think it's a problem, it's your fault. It's the Democrats' fault. Why is it the Democrats' fault that you're embracing Groyperism, your party? Oh, yeah. And he said, what conspiracies do the Republicans push? And we're like, go through them. And he believes every single one, right? And it's less about the facts of the particular conspiracies. It's the structure of thinking. It's saying, even without the proof you need to fully suss out this conspiracy. I'm not using conspiracy theories to say that no conspiracy is true, but just like a conspiratorial style of thinking that presumes truth before the evidence is there. That he's willing to suggest, whoa, because Bill Clinton got a massage and was on a plane, therefore he raped a child by Virginia Giuffre, although he's unwilling to say that about Dershowitz. You saw how quickly he's like, I don't know about Dershowitz. Maybe he kind of suggested that he potentially believes that Dershowitz is responsible for stuff, but didn't go so far as say it. And that's the kind of fear that I'm referencing. There's like a fear, a unwillingness to say, and I don't sense that as much among the Groypers, which I think makes them more palatable to young people and people who are seeing the administration for what it is. And that's, I think, dangerous. And I don't want to be heard to like be supporting the Groypers or anything. I'm calling it out as a problem. And I hope you don't take it from what I'm saying that I'm trying to downplay them by saying that he speaks plainly. I'm just saying that's why I think and I think you have to know the nature of your enemy, and you can't underestimate them. I think he's underestimating them. I think they're more patient, they're ideological, and I think that they're more sincere than the other like MAGA people. Oh yeah, he said gropers. He did say gropers at some point, which is kind of funny. All right, that's Letitia James. It's further commentary on the conversation that just happened. Supreme Court. Why don't I pull this up? We'll keep an eye on what's going on with the indictments as always, including I'm very interested in the Comey stuff. But let's talk about SCOTUS real quick. And then if there are people who want to disagree, I might have a little bit of time for that after. Hopefully we can move on from the shit yesterday, because it's kind of boring after a certain point. But again, not screening these calls or anything. Give me a sec, folks. And thank you so much for the support for the super chats. For everything. So, as background, just make sure this is going to work. Share source. Work. Share. Yeah, what up, Slime? As background, also channel update, housekeeping. I've seen the designs for the split YouTube chat, and they look cool. So that's well in development. Hopefully we'll get it out soon so YouTube chat can be shown. It's in its own chat. And so we're not going to have a merged chat. You're going to have Twitch and Kick in one and YouTube in another. And so we've worked on that. So hopefully that'll be out maybe next week. We're trying to get it done as soon as we can. It's a little more complicated than I thought, but I think we'll be able to do it. So YouTube chat supremacy, hopefully coming to your doorstep soon. Okay. Start by recognizing where we were before this litigation. Big overview. The Supreme Court has said that certain kinds of gerrymandering practices are acceptable and certain are not acceptable. That racial gerrymandering is unacceptable, not just as an exercise of obligations under the Voting Rights Act, the VRA, but as a constitutional matter, race cannot be the predominant factor in a decision with respect to gerrymandering. It's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. Okay? That is step 1, all right? Equal Protection Clause, potentially Due Process Clause. Can't do that. What they also said in this case called Rucho versus Common Cause is political gerrymandering is not a resolvable issue in the federal courts. It's a political question. Political question doctrine comes up in cases in which the decision is textually committed to some other branch of government other than the courts, the federal courts in this case. Don't be confused. It's specifically to the federal courts. That's the extent of the holding. Or in which there are not judicially manageable standards to apply. So imagine that there was some standard that was like, courts will decide on the right thing to do in this litigation, and that was the proposed standard. Maybe the court would say it's a political question because there's not a judicially manageable standard on what the right thing to do is. That's an old set of decisions. So there are other considerations. I think they're called the Baker factors, but they kind of amount to two, which are, is there commitment to another branch of government from the political branches, or are there a lack of judicially manageable standards for that make this not a question that is resolvable by the courts? It's kind of a justiciability question. And what the court said in Rucho versus Common Cause is political gerrymandering okay, or at least it's not our call on it. And that effectively said political gerrymandering is up to the political branches. Congress can do something if they want. If they want to pass a law that puts in a standard for gerrymandering, they can. Why? Because the elections clause, different than the presidential electors clause, right? The presidential electors clause is in Article 2. The elections clause is in Article 1. It relates to the congressional branches of Congress. So the election clause give the right to regulate the time, place, and manner, and basically give all sorts of regulations regarding elections, initially to the states, but then Congress has residual authority to override any decision that states make. That has to do with, you can read a Federalist paper on it. It's within the nature of a sovereign, needs to be able to manage how it constitutes itself. And so it's a good idea to have states be the sort of initial makers of the elections, but ultimate power needs to reside in the sovereign in deciding how to constitute itself. And that is part of the rationale, but you can read the Federalist papers about that more. So Congress can do something about political gerrymandering, obviously, because it's a political party, right? And it's a political question. Or sorry, it's a political branch of government. Congress is a political branch of government, just like the presidency. And so therefore they can make political decisions. And Congress has the power if they want to get rid of political gerrymandering. States also have this power as well. If they want to get rid of political gerrymandering, they can, as a matter of state law. And certain places had. That's why we needed to have that referendum in California to undo part of the state constitution for a limited period of time, because they had instituted independent redistricting commissions, because Democrats thought it's a good end of government to do this. But this trend wasn't followed by Republican states doing it. It was a unilateral disarmament on behalf of Democratic states. They were saying, we're going to hold ourselves to a standard that the Republicans aren't going to hold themselves to. But that's why it was brave, I think, and right for Gavin Newsom. I praise Gavin Newsom a lot for this, to make the decision to finally make it an even playing field and say, no, we're actually not going to do this until we have a solution that affects the whole country and the Republicans learn to play ball. And that was base to do. And that's why I think Gavin Newsom, among other things, has become more of a leading candidate in the presidential nomination fight. That's one of the reasons that people appreciate that. They want the fight in their Democratic candidates. And Gavin Newsom was a great example of that in this context. But this issue of political gerrymandering, where it's an unreviewable political question, it's in the hands of the political branches. That means both the state governments and in Congress, and to the extent that the presidency has any control over it, which is not a ton unless the Congress gives the president some amount of control over it. But in general, in the states and their respective state courts, because as a matter of state law, you could empower courts to make those decisions too. And courts could interpret as a matter of state law that political gerrymandering is against their constitution in a way that the Supreme Court didn't. Some have followed on from Rucho versus Common Cause in the state context. Some have had their own state decisions. And that's why we've talked about, like, Utah had that state decision that undid some of the political maps. So a kind of complicated area to judge the state of gerrymandering in the country, where the federal courts are kind of wiping their hands of it. And this is a different analysis than racial gerrymandering and VRA stuff. Just because political gerrymandering is a political question, so far as the federal courts are concerned, doesn't mean that racial gerrymandering have now become acceptable. Racial gerrymandering is still a justiciable question that you can raise to invalidate certain conducts, and especially in the case of certain maps that are based on racial intent. That's a key component of it. An example of this, I don't know if you guys remember the North Carolina litigation. That might have been not gerrymandering, but election ID laws type stuff. So keep that in mind. I'm not sure the exact scheme at issue there, what the exact election law is, but essentially if race is a predominant factor in your decision to make some kind of election scheme or rule or change or something, that is presumptively unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause. And you can bring a case for it in the federal courts and vindicate your rights there. Additionally, there are VRA claims that you can raise under the Voting Rights Act that don't relate necessarily to racial gerrymandering, or at least it's conceptualized differently. But like dilution, vote dilution, intentional racial vote dilution, or unintentional racial vote dilution. That's the big question under Section 2 of the VRA. That's before the Supreme Court in this like Calais, whatever, this, litigation about Louisiana, where they might undo that entire analysis. That in the 60s or whatever, we passed the VRA to, among other things, prevent dilution, and then later on we amended it. Thank you so much for super chat. Who is a Gary guy anyway, and why has he got to be Mandarin so much? That's a reference to an old guy, Jerry. I forget the exact context in which it came up, but he made the districts look like a salamander or something, or it looked. Someone would say that, and so that's where the gerrymander comes from. I think that's the story. There was some old-timey guy named Jerry who did the kind of thing that looked like a salamander, so gerrymander. Okay. So Trump, now let's get to the actual story. Trump feels pressured. If he gets a Democratic House of Representatives, he is going to have additional issues in his lame duck years. He's already having tons of issues right now, and he sees his popularity declining. And so what is he going to asking to do? He's asking Republicans to do mid-decade redistricting. Typically, that happens after a census, after every 10 years. There are some times where you need to redistrict in the middle of the decade before a new census. If, for example, a court orders you to make new maps because of some violation of the VRA or some violation of the Equal Protection Clause, racial gerrymandering, or violation of a state constitutional provision. This has happened in the state context as well in Wisconsin, where it's been gerrymandered the fuck out of. If you guys have ever seen the Wisconsin gerrymanders, holy shit. It was like, sometimes the Democrats would have an edge by like 1% in the statewide vote, and Republicans would be winning like 70% of the seats. It's some insane, like, degenerate gerrymandering that occurred in Wisconsin. I don't know who remembers that shit. Do you guys remember when Wisconsin was literally destroyed by these districts, and they made what was a majority win for Democrats, super majorities in their respective state and federal reps? It might be more the state, but it's also for the federal reps as well. Wisconsin resident, you speak the truth. Yeah. And that's why, by the way, we were all like amped at recent Wisconsin Supreme Court elections, because that fucking matters. You guys remember that? Where we had Ben Wickler on and Live and Learn, and everyone was like rallying around. This was back when Elon was doing all this shit, and Elon tried to like buy that election win, and they got fucking destroyed. Remember that? That's because that was a fight about a lot of things, including abortion rights in Wisconsin, and they have some pretty unhinged Supreme Court judges there. This woman, Rebecca Bradley, their chief judge, justice or whatever, super, super crazy situation. But that was a fight, in other words, for a bunch of things, but including a very contentious and heated and personal fight regarding the gerrymandering situation in Wisconsin, where that has been, if you read the opinions in the Wisconsin, like they are, before I read this opinion in the dissent in this case, those were some of the most unhinged dissents I've ever read. You really have to read them. So vicious, so angry, so like, and if you listen to the oral, they're like yelling at each other and calling out them as like basically corrupt, at loggerheads, super big mess. And the Republican Wisconsin justices are insane, in my opinion. And so I'm glad the Wisconsin Democrats won that election. Okay, so Trump feels the heat, and so he's calling on Republicans to do mid-century redistricting. I don't know if there's a precedent for this ever, that a president has called state in the middle of the decade before the census to do political gerrymandering to benefit their side before the election. Haven't heard of that. They've done lawsuits and shit before. They've, all that stuff, but like the president of the United States issuing directives to different state governments to say, and at this point applying pressure, Trump is calling out like Indiana, whatever, Tennessee state election officials and saying, we will gerrymander in you if you do not listen to my demand for political gerrymandering. I really do think that is probably unprecedented. I have not heard of that ever occurring before in history. And it shows you the nature of the frantic energy and anxiety that exists in the White House, and that is a good thing. It might cause them to lash out more, but that fear, know that they have it, and know that they are not invulnerable. That is why the black pill is so dangerous. When you think that there's no hope, you've done their job. They've convinced you. So the fear should give you some, okay, we're having some effect here. We can win. These foes can be felled. All right? What are the chances of Trump getting impeached if Dems get the House and Senate? Very high. I think probably like 99%. Of him being removed, practically zero. So the chance of impeachment if Dems get the House is, I think, very, very high. The chance of removal, practically none. So the first state that he goes where there's potential pickup opportunities in the states is Texas. Texas is a red state, but becoming more purple. And the gerrymanders in Texas have been the source of litigation in recent years. Especially, there have been accusations from Democrats of the maps they adopted, I think in 2021 or something, that those have been racial gerrymanders. And Texas said they were in trial. At the time this is all happening, Texas state officials are on trial, swearing up and down that their maps, the original maps from 2021, which Trump is trying to undo for new maps that are even more favorable, are not racial gerrymandered. So that's the premise. Going into this, there's ongoing litigation in Texas about whether or not the current maps are racial gerrymanders. And they're saying they're not at trial. Because remember, racial gerrymanders, like, not okay. Very un-okay. And additionally, Trump is pressuring state officials, Abbott and others, to do this, and they're rebuffing them, the state officials. It is not until Trump sends the DOJ his marching orders, and the DOJ says to Texas, you have to change your districts. If not, we're probably going to sue you. And the reason the DOJ is telling them to change their districts is because the DOJ says that they're racially gerrymandered, right? So you see the logic there? The DOJ is not supposed to get involved in politics, right? So the DOJ isn't saying to Texas, hey, as a matter of Department of Justice policy, we want you to politically gerrymander in a way that favors Republicans, right? That would be the DOJ interfering in politics. Laughable that we have the pretense that they're not. But imagine, right? Like the DOJ sending a letter saying, if you don't gerrymander to benefit Republicans, we will hurt you. Now, here's the problem with that. That's allowed. It's allowed for political reasons for states to gerrymander, right? That's okay. Rucho versus Common Cause, not a federal justiciable issue. It's a matter of state law until Congress decides to get off their ass and get rid of it. So it's okay. It's okay for them to do that. But DOJ is not supposed to get involved in politics. They're supposed to enforce the law. And so the pretense, there is some truth to the notion that politics is underlying this. But the reason why Texas initiates this redistrict is in response to this letter from the DOJ saying you have unconstitutional racial gerrymanders in your districts in Texas. All of the time, the Texas officials are raising their hands and saying, we don't have racial gerrymanders in our district, right? So the Texas officials themselves have been in court saying, we're not, because remember, it's the Republicans' maps in Texas. And the Texas people are saying, we didn't consider race when we made these. But Trump's DOJ, because they want something else, they have a different aim. They're saying they are racial gerrymanders. They're essentially saying that, not exactly, but that the people challenging the maps as a racial gerrymander are correct. Unlike what the state officials are saying in the court in those other matters, right? What do you disagree with, some guy from, because you're going to trigger me? What did I say that you disagree with? You have to identify the statement I said or implied that you disagree with. We'll all wait. The class will wait. Everyone turns at the person who asked. Got to identify it. And if I didn't say or imply the thing that you said I said or implied, I will be. VRA protections allow some racial gerrymanderings for a specific class. So your contention is I said that the VRA protections don't allow some racial gerrymandering for a specific class. And I'm going to ask you when I said it. When I said that. Did I say that the VRA does not protect some racial gerrymanders? Did I not say that the VRA is not racial gerrymandering law, but vote dilution law? And you can answer those questions yes or no. First one, did I say the VRA does not allow some racial gerrymanders for a specific class? That's the first question. Did I say or imply that the VRA protections don't allow some racial gerrymandering for a specific class? No, you've been saying that racial gerrymandering in general was illegal. Maybe it became, yes, in general. Is that a correct statement? That in general, racial gerrymandering is illegal? Is that correct or incorrect statement? Just make sure you understand the question. The question is, isn't it a correct statement of law that racial gerrymandering in general is illegal? I could have come late because I didn't hear you address the VRA compliance. So I didn't address the VRA compliance so far, but the question is, this is what you said. You have just been saying that racial gerrymandering is in general illegal. Do you agree that racial gerrymandering in general is illegal? That's the question. But wasn't the Texas case based fully around the VRA? Which Texas case? This Texas case? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing an answer to my question. The question is it a true statement of law that racial gerrymandering in general is illegal? This is the ultimate one guy. A ruling in 2024. I just need an answer to the question. The question is only, is it a true statement of law that racial gerrymandering in general is illegal? I know what case you're referring to from 2024 from the Fifth Circuit. Not related to what I'm talking about. In general, yes. Okay. So can you identify a statement that I said that was wrong? Because you disagreed. So I just need to know what you disagree with that I said, that I actually said or implied. If you say, oh, there's something I can identify that you said that was wrong, and you just want to say, well, I want to add this thing, that's different. But you said that you disagree with something. So I need to know what you think I said that you don't agree with. So it shouldn't be a question coming out of your mouth. It should be what you disagree with that I said. Sorry, I'm being so nasty. Just this is the thing that triggers me the most. Just that Texas was fully based on racial gerrymandering without consideration that ruling's interpretation of VRA. That Texas was fully based on racial gerrymandering without considering the ruling interpreted. When did I say that that Texas was? Get in the VC. Where are you? Get on your phone right now. We got some. Oh, we got some fucking words. We got some shit. Look at this. Look at this emote. What a great emote. You can sub and get that emote. I never said that Texas was fully based on racial gerrymandering without considering the ruling's interpretation of VRA. In fact, I said that Texas was arguing that they didn't have a racial gerrymander because race didn't factor into their. You're on stream disagreement. Okay, yeah, let's do this. You motherfucker. Oh, new spin. You're gonna piss me off right now. Okay, so we're just gonna do it step by step. All right. How you doing, new spin? You're muted. Yo. Lord Vader.
Okay, how about now?
Oh my
We good
god.
now?
No. 1 second. Talk.
Yo.
All right. 1 second. Wait. Keep talking.
Okay.
Keep talking. I'm
You want to sing
testing.
a song or something?
Yeah, sing a song.
The other day, I saw a bear, a great big bear, way up there.
Okay.
You're famous, I know it.
Holy shit. All right. We're gonna do this one by one. All right. So the statement you say that I disagree with is what?
Okay. So you were talking about Trump called for redistricting, and I could be wrong on this. My understanding, because of the right-leaning legal stuff I've heard, was that the ruling in 2024 basically made the Texas districts illegal because the ruling was based on the VRA compliance, and that they had like 2 different minority groups that made up a special district where that was illegal, and they really can only use 1 minority district, and they didn't have enough people for that single minority to justify a district, and therefore it turned into illegal racial-based gerrymandering. That's my understanding of the Texas redistricting actions.
Got it. What is the statement I said that you disagree with? That is the exact same question I asked you before, and I'm asking it again. The exact same one.
Well, because the way you were framing it was that it was based fully on Trump's calling for something versus the ruling in 2024.
What is the statement I said that you disagree with?
That Trump told Texas to redo their districts.
Is that an incorrect statement?
I don't know if he has said that.
Oh, sorry. So is it
but
true
it's not-
or is it not true that Trump called on Texas to redistrict?
That on its own is true.
Okay, so that's a statement you agree with.
Sure.
So what statement did I say that you disagree with or imply?
Well, it's just that there's more context to why Texas had a valid justification for redoing their districts.
Sorry.
And maybe you would have gotten to that eventually.
So there is not a statement that you can identify at the moment that I said that you disagree with, correct?
It's if you would have gotten to that part of it eventually, but I don't think you would have. You know, to the nuance of the VRA and the multiple minority groups and all that.
I'm not sure how you get that because did I not say that the DOJ made an accusation that that the Texas districts were unconstitutional racial gerrymanders? Did I not say that?
Well, but yeah, you did, but there's also an actual ruling too, right? It wasn't just like an accusation.
Did I say there was
or am I wrong?
Did I say there was not a ruling? I mean, where would you get the notion that I would think that there's not a ruling that they're citing?
Okay, but
did I? Sorry. I just want to be clear. Did I imply or not imply anything about the existence of a ruling in 2024?
Well, that's my.
Did
whole
I
point,
or did I?
ruling...
Sorry. I just need an answer.
No,
you can explain.
As far as I know, you
so
never
no.
talked about the ruling.
No, that's wrong, right? Because I've reviewed the decisions in this case, so I have talked before about the Fifth Circuit ruling that you're referencing.
Maybe before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean today.
So today, as I was talking about the DOJ, you just said I didn't imply the existence or non-existence of a specific ruling they cited, correct? I didn't imply anything about that.
I haven't talked about the ruling at all.
Yeah.
Correct.
So therefore, is it the case, yes or no, that you cannot identify a single thing I said that you disagree with, either that I said or implied?
It's the
what's the answer to that? What is the answer to that question?
The order in which you discuss things affects like the way that they're interpreted. So to me, you're implying that it was purely because of Trump's order and not because of a judicial ruling that caused Texas to redo their districts.
Well, hang on a second. So you're aware, I don't know if you know what the decision is. The Supreme Court is going to hold that these redistricts are not as a result of the racial gerrymandering pretext that the DOJ gave, and that it was because of political reasons. So you're preempting the Supreme Court here in contradicting them, just to let you know in advance that they're going to hold that this is not, it's not because of race that this is occurring, that it in fact is because of politics, which is the Trump argument now. But what I'm telling, so I do think that this racial gerrymander issue for the VRA compliance, or from the constitutional compliance, more important, is a pretense. That is my position. But I'm not wrong about that. And in fact, the Supreme Court is basically endorsing that vision by saying this is a political gerrymander and not a racial one. It's a pretense.
Okay.
That's what Trump is like. Trump is not explicitly not relying on that and saying this is a political gerrymander. So I don't know what that I'm implying that there wasn't a decision, that they didn't have some purported legal analysis. There's nothing I said that you disagree with.
No, I guess if you break it down, I guess that's true. I just felt like that, and I'm not really fully aware of this current ruling now, to be clear, but I felt like that ruling played a bigger role in what happened in Texas.
You have to be fucking naive you have to be naive to think that. You have to be naive to think that it's the ruling that, by the way, the reading of that ruling is so bizarre, so stupid, so fucking like dumb. Even it's self-acknowledged by the administration itself that memo is they discount reliance on it because it's so fucking bad, that memo. But you really have to be naive. Do you think that the Department of Justice sent that letter because they were seriously concerned about the racial gerrymanders, or do you think they sent that letter because Trump wants the political gerrymander? And you can answer.
I think that no, he has the goal, but they're just trying to figure out a way to make the goal possible.
Yeah.
I get that.
Okay,
that.
So then
both sides do that though.
Wait, hang on. That's not up for debate whether both sides do it.
I know that's not the point. Okay.
I know. So the answer is you don't disagree with anything I've said.
Well, no, I'm learning. I did hear, like, I heard early on, like, and this is what I even said, like, based on the right wing people the lawyers that I heard while that stuff was happening, while it was more present in the news, the Texas stuff a few months back, that they explained that this is why it was happening because of this multiple minority group and all that. And so I thought that was important, and I appreciate.
You don't think I'm going to talk about? You don't think I'm going to talk about coalition districts? You think I'm going to not mention that?
I didn't know if you were or not, because I didn't sound like it from our talking. But
I was just
appreciate
starting.
That you were planning on it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So no, but then withhold you saying you disagree if it's based on like you think that I'm going to omit something material. Then just wait for me to actually omit it before you get into it. But it's like I disagree with what you're saying. VRA compliance. I mean, that's come on. That's why I get triggered, bro.
I appreciate it. I'm glad that I can trigger you because I think this was important. Well, I'm not glad that I can trigger you, but I do think that was kind of good context to add, though.
All right.
But
then don't frame it as a disagreement.
The time to clarify.
Just be like, Pisco, hey, remember to mention the coalition districts and the argument that the DOJ was making, which of course I'm going to do.
Okay. That's fair.
All right, brother.
Well, when I was bringing it up, I guess it's one of those things where, like, you're one person in a little chat, and it's like, hey, what? But he's missing this stuff.
I get like, one guy. You know me.
I think you should get to this stuff.
This isn't your first rodeo. I see your shit,
I know.
And there are certain people who make certain comments that are like almost specially designed to trigger me the most, and that was one of them. Like people can say all the
and I've never done that before. So
yes, you have. We brought you on before. This is like your 5th time on stream.
Oh no, it's I think on my 4th time in voice chat, but it's always just been like me joining. It wasn't like you getting pissed and calling me in. It was just me like, hey, I have something to say.
Yeah, I held you in.
It was,
Hey, I appreciate it, bro. Sorry. There are certain ways that people phrase things that don't see. Like I'm sure like most of the chat's like, why is he so fucking triggered? It's because there's certain ways that people will phrase things.
Because you deal with this stuff.
Yeah. And it's not like, because people
I get it.
People can say you're a hack, you're this, you're just a fucking idiot, whatever. That doesn't really affect me as much as like the particular phrasing that certain comments have, where I'm like, ooh. But I appreciate your input, and we'll talk.
Yeah. And I really appreciate you too. Like I feel like sometimes, like the way you lay things out, it's like I kind of think afterwards, it's like I still really don't know if I fully agree with him, but I do appreciate that you have like a valid argument, and it does stand up, and I appreciate that you let me on and
voice your concerns,
and I can be your punching bag.
Hey, no, I appreciate it, and thank you for being a good sport.
Yeah, for sure.
Later, bro.
Okay.
Don't test me. Don't test me. I got 0 guy. There was no guy. There was never a guy. No guy was ever there. Okay. So, as I was saying, the argument from the DOJ is Texas, you have to change your maps because these are illegal racial gerrymanders. So one of the ways in which you can claim that something is allowed as a racial gerrymandering is if you have a compelling purpose that is narrowly tailored. There's that strict scrutiny again, right? People asked me before, what's strict scrutiny? This is an example of it. So to do a race-based restriction, you need to pass strict scrutiny, and you need to be able to show, a racial discriminatory policy. If it's going to withstand constitutional muster, it needs to have a compelling purpose that's narrowly tailored. And one kind of assumed compelling purpose is to comply with the VRA. That's a compelling purpose that's narrowly tailored. So racial gerrymanders are sometimes allowed when you need to comply with the VRA. And this ruling out of the 5th Circuit was interpreted in bad faith and stupidly to suggest that coalition districts, which are not specific racial gerrymander for one race or ethnic group, but for multiple, right? That the interpretation of again, bad faith interpretation, stupid interpretation of Trump people was that this outlaws any district that happens to be majority minority of multiple minority groups, when that wasn't what this was. What the ruling suggested is to raise a VRA claim, you can't as a group claim it as a coalition district. That isn't a cognizable, in the 5th Circuit, a cognizable group that is subject to the VRA. And therefore, the logic is states don't need to preemptively create coalition districts to comply with the VRA, and that it's not a VRA requirement for these coalition districts. That's the essence of, I'm simplifying a little bit, but that is essentially the ruling there. But that doesn't mean that every coalition district that is a district that is majority minority is de facto illegal, right? That's very different. The question about what you can raise as a VRA claim and maybe what a state will do to preempt VRA claims, that is a very different question than are all coalitions de facto districts de facto illegal as racial gerrymanderings or under the VRA, ostensibly, right? Just like if you happen to have, as a result of a political gerrymandering, a majority-minority district, that's not necessarily a racial gerrymander. A racial gerrymander is defined by intent. If you intend, right, to do a coalition district on the basis of race, then yeah, under the precedent of the VRA, that would be, or under the Fifth Circuit, that would be a racial gerrymander, and it wouldn't be subject to VRA compliance because, according to the Fifth Circuit, that's not required by the VRA, the specific coalition districts. Okay, so very different to say any coalition district that happens to exist is itself a racial gerrymandering, because if you have the result of a coalition district, but the reason why you have it is unrelated to a purpose to divide the districts based on race, that is to say, let's say you're just doing a straight up political gerrymander, or you're going along sort of the traditional municipal lines or whatever the standards are for creating maps in the first place that aren't related to race, that happen to end up in, for example, either a majority-minority district or a particular minority district. If you happen to end up with a district that's 80% black because it's a political gerrymander, that isn't by itself a racial gerrymander. Racial gerrymandering is defined by the intent. And so an intentional coalition district would be an unconstitutional racial gerrymandering in the context of the Fifth Circuit precedent, would not have that compelling purpose of VRA compliance to give the stamp of approval to say, okay, it's an acceptable coalition district. But that's not what was happening in Texas. Why? Because as I stated, in the litigation that Texas was involved in, Texas said race had no factor in our drawing up this map from 2021. That's what the Texas officials were saying. And that would disprove the notion, if it's true, if you accept what the Texas Republicans were saying in that litigation, then these coalition districts that just happen to exist would not be racial gerrymanders. Why? Because they wouldn't be motivated along racial lines. It just happened to be the case, according to the Republicans, that these coalition districts emerged that are majority-minority of multiple different minority groups. Therefore, when the DOJ is telling Texas, redistrict on the basis of these are illegal racial gerrymanders, you need to prevent them. They're not saying you need to politically gerrymander. That's not what the DOJ says. When the DOJ says these are illegal racial gerrymanders, fix them, and then the Republicans go to fix them, what are they doing? They're fixing the allegedly illegal coalition districts that are not illegal. And how would you fix an allegedly illegal racial gerrymander district? Well, of course, in order to fix the issue of the racial composition of a district, you need to adjust district lines on the basis of race. And so by trying to claim falsely, preposterously, as a pretext that these districts were racially gerrymandered when they weren't, according to the Republicans themselves earlier, they are necessarily calling on their Republican friends in the state government to adjust districts using race, right? Because if the problem is the racial makeup of these districts, then the solution to fix that problem is going to be motivated by race. And that's why the Texas District Court panel ruled that this was a racial gerrymander. Now, keep in mind, some of the nuances and specifics here matter, that it's not the intent of the governor necessarily that's controlling, or the intent of the DOJ necessarily that's controlling. In these racial gerrymander cases, the burden is to show that the legislature has a racial motive. And that can be tricky sometimes. It's one of the reasons why oftentimes these Democrats lose in their racial gerrymandering cases, not always, and why the VRA is helpful is because showing that an entire legislative body has as a majority purpose racial can be difficult from an evidentiary perspective, right? Because there's not a single person that's able to necessarily all the time speak for the entire body, or at least a majority of the body. Does that make sense? How do I know that Congress had, as a body, a particular motive if everyone has their own individual motive, and the burden is me to show that at least 50% plus one had this kind of unconstitutional motive, or that the predominating motive of the thing was this? It can be difficult as an evidentiary matter. But what the district court suggested was like the key people in this gerrymander, they were motivated by it. The people who proposed the legislation, the legislature which said they were following the governor's directives. The governor, so think about it, right? Trump cites the motive of the DOJ, the impermissible motive from the DOJ. Abbott finally relents when before he was pushing back and says, okay, we'll fix the districts on a racial line. Abbott's intent legally isn't the actual focus of the inquiry, it's the legislature's. But Abbott then talks to the legislature, calls the session, and the legislatures like adopt, according to the plaintiffs, and that's found by the district court, they adopt the governor's motive. The governor and his associates, who are all saying, we are relying on this, we want to create more Hispanic districts. Like, Abbott is even saying, as though this is beneficial to this new Trump coalition, look, we're making all of these Hispanic districts. Now, just replace Hispanic there with white, right? Imagine that Governor Abbott says, look, we're making all these white districts. That would, of course, be like, okay, so you are using race as part of a racial gerrymandering situation. And you don't have the excuse of VRA compliance from the vote dilution perspective to do that compelling purpose. You understand? As such, the district court said the statements from the DOJ are very relevant because they inform the governor. The governor informs the legislature. He called the special session when before this wasn't on the agenda. He added it to the agenda, and the legislature kind of followed him and the key members of the legislature as far as the district court is concerned. And they ran a little analysis. They looked at different people. There were some people who disclaimed a racial motive, but they found that the motive of the legislature was in line with the governor, which was in line with the DOJ letter, which was to fix the coalition districts. You get me? And fixing the coalition districts, which they did, except for one that was identified by the DOJ letter, necessarily involves taking a look at race. Now, the map maker, he says, I didn't look at race at all when I was making the maps. But conveniently, right, like all of the coalition districts, except for one, they were like just 50% non-coalition districts, right? So he just got them over the line so they wouldn't be coalition districts. And what they want us to believe is that was just random, that these coalition districts were adjusted without looking at race. That we get to that just over the edge of 50% purely politically. And with the district court said, we don't really buy him, and he's contradicting other things that other people are saying, and so we're not going to give much weight to the map maker himself. As well as the map maker isn't dispositive on the purpose either, right? Just like the governor, the state legislature. Oh, don't piss me off, some guy from Utah. Oh, don't piss me off. I'm going to just ignore. Just like the governor, the map maker's intent isn't the operative intent. It can inform what the legislature's purpose was, but it isn't dispositive of it necessarily. It's just a piece of evidence. And what the district court panel, one Trump appointee and one Democrat appointee, concluded, and there was that unhinged dissent, is that race was the predominating factor amongst the legislature. That makes it a racial gerrymander, even though the reason from the DOJ was to prevent a racial gerrymander. Its necessary consequence in misreading of the law made it so fixing the racial gerrymander issue itself required racial gerrymandering. That's what the district court found. Much to the chagrin of the dissenter who was like, Soros is controlling everything, and look at Newsom. That's the unhinged dissent. Remember that? Now, one big issue or wrench that the district court tries to avoid is saying usually there's this presumption against a racial gerrymander being able to be fixed and being cognizable if you can't provide an alternative map that would resolve it done along political lines. And the plaintiffs in this case did not provide that alternative map at the point of the litigation because it was like expedited litigation to get an injunction, right? And so the district court said, we think it's because they didn't have the time at the moment, but we'll just wait till we actually get a little further along, and I'm sure they'll provide plenty of maps that resolve the issue. So you'll see reference to that in the majority opinion here. Finally, before we get into it, understand that the Supreme Court is supposed to give deference to the factual findings of the lower court. That is the standard rule, right? The Supreme Court is not a court of first instance. It's an appeals court. And you're really, really supposed to give deference to the lower courts behind you. Now, this court, this Trump-infected court, this politicized court, doesn't give a shit about these kind of precedents related to, following all of the factors for injunctions, following all the factors for stays, following the typical rules of giving deference to lower courts, the trial courts, right? The actual do the fact finding. Whenever it suits Republicans, they'll just ignore those requirements that appellate courts are supposed to give deference in those cases. They're supposed to care about all the factors for the various different tests. And that's why everyone is so pissed off at the shadow docket, is because they just do whatever, right? Whenever Trump needs to get to the Supreme Court, he can get there in 2 days. They'll rule on a TRO, even though you're not supposed to appeal a TRO. They'll, massage the different showings when it comes to a stay that helps Trump. And when it comes to Democrats, they'll never give that same deference. So that's also a factor to look at. And we'll look at the Supreme Court, politicized opinion, horrible opinion, but predictable one. And if you watch this channel, and if you watch my previous coverage of it, you would have known that this is the most likely outcome. That even though it's bullshit, the Supreme Court is putting its thumb on the scale, as it always does, because it doesn't care about consistent rulings of law. It doesn't give a shit. Now, it would stand to reason, based on this decision, as we'll see, that the California map, which is accused, again, by Trump of being a racial gerrymander just because he can, just because he says so, that map, which was submitted to the people, which was stated to be in response to the Republican map, the DOJ is claiming that's a racial gerrymandering, and there's litigation right now. And notice what the DOJ is doing, right? The DOJ is, when it helps the Republicans, on the side of the Republicans to enforce a new gerrymander, and when it's against the Democrats, claiming a racial gerrymander to fuck away with the Democrats. This is the most blatant politicization of the DOJ ever, right? They're just operating at the whim of the president to do whatever he wants for any political meaning, whether that's whipping votes for the Epstein files, whether that's doing this sort of selective litigation when it comes to political gerrymanders, because they're trying to ensconce Trump in power. It is shameless. Like, you have never seen anything. We are living in a corrupt country. I have no problem calling the DOJ corrupt under current leadership. Incredibly corrupt, insanely corrupt, right? And the being on both sides of the V, depending on where politically it helps on the same issue. Now, you would think the Supreme Court, in upholding its principled position, will strike down that lawsuit from the DOJ, as you'll see. But don't bet on it. I think it's the most likely outcome, but don't bet on it. They might come up with some bullshit to get rid of this map and also, get rid of the this injunction and keep the new map for the Republicans and get rid of the new map for the California. Now, it won't be based on the law. It's going to be on a fugazi. It's on nothing. But it will be not 100% sure they won't do that because they just want to come up with some bullshit, And this is the opinion. Very short opinion, by the way. We love this. We love when the Supreme Court just does whatever. With an eye on the upcoming 2026 midterm elections, several states have in recent months redrawn their congressional districts in ways that are predicted to favor the state's dominant political party. Texas adopted the first new map. Then California responded with its own map for the stated purpose of counteracting what Texas had done. And so this is a signal, perhaps, that a majority of the court is going to consider that the California map is political and not racial. All right. So this is the signal that, again, Roberts is all about this, right? It's all about this de-escalation. It's not really about consistent principles. So this is Roberts probably signaling that they're going to consider the California redistrict not racial. And it's so blatant that he's trying to do this game of chicken to maintain the integrity of the court. But by focusing on supposed even-handedness or the appearance of even-handedness when it comes to judicial decision-making instead of consistent judicial principles, he does the opposite. He looks like a weak fool, which he is. And so this is, I think, a signal, hey, we're gonna maintain the California maps. That's what I think it is. But I don't think you should rely on that because who the fuck knows? Roberts has lost control of his conservative majority. Texas adopted, and by the way, this is a per curiam decision. It doesn't actually have a drafter named it. This is like very classic Roberts language type situation. And so I am guessing it's Roberts. I don't know for sure. It's unsigned. Texas adopted the first new map, then California responded. North Carolina followed suit, and other states are also considering new maps. Respondents in this case challenged the new Texas map, contending that the legislature's motive was predominantly racial. A divided three-judge district court agreed and enjoined the use of the new map. With the 2026 campaign underway, the state of Texas and several of its officials applied to this court for a stay. Based on our preliminary evaluation of this case, Texas satisfies the traditional criteria for interim relief. And this is almost certainly going to resolve the case, because when you get this interim relief, like there are deadlines and shit. And so this is going to be, this map is going to go into effect. Texas is likely to succeed on the merits of his claims that the district court committed at least two serious errors. First, the district court failed to honor the presumption of legislative good faith by construing ambiguous, direct, and circumstantial evidence against the legislature. So this is exactly what the district court claimed not to do, right? The district court gave a presumption of good faith to the legislature and then said why they were not, that they didn't overcome the burden. So the district court is running through the analysis that they're supposed to do. And all the Supreme Court saying here is, you didn't presume this was right enough. And so they're basically putting their thumb on the scales and saying, we're not listening to the district court's factual findings, even though they don't fail to apply this presumptive good faith. We just disagree with them on the facts. But you're supposed to give deference, right? That's it. That's all the words on that. Second, the district court failed to draw a dispositive or near dispositive adverse inference against respondents, even though they did not produce a viable alternative map that met the state's avowedly partisan goals. And so here, the Supreme Court's being weaselly and suggesting that it's not dispositive. They're not willing to state that it is dispositive. They say it should be near dispositive. If you can't make a map, it's near dispositive. Weasel, if you want to have a decision where you state the need to propose an alternative map is controlling at this stage of the litigation, then come out with that ruling. But they're weasels, and they won't say that. They'll just say they need to draw a dispositive or near dispositive. Well, if it's near dispositive, then why doesn't this fit into the category of near dispositive? The guys, they don't make any sense, right? You need to actually analyze, contend with what was said by the district court about why it wasn't dispositive, right? Why? So the district court gave a reason. The panel gave a reason why it wasn't dispositive. So it's up to you to explain why that doesn't work. Have they done that? Let's watch. No, right? They just go straight to the other factors on the ruling. That's how they leave it. Do they analyze at all the reasons that the panel gave for why this wasn't dispositive in this case? No. It's every fucking time. Every time that we have this kind of emergency docket situation, you have the Supreme Court just throwing some shit at the wall, not explaining itself, not explaining why they found the panel's ruling unacceptable on this particular issue of the viable alternative maps. And not only is that like cowardly, fucked up situation for a lower court to tell you why it's ruling this way and not finding this dispositive in this case, it's also just like disorienting for the lower courts. How are they supposed to know the rule of law if you don't explain? The whole point of the court's power is that they have their power by virtue of people's belief in it and them understanding the legitimacy of the opinions being well-reasoned and having access to the thought process. That's also how instrumentally the lower courts are having to manage their own rulings, right? So how are the lower courts supposed to interpret what the Supreme Court's decision is if they don't explain, right? Here you're suggesting, the majority of the court is suggesting that it's not dispositive to fail to show viable alternative maps. Why? Because they say dispositive or near dispositive. Well, the ruling below doesn't contradict with near dispositive. The ruling below said, and dispositive, by, if you don't know, means resolves the case. It's all you need to know, right? So what the court is suggesting here is most of the time, all you need to know is, did they draw an alternative map? And if they're unable to draw an alternative map that fulfills the criteria, they lose the case. But they don't say dispositive, right? They say near dispositive. Well, the district court addressed that, and you haven't explained why their rationale isn't good enough. That's cowardly shit. That's why no one trusts the Supreme Court, is because none of it is based. It's a game. It's a game. This is not good judicial decision-making. It is a game that they're playing to, it seems, at least from Robert, totally political, to try to, keep the wheels on this thing as far as Roberts sees it. But you know what would be more brave and actually keep the wheels on the system? Having predictability and having reasoned decision-making that is consistent. That is what's most going to protect the integrity of the court. That is what's most going to protect the integrity of the court and our system, is if judicial decisions are predictable in that it follows a consistent judicial philosophy and set of rules and principles that don't just change at the drop of a hat depending on who's on the other side of the V. Texas also made a strong showing of irreparable harm and that the equities and public interest favor it. The court has repeatedly emphasized that the lower federal courts should not ordinarily alter the election rules on the eve of an election without any self-awareness, right? What's the lack of self-awareness, right? The only reason why the lower federal courts are called upon to, quote, alter election rules. What is the reason why the district court panel on the eve of elections, why is it that the district court is resolving this now? Does anyone know that? The court is so lacking of self-awareness. Why is this lower federal court? Doesn't it have a point here, right? Why is this court getting involved on the eve of an election to alter election rules? Anyone have an answer? Doesn't Roberts have a point? Anyone? Bueller? Because political corruption. Almost, right? Yeah. You have an answer, Mr. Mandela Effect? What's the answer? Why is this court altering election rules on the eve of an election? They released this ruling because Texas political candidates have to register in December. Yeah, but why is the court being asked to rule so close to an election? Federal. Well, some of you are getting closer. Because Trump, right? Whose fault is it that we're having this mid-century redistricting and they delayed it until partway through this election cycle, right? Close to the deadlines. Right? They just changed the maps. They changed the maps. So this is coming to them because they just happened. And it's happening close to an election because that's when Trump asked for it. That's what Texas chose to do. So with no self-awareness about the inequity of changing election rules on the eve of an election for the court to do that, well, the court's only asking to do that or only purporting to do that because the political branch has decided to do it in that way on that timetable. There wasn't any undue delay. So what? So now what we're incentivizing, what this court is suggesting is change your election rules right at the time of registration, and courts are going to just sit down and be bitches about it. It is so lacking in self-awareness, man. And it is so preachy too, because they're holding themselves out as we're really reining the courts in here. We're just really, this is all about protecting democracy, when it's the opposite. Roberts, it is the opposite. You are failing this country. The district court violated that rule here. It improperly inserted itself into an active primary campaign, causing much confusion and upsetting the delicate federal-state balance in elections. There is just no words for the profound stupidity of that statement, the arrogance of that statement from SCOTUS. The district court improperly inserted itself into an active primary campaign. You know who improperly inserted himself into an active primary campaign? Donald Trump did. Why are we here? Because Trump did it. Because Trump is the one who sent that DOJ letter or ordered it be done on some pretext. Because they said, do it to resolve racial issues. That entailed racial gerrymandering. So what? So if they all of a sudden make explicitly white districts tomorrow, you're not going to step in? It is the most arrogant, stupid statement when this is so clearly political, so obviously political. If someone did this, you better bet if there were, black maps being made out of purported compliance with some absurd ruling of the VRA, and some Democrat state did that, do you think the Supreme Court would be admonishing the court or admonishing the racial gerrymander? That is so obvious and look, that is the extent of the legal analysis. These two sentences, these conclusory two sentences, that is all we get. That's all the people and the lower federal courts deserve from this court, is two sentences of bullshit conclusory analysis. What a disgrace we have of a Supreme Court. Absolute disgrace. Obviously predictable. This is what we predicted would happen. No one should respect the Supreme Court of the United States as it currently constituted. They're politically compromised. 100%. No doubt about it. Now, as a matter of institutional respect, we should listen to court rulings, no doubt. But should you respect this court majority? Hell no. They're not even doing the bare minimum to give elaborate statements of law on issues of maximal importance. They don't even deign to address the district court's factual findings. Disgusting. And nothing here to guide the lower federal courts on how to interpret this bullshit. So, the Republicans know they have an ace up their sleeve. They can run to the Supreme Court, and the court is not even going to give rulings that are providing an opportunity to order them, for states and courts to order themselves. And part of that, I believe, is because they don't want to commit themselves to a particular rule of law. Because if they commit themselves to a principle, then they have to follow it, presumably, right? When the Republicans are going to be bit inevitably by violating their own principle. And so it's always incredibly specific to the things at issue, but you don't realize when you do this kind of thing, when you can't predict what's coming next. And that was the failing of Trump versus United States, as we're seeing and we're witnessing, and we're bearing the cost of it, the legal system and the American people. And that's will be the situation here. No predictability. And because there's no predictability, everything is on the table. Whether, birthright citizen is on the table, basic due process is on the table. All this stuff is on the table because this court doesn't give a shit about its obligation to ensure that the law be faithfully executed. And clearly Trump doesn't give a shit. The application for stay presented to Alito is granted. Let's see what Alito and Thomas and Gorsuch say. I join the order issued by the court. Texas needs certainty on which maps will govern the 2026 midterm elections. So I will not delay the court's order by writing a detailed response to each of the dissent's arguments. Look at this. No one addresses the dissent because they can't. This is pure politics. Pure. I will not delay the court's order. Like you give a shit. When has Alito and Thomas, when the fuck have you ever cared to, with respect to delay, about writing long expositions of legal analysis when they're not called for, when they're not even raised in the case itself, signaling which way you're going to vote on future votes? It's laughable. They're just rubbing their nose. Is that the thing? Rubbing their nose? Rubbing your face in it. Instead, I offer two short points which for me are decisive. First, the dissent does not dispute, because it is indisputable, that the impetus for the adoption of the Texas map, likely the map subsequently adopted in California, like the map, and this is them saying, don't worry, we're going to do the same thing for California. Well, it's different. It's different. Gavin Newsom didn't go to the people and say, hey, we need to resolve the racial makeup problems of our districts. That's what the Texas legislature did. Newsom didn't do that. The people of California did not do that. Thumbing their nose, my bad. Abbott did it. And the Texas legislature did it. That's who did it. So if the results of their stupidity in doing that is they have to face a legal consequence, guess what? So be it. That's what you're supposed to do as judges. But this fake kind of like, oh, we're just being so even-handed. They're the ones who are unreasonable because we're going to do the same thing for California. Give me a break. Was partisan advantage pure and simple? So what they're telling you is, as long as before they make the maps, someone acknowledges there's a political influence here, a political motive, then you can make racial gerrymanders. When your intent is to help politically, but you just say, we're drawing this based on race. No one denies there's a political motive somewhere on the line. The problem is the map they enacted, the specific map they enacted, was done to fix a racial gerrymander issue alleged. And that by definition means they were intending to use race as the factor to draw the lines. It's kind of the opposite issue. So like oftentimes partisan gerrymandering may lead to racial results. And the court says that's okay. Here, it was a racial gerrymander to achieve partisan results. But they intended to use race as the factor that for which they made the map. So yeah, it's about downstream political effects for sure. But the intent is specified as to the particular map adopted to use race. That's what makes it a racial gerrymandering, to achieve political ends. Second, the clear error standard of review does not apply here because the trial court based its findings upon mistaken impression of applicable legal principles. Because of the correlation between race and partisan preference, litigants can easily use claims of racial gerrymandering for partisan ends. So what are you saying here, Alito? To prevent this, our precedents placed a burden on the challengers to disentangle race and politics. That is what the district court purported to do. That's why we say review for clear error. What's the clear error? Thus, when the asserted reason for a map is political, it is critical or presumptively invalid for challenges to produce an alternative map that serves the state's allegedly partisan aim. Does he say it's dispositive or critical? He says critical. So even the concurrence here, they don't say it's dispositive. They say it's critical. It's important. But the district court below explained why they weren't requiring the alternative map. You have to address that. Although respondents' experts could have easily produced such a map if that were possible, they did not, giving rise to a strong inference that the state's map was indeed based on partisanship, not race. The district court addressed this. Neither of the duration of the district court's hearing nor the length of its majority opinion provides an excuse for failing to apply the correct legal standards as set out clearly in the case law. Well, what's the rule here? What is the rule? Is the rule just specific to the facts of this case? Give us a principle here for when we know when the alternative map drawing is dispositive or not. You're intimating that things like, oh, whatever it is, it's not this. Bullshit. Let's read the dissent. Kagan says, over the course of 3 months, a 3-judge district court in Texas undertook to resolve the factual dispute at issue in this application. In enacting an electoral map slanted toward Republicans, did Texas predominantly use race to draw its new district lines? Or said otherwise, did Texas accomplish its partisan objectives by means of a racial gerrymander? Right? You can achieve partisan objectives through a racial gerrymander. Kagan is the best, and my favorite writer on the Supreme Court, because she just gets to the heart of the issue quickly, plainly. Man, it's no filler. It's just right to the point. The district court conducted a 9-day hearing involving the testimony of nearly 24 witnesses and the introduction of thousands of exhibits. It sifted through the resulting factual record spanning some 3,000 pages. It assessed the credibility of each of the witnesses it had seen and heard in the courtroom, and after considering all the evidence, it held that the answer was clear. Texas largely divided its citizens along racial lines to create its new Republican House map in violation of the Constitution's 14th and 15th Amendments. The court issued a 160-page opinion recounting in detail its factual findings, right? There's nothing inconsistent with that. You can have a racial gerrymander to promote a partisan agenda, right? But the court essentially is saying here is racial gerrymandering okay if it's for a partisan end. Okay. You really think this court would accept it if we said, oh, we're going to make some more black districts to help Democrats? You think the court would accept that? Give me a break. If you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. Yet this court reverses that judgment based on its perusal That's the fiery language, right? These are signals. All right. We don't need this unhingedness of the dissent here. This is throwing elbows in lawyer speak. It's perusal. It's basically saying it's done flippantly. It's just, casually looking over the record. It's perusal over a holiday weekend of a cold paper record. We are a higher court than the district court, but we are not a better one when it comes to making fact-based decisions. That is why we are supposed to use a clear error standard of review. Why we are supposed to uphold the district court's decision that race-based line drawing occurred, even if we would have ruled differently, so long as it is plausible. Without so much not one word about that standard, this court today announces that Texas may run next year's election with a map the district court found to have violated all of our oft-repeated strictures about the use of race in districting. Today's order disrespects the work of the district court that did everything one could ask to carry out its charge, that put aside every consideration except getting the issue before it right. And today's order disservices the millions of Texans whom the district court found were assigned to their new districts because of their race. Because this court's precedent and our Constitution demands better, I respectfully dissent. Recall that the state of the world last spring, before mid-decade, overtly partisan redistricting in both red and blue states became de rigueur. In those months, President Trump and his political team urged Texas officials to redraw their House map with the goal of creating more Republican seats and protecting that party's vulnerable majority. No one's denying the partisan intent here. The project was on no one's legislative agenda. Texas officials had created a new map per usual in response to the population shifts resulting from the 2020 census, and the officials expected that the state's next map, again per usual, would follow the 2030 count. A mid-decade redistricting, absent some legal need, was then nearly unheard of. And although no one could challenge a partisan gerrymander in court, our decision Rucho versus Common Cause saw to that. Again, this is kind of like sarcastic language because this is a wrong decision according to Kagan. Again, this was voters could hold those supporting it to political account. Again, this was in those innocent days prior to Texas redistricting when partisan gerrymanders seemed undemocratic or at least unsavory rather than a mark of political conviction or loyalty. For those reasons, and perhaps for the fear of dummy mandering too, the Trump administration's campaign for a new partisan redistricting got little traction. On June 10th, State Senator Joan Huffman, the sponsor of the 2021 map in Texas, testified in a judicial proceeding that the legislature was not considering redrawing its map. So all the Republicans are saying, hey, we're not going to redraw it. And on June 23rd, Governor Greg Abbott announced that he was calling a special legislative session to address various matters, but redistricting was conspicuously not among them. With so little to show for its efforts, the Trump administration switched tasks, converting its politically importuning into a legal demand. On July 7th, the DOJ's Civil Rights Division sent the Texas governor and attorney general a letter to serve, it said, as a formal notice describing the office's serious concerns regarding the legality of 4 of Texas's congressional districts. The letter focused on those districts' racial composition. Each was described as a, quote, coalition district, meaning a district in which 2 or more minority groups, say blacks and Hispanics, can together form a majority and elect a candidate of their choice. In racially diverse places like Texas, such districts are not uncommon. The letter stated quite incorrectly, no one now tries to defend the position, that the creation of those districts was unlawful. It is well established, quote, that so-called coalition districts run afoul of the VRA and the 14th Amendment. This is the incorrect statement of law. Accordingly, the letter that no one is defending now, that this is what the guy was trying to, whatever this guy, some guy from Utah, he was being like, you need to mention this like absurd legal theory. Yeah, we know that they made that argument. It was stupid. Stupid then, stupid now, no one defends it. According to the letter, maintained they must now be rectified immediately by the state legislature. This is the DOJ involving itself in these partisan redistricting efforts by using racial gerrymandering as a pretext. The letter concluded that Texas should bring its current districting scheme into compliance with the supposed law or else risk the U.S. Attorney General seeking legal action. Oh my God, you're doing MAGA's work for them. They don't care about legality. They do what they want, make up reasons. They want people like you to do what you're doing. And shut the fuck up, man. You are so annoying. You are so fucking annoying. I'm not going to abandon the law. I'm going to tell you why they're being ridiculous. I'm going to expose these people as having no consistent principles. I'm going to keep doing that. It's a legal channel. Get fucked if you don't want to hear it. If you just want to hear someone say, Viva la Revolution, go watch Hassan Piker. Go watch any number of fucking lefties talk about how they don't give a shit about the law. You can go do that, all right? I'm not here to be your fucking, I don't know, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to propose a Marxist-Leninist dictatorship, whatever fucking revolutionary ambition you might have. Get the fuck out of the chat if you keep wanting to say, I don't care about the law, I don't care about legality. Go fuck yourself. The letter concluded that Texas should bring its current districting scheme into compliance with the supposed law or risk the U.S. Attorney General seeking legal action against the state. With that letter, Texas' attitude changed. Once the administration's redistricting proposal came packaged as a legal ultimatum to change various districts' racial compositions, Texas embraced it. 2 days after receiving the DOJ letter, the until then reluctant Governor Abbott issued a proclamation adding this to the agenda for the upcoming special legislative session. Legislation, quote, that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. DOJ. And in late August, the legislature enacted a new map, one that both secured 5 more Republican-leaning seats and achieved all but one of the racial objectives that the DOJ demanded. So this is, the evidence of the coalition districts being one of the main impetuses is because, look, they fixed the coalition districts by like the slimmest of fucking margins. They wouldn't have done that randomly just for partisan gerrymander reasons. Of course, they were addressing what they were told to do by the DOJ. And they didn't plan to change it until they got that DOJ letter, until they got that pretext, so they could run around. So now they're getting the benefit of the bargain. So on the one hand, before this was enacted, they got to go around on CNN and to go around on all their podcast circuits and say, we're not doing partisan gerrymanders. We're just following what Trump said about the racial gerrymanders. We're just following the law. It's not partisan gerrymander, what California, so they got the benefit of that. And now they get the benefit of disclaiming that rationale and say, no, it was all about politics all along. You see how that works? So when they're out in public, they say not political. But when they say it in the court, it's political all of a sudden because it suits them for the legal argument, but not for their PR strategy. So that's what we have to deal with. We have to deal with the Supreme Court okaying that bargain and saying, well, technically they didn't give an alternative map. And even though it's not necessary, whatever, you fucked up on some bullshit pretext with not actually dealing with the district court's opinion. And Kagan's calling it out. The map dismantled and left unrecognizable the districts that DOJ's letters had identified, along with several similar coalition districts. And it made 3 of those districts into majority black or majority Hispanic districts by the smallest amount possible, 0.2%, 0.5%. And they bragged about this shit. They fucking bragged about it. They bragged and said, look, we're making more Hispanic districts. Isn't that great? Hispanics? My guy, that's racial gerrymandering. And everyone fucking knows it. If this were Democrats doing it, they'd say, oh my God, Mom Donnie said we're going to make more black districts. Oh my God, Mom Donnie said we're going to make, we're going to do stuff that's worse for white people. That's what Abbott did, right? Abbott literally does what all of these pretend woke schools from the right are complaining about, which is identity politics. They're playing it. And they always have done this, by the way. They've always catered to supposedly like minority populations. They make their own agendas to attract minority votes and to do this kind of games as though they care about like racial minorities whatsoever. And Abbott and all their Texas friends are lying to everybody and saying, we really care about Hispanics. And look, we've helped them. We've created their new districts for them on racial lines. So they can get the benefit of that too. But if a liberal did that and said, look at all these amazing black districts I've created, oh my God, how the heads would roll and how the injunctions would roll as well. And how the Supreme Court would uphold those injunctions, say it is completely out of bounds for you to consider race, right? Think about it in the context of higher education and admissions and affirmative action, right? There we have to have completely neutrality. This is so sacred. You can never even mention race. If you use race at all, if you even think about race, if you say race, it's illegal under the Equal Protection Clause. But here, oh yeah, you can make all the arguments you want that we're doing this because of race. We're doing it because of race. Look at how these wonderful, racial districts we've created. And as long as technically, you didn't, make a viable alternative map, even though it's not required, and because you didn't give the deference, even though you did and you analyzed it, we're just not going to look at it. But when it comes to higher education, affirmative action, if you say black, the school blows up. That is how they take their racial analysis. No one takes it seriously. It is preposterous. It is preposterous. It is not maintainable by anyone of good faith. This double standard here. Ludicrous. And by the way, someone like Ryan Mullally will defend this shit. Right? Think too also about the Kavanaugh stops. You guys hear about this? So Kavanaugh writes a concurrence basically saying, oh yes, you can consider race in stops. Where's the consistency? Race is so toxic. The way to stop racial discrimination is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. That's John Roberts' statement. That's all these chuds come out and say, the way to stop racial discrimination is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. Right? That's what these chuds say. They come out and they say it. But only when the Democrats want their precious little Only when the Democrats want their precious little students into universities. But when the cops want to take all the Hispanics, that is okay. And when we want to allow Texas to do the racial gerrymanders to help Republicans, that's okay. It's so fucked up. I mean, they don't even give a fuck. The plaintiffs here challenged Texas new maps as a racial gerrymander in violation of the 14th and 15th Amendments. They did not contest that politics motivated the Trump administration's redistricting scheme. No one does, right? Like, we're pretending that this isn't the background concern, or that politics made Republican state legislatures glad to vote for the map eventually developed. But it was race, the plaintiffs argued, that gave the redistricting plan life by enabling state officials to present it as a legal necessity rather than a partisan gambit. This is undermining the goals of Rucho versus Common Cause, right? The goal of Rucho versus Common Cause is to say, have it be politically accountable. When you want to do partisan gerrymandering, you want to know how to resolve partisan gerrymandering? Give it to the political branches because they're responsive to the people. The courts are not responsive to the people. That's Roberts and Rucho versus Common Cause. The courts are not responsive. Give it to the political branches. And the political branches will resolve them. And if there are issues, put your faith in the people, because the people will be able to see it. They'll be able to see it and they'll be able to vote against it. And the political branches will be able to respond to the people's concern about partisan gerrymandering. It's not for the courts to resolve. The gambit, right, this partisan gambit that Texas did is undermining that, because we are sanctioning states to be able to claim that they're not partisan gerrymandering and then argue in court that they are. That is undermining, right, the policy rationale of giving partisan gerrymandering to the people. Because the intuition is that kind of partisan gerrymandering, the backstop is the people. But if you're allowing them to do partisan gerrymandering while claiming they're not doing it, and while claiming they're doing it on the basis of race, then they get to use it as a sword and shield. In court, they use partisan gerrymandering as a sword. But they get to use these other rationales that aren't partisan gerrymandering as a shield. They get the benefit of both positions when it matters. The law respecting a racial gerrymandering claim is well settled. The Constitution forbids a state, absent a compelling justification, VRA compliance, right, that's a compelling, from separating its citizens into different voting districts on the basis of race. To prove such racial sorting, the plaintiffs must show that race was the, quote, predominant factor motivating the legislature's decision to place a significant number of voters within or without a particular district. They can do so through direct evidence of legislative intent or circumstantial evidence of a district's shape and demographics, or a mix of both, citing Supreme Court case law. And notably here, nothing changes just because the legislature has drawn race-based lines in order to advance non-race-based goals, including political ones, right? So, like, if you do race-based lines to service some other end, it's still a racial gerrymander. So it is unconstitutional sans a compelling interest. So unless you have one, and I love Kagan's writing because she's always not just comprehensive and concise, like she will make sure that she includes all the caveats, right? So yeah, this is keeping in mind that the VRA is there, and the court already seems to be like discounting the VRA, but she's making sure to include it where she can. Why you think that you might not realize why that this is the VRA, but it's because VRA compliance is a compelling interest. For legislatures to use race as their predominant districting criterion with the end goal of advancing their partisan interests. Texas's only defense to the racial gerrymander claim here is that no such gerrymander happened. In other words, Texas does not assert a compelling interest in drawing lines based on race. Texas has never argued in this litigation that the DOJ letter was right, that it had to redistrict according to race to correct the legal violation. This is why this guy who came into my chat, this Utah guy was wrong, right? Because no one is arguing this is correct. And Texas, of course, does not contend that the pursuit of partisan advancement is itself a compelling interest. It is not, right? Understand the nuance there, the specificity. You could say that partisan gerrymandering is okay, but partisan gerrymandering is not a compelling purpose to justify a racial gerrymander, right? So understand the difference. partisan gerrymandering, okay. It's a political question. But it is not a compelling purpose to justify a racial gerrymander. All Texas has ever said in response to its plaintiff suit is that race had nothing to do with its redistricting process. According to the Senate, its officials acted only to protect Republican incumbents in the House and to pick up another 5 predictably Republican seats. In particular, Texas says racial data never entered into the line drawing process, even though the map maker had the data available at the press of a key on his redistricting software. Any striking racial features on the new map were mere happenstance, Texas contends, a coincidence born of the correlation between race and partisan preference. This is the bullshit. These guys are liars, all of them. They're a pack of liars. They lie when they breathe. The district court, and their task then, was a singularly factual one. It had to choose between the plaintiffs and the states, right? That's it. The district court decides who is right. Did Texas use race as a consideration when it enacted these maps? Thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. Or did they not? And Kagan makes it a very simple dichotomy. That is what the district court was tasked with. They weren't tasked with arguing that the justification is, as the DOJ said and the White House said and Trump said. The question is, who's right? Did the state use race when they enacted, as the motivation when they enacted the lines? Or are the plaintiffs right? Or is the state right that they didn't? Is undoing a racial gerrymander racial itself then? Yes. Yes. If your motivation is to change the racial composition on the basis of race, right? Like, you understand the logic there? I don't really want to have to bring you in there. Do you guys get it? If someone says that these districts are illegal because they're a racial gerrymander, and then the way they fix this is by using race to create new districts, explicitly, right? Then you are districting on the basis of race. Now, you can say the compelling purpose here is to lawfully undo a previous racial gerrymandering, but if you're wrong about that, then all you've done is racially gerrymander, right? If you're redistricting along racial lines using race as a consideration in when to draw them, you are by definition racially gerrymandering. Now, you could say we're fixing the racial gerrymander by drawing neutral districts, but that's not what the district court found they did. The district court didn't find that they fixed the racial gerrymandering by drawing neutral districts. The district court found that they didn't, that there was not a racial gerrymander at all, ever, in the 2021 map, and that they drew lines on racial lines anyway. They did. Okay, I'm going to stop responding to you because I'm really sorry. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop listening to these right-wing lawyers. They are idiots, right? They don't know what they're talking about. They're losers. They are just reading the briefs of the Trump-supporting sycophantic attorney generals that file these lawsuits and regurgitating it to you to poison your mind. Don't listen to them. If you do, you're a fool. They will lead you astray. And you just saw, based on that conversation with Viva Frei, he will never ever, because he's worried about his relationships. He's worried about his friends. I will call out my own side, and you've seen me do it and take shit for it. But they won't do that. They won't be intellectually honest about it. To do so, it held a 9-day hearing during which it heard from 23 witnesses, received into evidence thousands of exhibits, and watched many hours of video footage of legislators and Governor Abbott discussing the proposed map as it was under consideration. That's what the district court did. After assessing the credibility of the witnesses and weighing all the competing evidence, the district court decided that the merits were clear-cut in favor of the plaintiffs. True, the ultimate goal of Texas redistricting was to pick the Republican seats, but substantial evidence revealed that race predominated the actual drawing of a district. So the district court concluded, in acting to advance partisan interest, Texas racially gerrymandered the 2025 map. In support of that conclusion, the district court described 3 kinds of direct evidence, cumulatively strong, that race had played a predominant role. First, what triggered the redistricting process was reframing the request to do partisan districting in exclusively racial terms. Here, the crucial fact was the DOJ letter. That letter, to be sure, did not specify exactly how to rectify and correct the quote-unquote illegal districts. there's only one way to remedy a district whose only objectionable characteristic is that no single racial group constitutes a 50% majority, to redraw the district so a single racial group constitutes a 50% majority, right? The only way to fix the one issue with it, which is the racial composition, is to consider the racial composition. That's how you would fix that issue so that it doesn't have that racial composition. The DOJ letter thus imposed a 50% racial target for Texas to meet when redrawing certain districts. It thereby directed Texas to engage in racial gerrymandering. That's just logically entailed. It's logically entailed. Second, the district court described how the governor promptly asked the legislature to give the DOJ the racial rebalancing it wanted, and for the reasons the DOJ cited. Although it had resisted the redistricting for months, it took the governor just 2 days from the receipt of the DOJ letter to add it to the legislative agenda. You couldn't ask for better evidence so far as the governor is concerned. Now, obviously, it's the legislature, but they're all working in concert. You have to be naive not to believe that, right? Texas legislatures are following what their governor is doing. And the governor wasn't willing to put this in the map until they had the pretext. So they could walk around and have all of these sycophantic interviews where no one really asks them that hard of questions, or they just leave it at the initial question. And they can say, this is not partisan and it's all Gavin Newsom's fault, which is kind of the road that the dissent did in the panel decision while talking about Soros. And the court noted that from that point on, the government consistently expressed support for the new map in those same racial terms as a means to convert coalition districts into majority Hispanic or majority black districts. They bragged about it. In one interview, for example, he stated, quote, "We wanted to remove these coalition districts and draw them in ways that in fact turned out to provide more seats for Hispanics." Can you imagine? Can you imagine a Democrat saying, we want to draw more districts for Hispanics? They would kill you. They would lynch you. They would destroy you. The court would issue an injunction, the Supreme Court would uphold it tomorrow. If it were a Democrat saying this, we're drawing these districts in Illinois to make more Hispanics, so to give Hispanics better results in elections. Can you imagine? This is what the Supreme Court wants you to believe. They want you to buy that they're not being political in reversing this decision. And so anyone who tells you the Supreme Court is right here has to buy that. Oh my God. Your mind is poisoned, some guy from Utah. Your mind is a singular, like just a smooth surface. If they were correct that this was required, maybe they would have a case to make. Here's a problem, some guy. They were wrong. I'm going to say that 5 times. They were wrong, they were wrong, they were wrong, they were wrong, they were wrong. I've addressed your concern. I've addressed your concern. Okay? You're saying, if it was the case that this was legally required, it would be legally required. It's circular. Okay? It's begging the question. I know, but whether you're replying to someone else or not, you understand that that is preposterous reasoning, right? You're saying if it was legally required, it would be legally required. If they had to do it, they would have to do it. Here's the problem, some guy. They didn't have to do it because it wasn't legally required. Do you understand that that's a response and you have nothing to say in response to it? That you have nothing to say in response to it? Imagine if you were just to take someone's like, oh yeah, I think it's required in the law for you to make these districts that are better beneficial for black people because the Constitution says that all people are created equal or something like that, right? The Declaration of Independence. And it's absurd legal reasoning because the Declaration of Independence isn't like operative law, right? It's just the thing we did to separate from England. And someone comes to you and says, yep, that makes sense. That tracks. Let's have all black districts and let's make it as good as possible for black people. Would you be here sitting and saying like, well, they thought it was legally required, so that obviously cures the deficiency here? No. Bro, we don't want to hear your revolutionary nonsense. Take your lefty ass out of here. I don't want to hear your fucking doom-pilling lefty bullshit. Take your doom-pilling, take your useless fucking navel-gazing, and get the fuck out. You can say if you want to comment, but I'm just going to make fun of you. And third, the district court found that legislatures, including the redistricting bill's primary sponsors, repeatedly spoke in the same way. They suggested that they had intentionally manipulated the district lines to create more majority Hispanic and majority black districts. The legislature who introduced the bill, so these are like the key legislators, crowed. We created 4 out of 5 new seats to have a Hispanic majority, right? They're saying it out loud. They're saying the quiet part out loud. And the Supreme Court says, oh yeah, who cares? Other people did the same thing. Such a map would allow legislators to deny they were redistricting for purely partisan reasons and to gain more public support for their endeavor among Hispanic Texans, right? So it's so shady what they're doing, right? Because they're using the racial gerrymandering to appeal to racial minorities as part of their get out the vote effort to try to get this racial coalition. When they often accuse Democrats of doing the same thing, right? What do they say about Democrats? Saying, you're just trying to pander to blacks and Hispanics. That's what you're trying to do. When you do this, you're just trying to pander, but they're trying to do what they criticize other people doing, which is pandering to these racial minorities while also claiming that they're not doing that in court. So disgusting. Circumstantial evidence, the court continued, confirmed what the direct evidence showed, that race predominated in the drawing of district lines. The new plan fulfilled almost all the racial goals that DOJ and the government desired. Indeed, the map dismantled even more coalition districts than the DOJ letter had identified, right? All by these like very, very thin margins. And most strikingly, the court noted the map's conversion of 3 of those coalition districts into majority black or majority minority districts was accomplished by the barest of margins, half a percentage point or still less. So the district court recounted. One district went from 25.6 to 50.3 Hispanic, another went from 38.8 to 50.5, and yet a third went from 46 to 50.2. The court found it very unlikely that a map maker relying only on racial neutral criteria and only using non-racial data would have hit a barely 50% CVAP 3 times by pure chance. It was uncontested that racial data came preloaded into the map maker's redistricting software, so he could look at it anytime he wanted. The map maker testified to the court that he had not done so, but the court noting that the map maker was well aware of the DOJ letter, indeed that he had been shown a draft by White House officials, right? This map maker is interfacing with the White House who sent this fucking letter. I'm emphasizing this because it's so bizarre. It's so fucked up. And they questioned his veracity, the map maker, and discredited his testimony. It was, the court concluded, far more plausible that the map maker had both racial and partisan data turned on while drawing the 2025 map, and that he used the former to achieve the racial targets the DOJ and governor had explicitly announced, as he simultaneously used the latter to achieve his partisan goals. And that conclusion was confirmed by expert testimony. One of the expert witnesses testified that she had generated tens of thousands of congressional maps that follow traditional districting criteria and favor Republicans by various metrics. In other words, that eschewed racial goals and racial data. The result, quote, not one of them had a racial demographics that looked anything like those in the 2025 map. The expert's analysis, thus supported with the raw numbers, showed it was once again highly unlikely that a legislature drawing a map based on partisan and other race-neutral considerations would have arrived at the one Texas enacted. Put all of that together, the direct and circumstantial evidence alike, and the district court's conclusion followed. Logically, right? The plaintiffs were likely to succeed on their racial gerrymandering claim. The desire for more Republican seats no doubt motivated the project. It was, as this court has said, the officials' end goal. But the district lines drawn resulted predominantly from the intentional manipulation of the district's racial makeup. Race provided the excuse for the partisan effort, and yet more critically, race provided the key means of implementing it. And that, the district court held, is a violation of the 14th and 15th Amendments. This court owes, though today has not given, significant deference to the district court's marshalling and weighing of so much evidence. You would never guess it from the majority's order, but under this court's precedent, a district court's fact-finding about election districting, most notably as to whether racial considerations predominated in drawing district lines, is reversible only for clear error. So it doesn't matter that you think differently. What you need to show is there is no plausibility, right? Under that standard, we may not reverse just because we would have decided the matter differently. If a district court's factual determination is, quote, plausible in light of the full record, even if another is equally or more so, that determination must govern. And in deciding what is thus, quote, plausible, we must give singular deference to a trial court's judgment about the credibility of witnesses, a panel of 3 judges. The district court has conducted the hearing, and knows the whole record. It is better positioned than this court to decide what evidence to credit about the drawing of district lines. Taking that standard seriously calls for denying Texas's stay application. In its 160-page opinion, the district court marched methodically through the entirety of the trial record. The court considered with care the evidence supporting Texas, as well as that supporting the plaintiffs. The court explained each of the credibility judgments it rendered, noting, to take just one example, how one witness's testimony conflicted with other evidence, including another witness's testimony. Ultimately, the court weighed all of the evidence and made findings summarized above about how Texas map was constructed. I do not say that those findings were inescapable. A court coming out the opposite way could well have deserved this court's deference too. What they were, and that this is the thing that matters in the clear error review, is plausible. It was plausible, perfectly plausible, in light of the full record, that Texas drew its new map mainly on racial lines. Indeed, I think, though this is not necessary, that the court's conclusion was right. So I think, though this is not again, repeating that this is not about who's right, it's about, is the conclusion plausible? In asserting instead that the court's conclusion was implausible, thank you so much for the tip, Ethan. Appreciate you. In asserting instead that the court's conclusion was implausible, Texas argues that because it was trying to, quote, maximize partisan advantage, it would have relegated all racial considerations to the sidelines. But that claim is too simple by half, as this court has previously recognized. Because of the strong correlation between race and voting behavior, states may well avail themselves of race-based districting for ultimate political reasons to advance their partisan interests. So, for example, legislatures may think that a proposed district is more sellable as a race-based VRA compliance measure than as a political gerrymander, and will accomplish much the same thing. That's exactly what happened here, right? When they made that statement, obviously they're trying to do a little dig at Democrats. What they're trying to do is do a little dig at Democrats. Oh, what Democrats are going to do is they're going to pretend that the VRA requires them to do a racial gerrymandering, and they'll use that pretense to do a racial gerrymandering for partisan advantage. In saying that, right, they wouldn't have predicted that that's what Trump would do, but the statement of law is there, and that's one of the reasons why the Supreme Court doesn't want to do these kinds of statements, right? Because, oh shit, that's exactly what Trump did here. He feigned needing to comply with the VRA as a way to sell a racial redistrict for partisan ends. Precisely what the Supreme Court said would be unacceptable. That is just what the district court found the key Texas lawmakers thought in creating and supporting the redistricting plan. The district court knew, it explained repeatedly, that partisan motives lay beneath the new map, but so too the court found that race was all over it. The lawmakers created new Republican seats, while indeed by means of converting coalition districts into single race minority districts. And once again, because the conclusion is plausible in light of the full record, it must govern. For its part, the majority complains just as wrongly that the district court made, quote, a serious error in failing to honor the presumption of legislative good faith. That presumption that is, to be sure, a well-settled part of our districting law. Because of the complexity of electoral districting, we have explained the state's good faith must be presumed until a claimant makes a showing of race-based decision-making. But contrary to the majority, the district court properly extended Texas that presumption. It explained that federal courts must exercise extraordinary caution. And then it stated what the caution entails in much the same terms as the today's majority uses. When considering evidence that could support either a racial or non-racial account of districting action, the court had to draw the inference that cuts in the legislative favor. In line with that understanding, the district court found that certain legislative statements were too ambiguous to clear the presumption of good faith, but other evidence, direct and circumstantial alike, was not. And as all the record evidence piled up, the court concluded that state officials purposely manipulated the racial numbers. Presumptions, after all, can be honored and overcome. And so it was here. The district court assessed credibility, found facts, as in the end, district courts must. The majority likewise is wrong to say the district court erred in failing to draw a dispositive or near dispositive adverse inference against the plaintiffs for their failure to produce, quote, a viable alternative map that met the state's partisan goals without the enacted map's racial features. In fact, the district court treatment of the alternative map issue fully accords with our instruction in Alexander, a case which, like this one, involved the disentangling of race and politics. We first stated in Alexander that the absence of a substitute map merits an adverse inference in a racial gerrymandering case. And in line with that edict, the district court drew one. We next said in Alexander the inference thus drawn would be dispositive only some of the time. When would it be so? Alexander answered, the adverse inference may be dispositive in many, if not most cases, where the plaintiff lacks direct evidence. The district court quoted that language and explained why it did not force a dispositive inference here. In short, because there were lots of direct evidence, right? The Supreme Court majority does not even address that, right? Doesn't address the fact that the district court quoted the language from Alexander and told you why that presumption doesn't apply. They don't even address it. Or as the district court stated more fully, unlike the challengers in Alexander, who provided no direct evidence, the plaintiff groups here have produced substantial direct evidence indicating that race was the predominant driver. So a racial gerrymander could be found under Alexander's own terms, despite the lack of map. This is because the map's absence does not make the direct evidence of race-based decision-making go away, right? That's the logic of it, right? If you rely on circumstantial evidence, you have to live and die by that sword. But if you have tons of evidence of direct racial gerrymandering or intent, that will overcome that presumption. Footnote, after explaining why the adverse inference was not dispositive in this case, the district court also speculated that it might not have had to draw the inference at all because the case was at such an early stage. Here, the court noted the expert testimony would suggest that plaintiffs would have no trouble coming up with a map. This court has not specifically opined on that matter in one way or the other. So they're presenting it like the district court blatantly violated previous precedent for this adverse inference, but they didn't. They cited the condition which the Supreme Court stated in which the presumption could be overcome, that is, in the presence of direct evidence. They stated that there was direct evidence. They showed the direct evidence, and notwithstanding that, the Supreme Court says that they didn't follow the precedent. It's preposterous. What then does the majority think is wrong? One possibility lies in the word, quote, near dispositive in today's order, of course. Perhaps the majority has a theory about why, despite all the direct evidence, a near dispositive inference was still appropriate. If so, that is not made up for the occasion. The word near dispositive does not appear in Alexander, which everyone agrees is the critical decision addressing alternative maps, nor does that term appear in any other of the court's decisions respecting adverse inferences of any type. Actually, the word appears only 3 times in the whole of the U.S. reports. In a dissent from Scalia, referring to the, quote, near dispositive strength, Blackstone Accord stare decisis. So it is hardly surprising the district court did not address whether a, quote, near dispositive inference was called for, and the court's failure to do so can play no proper role in today's. So imagine, right? Like they have this new standard of near dispositiveness. Who the fuck knows what that means? How are we going to apply it? It wasn't in the previous case law. The remaining possibility, no more excusable for an appellate court, is that the majority is simply second-guessing the district court's fact-finding. That's exactly what's going on. That court, to repeat, rejected treating the adverse inference as dispositive, as Alexander permits, because of the substantial direct evidence of race-based districting. So maybe the majority is just saying that it sees no such evidence, that it interprets all the facts differently, as reflective of only partisan districting, with no racial component. But on clear error review, what basis does the majority have to substitute its understanding of the direct evidence for the district courts? The short answer is it has none. Nor does the majority have any warrant to stay the district courts for altering election rules on the eve of election. Here, the majority invokes, though without naming, the so-called Purcell principle. Under that decision, courts deciding whether to enjoin an election map in the lead up to an election must consider relevant equitable factors, including potentially causing voter confusion. It is an important caution, and it is one the district court took seriously, considering how everything this court has said on the subject applied to the facts at hand. In then going ahead, the court was right. Texas is not on the eve of an election, as was true in the case the majority cites. The election there was 5 days after the injunction. Similarly, the election in Purcell was weeks away. Here, election day is 11 months from now. Even the primary election is in March. The district court carefully listed the various election preparations underway to switch to the 2025 map. On the other hand, the court noted how the 2021 map, which the injunction reinstated, was in a real sense the status quo. Officials, candidates, and voters are all familiar with it from the last 2 election cycles. Until late last summer, everyone expected that map to govern 2026 too. And indeed, it will be used in a special runoff in the state's largest county on January 31st, 2026. So the district court properly concluded an injunction in this case would not cause significant disruption. Except to the extent all of us live in election season all the time, the 2026 congressional election is not well underway. And even supposing it is now the 9th or 10th hour, whose choice was that? This is my point. I didn't read the entire, this is my point. It was, of course, the Texas legislature that decided to change its map 6 months before a March primary. The plaintiffs could not have moved any faster. They requested an injunction before the new law was even signed. And to try to speed the litigation, they declined discovery. That decision, by the way, probably accounted for their failure to submit an alternative map, which to be probative must be based on the state's particular districting criteria. The district court moved expeditiously too, issuing its 160-page opinion just a month after post-hearing briefing concluded. No one dilly-dallied in this case. The district court ruled as late as it did because the legislature enacted a new map less than 3 months before. If Purcell prevents such a ruling, it gives every state the opportunity to hold an unlawful election. The district court once again aptly made the point, were judicial review so broadly foreclosed, and to implement even a blatantly unconstitutional map, the legislature would need only to pass it on a schedule like this one. That cannot be the law, except of course that today it is. According to the majority, Texas had a free pass to redistrict in August 2025 for the 2026 House elections. All that plaintiffs can hope for is better luck in 2028. The majority today loses sight of its proper role. It is supposed to review the district court's fact-finding only for clear error, but under that deferential standard, the district court's plausible, actually quite careful fact-finding must survive. The majority can reach the result it does, overturning the district court's finding of racial line drawing, even if to achieve partisan goals, only by abrogating to itself the court's rightful function. We know better, the majority declares today. I cannot think of a reason why. and this court's eagerness to play act the district court here has serious consequences. The majority calls its evaluation of this case preliminary. The results, though, will be anything but. The court stay guarantees that Texas's new map, with all its enhanced partisan advantage, will govern next year's election for the House of Representatives. And this court's stay ensures that many Texas citizens, for no good reason, will be placed in electoral districts because of their race. And that result, as this court has pronounced year in and year out, is a violation of the Constitution. There's no good response to this at all. And that should just reinforce the nature of the politicization of the Supreme Court. We desperately need court reform. Desperately. Josiah is absolutely correct about this. Because this status quo, this shadow docket bullshit, this court majority ain't cutting it. All expedience, no analysis, bad faith, ignoring standards, reasonless decision making, not even signing the opinion because it's so obviously partisan, except for these three losers. Any questions? Sorry if it's so mad. It's just like, it's all the time with this court. Any questions? What did SCOTUS say was clear error? They didn't mention the standard at all. They said two serious errors. They didn't address the fact finding. They claimed falsely that the district court failed to honor the presumption. They did. There's no evidence that they failed to honor the presumption. They mention the presumption. They tell it why it's overcome. And that they failed to draw a dispositive or near dispositive adverse inference against respondents, even though they were in line with the decision in Alexander. So they just lied. They didn't mention clear error because they didn't have any example of clear error. They mentioned two errors that were not committed by the district court. To be positive, what is there to be hopeful? Okay, what's hopeful about the situation is Republicans are so fucking horrible at governing. The approval is tanking of Trump. It's having downward effects. And even on the most sort of optimistic case for Republicans, their redistricting efforts have not landed them great, like huge results yet. Maybe that'll change with the decision on the VRA Section 2. But right now, in terms of how it actually matters, it just means the Democrats need to realize what's going on and need to be maybe a little better. But we just need to like up the margin, get this like plus 15 average, whatever overperformance, get that to plus 20. Some of these districts will start to have a counterintuitive effect, and these people will be more vulnerable because these redistrictings can backfire. And so we just need to up the score, keep attacking MAGA constantly. Go to every single election. Keep talking shit about Trump constantly. Tell your friends and family, this guy is a corrupt old fuck. He is not making your prices less. He is worried about himself and himself only, enriching himself and his family, crypto scams, doing deranged things, starting wars for no reason. And the Democrats need to seize power, hold it, court reform. Did you ever believe you would see behavior like this in law school? No, I was more naive back then. If you guys remember my first, maybe it's still up, it might be, my first discussion with Destiny back in the day was about this. And I said, Robert's an institutionalist. I think, Robert's not going to do anything that's going to, I say that out loud. Holy fuck, was I wrong? And how I've changed on that opinion. So I think I was a lot more naive about the court when I was in law school. You still are, but you will get there. Man, no one wants to hear your shit. You're like, don't review this. It's a legal channel. I review law stuff. If that triggers you, why are you watching? You're like, don't review the law. Don't review the Supreme Court. Don't talk to people who disagree. You're platforming them. What are you talking about? And don't write a paragraph. Makes me wonder if things were always this bad. And I don't think they've ever been this bad in recent memory. I feel like things used to at least have a pretense of respectability, yeah, or consistency. There's none here. This isn't legal argument they're making. This is just half-hearted political cover for something they will do regardless. Like you said, we need okay, then in what sense do we disagree? If I agree this is not legal analysis and I say it, why are you fucking adding me to say it? Something I'm already saying. If your point is we don't disagree, then why are you acting like we disagree? Are you saying don't cover it then? Okay, but you're criticizing me in some respect. You're like, why are you doing this? Why are you platforming? You're responsible for this. What the fuck did I do? I'm just trying to show this then. We're on the same side. They're signaling that they're going to maintain the California map. That's their kind of like whatever. Mr. Chief said this might be a dumb question, but it seemed like Kagan's dissent addressed both the PR side of things, admitting the racial basis, but the conservative just didn't address the media discourse. It is typical to consider statements outside the court in these decisions. I think it's more typical of a dissent to do that kind of stuff, to be like, this is what's really going on. It's not necessarily like, it's not strictly speaking like necessarily relevant to the analysis, although there's a way in which it is, right? How they're selling the policy should indicate their overall intent of the scheme at issue, right? Like, take a step back. These statements in the media tend to show that the scheme is racial gerrymanders for the long-term purpose of partisan advantage. And the public comments kind of help address that. And the best way to conceptually measure this is do not deny that partisanship played a role here. You frame it as Kagan did, right? Yes, it's to service political goals as an end goal, but they're using a racial gerrymander to achieve it. Mandel, I'm criticizing legitimization, the process they're using to do all their crimes. This legal process they are using is so obviously show. Oh my God. Anyone denying that, like the Utah guy, are not serious. So why not point and laugh at it instead of engaging in like a real legal opinion? So you're saying don't engage with the legal arguments. That's what you're saying, right? So just to make sure everyone understands, this dude is don't address this legal arguments. Don't analyze the law. Don't look at what the court is saying to show how ridiculous it is. So don't discuss law. Yeah, it's a law channel. You really want me not to read this opinion? What do you want me to do, just point and laugh? What would I be laughing at? Imagine if I was just here like, ha ha ha, it's so political, it's so political, it's so political. Okay, and we're not going to read anything and actually analyze it. What would that even look like? No one would care what I'm saying if I just said it's political, it's political, it's political, and don't actually analyze it. Is that really what you're proposing? Who would watch it? Look how stupid they are. At every moment, I'm like, this is what they want you to believe. This is what. But part of why I say that, I do say things like that. Look at how stupid they think we are. They don't even address this. They don't even address that. Is by showing you the flaw in their reasoning and in their opinion. How would I even, like, if I just said, look at how stupid they are. Look at how stupid they are. How would I even like legitimately make those claims if I didn't analyze it? You're saying don't analyze it and just say it's stupid. If Asmongold can get 40K viewers for saying base and exterminate all Somalian, I think you will get viewers. You think I will get viewers if I just say, this is dumb, they're stupid, this is dumb, this is so stupid, obviously political, without actually like reading the opinion? You really think that people would give a shit about what I say? Yes, because it's dumb and they're stupid. Okay. That's what you, so just to be clear, he has not denied my characterization. Mr. Mandela effect. He says what I should be doing, right? This is what I should do. What I ought do is not actually read the preposterous opinions by the Supreme Court and explain why they're preposterous. Just say they're preposterous and say it's dumb and stupid and not actually explain why. And the reason is who would buy my arguments? Who would I be helping? Because they don't care if you explain it or not. Who's they? MAGA people? I'm explaining it to my audience. Maybe there are some centrist people. There are some centrist conservatives who care what I have to opine on the law. Maybe I can convince some of those, the moderates or something. And maybe I can give arguments to the libs who are watching here in case they ever get like, they want to talk about it, or just because they're interested. Like Drew Pavlou. Pavlou is a freak. I'm going to debate him because A, it's good content, but he's going to change his political mind on everything the next time he sees a documentary, or the next time someone of prominence messages him. It's like, why is anyone going to watch me if I don't analyze things? Like, that's what I'm known for, right? Is to get in the weeds on this stuff. I know, but he LARPed as a Democrat centrist when it was convenient. I don't know if your mind is like you have ADHD or something, but that wasn't the point I was making, that he isn't LARPing. I know he LARPed as a Democrat when it was convenient. That's not there's no but there. I'm literally saying that he is LARPing and is not consistent. The reason I brought up Drew, responded to you bringing up Drew the way I did, was to suggest to you that maybe my goal in debating Drew isn't to convince Drew. It's to provide my audience with arguments that they appreciate. It's to maybe convince people who are on the fence. And maybe it isn't to actually convince unhinged people who have no values. But instead you're like, oh, but he's grifting. Yeah, that's what I said. Why are you getting one guide? It's what I do. And I think that what I try to do is provide receipts on all this stuff. So when you hear me say something, I want to build my credibility to the point where if you hear me say something like Trump actually did this, that after a while, people will know and they'll actually listen to my opinion on stuff. And it helps me, not just in this matter, but in other stuff too. Like take the Ethan Klein shit. Legal Mindset, this dude doesn't do any good analysis, just goes off feels and vibes. Doesn't actually like, for example, with the Hassan thing or with the Klein thing, like deal with the relevant equitable doctrines in the context of the defenses and the copyright infringement situation or the potential damages. And in the Hassan situation, doesn't really analyze the First Amendment. And over time, when he starts having these ridiculous analyses, people just don't listen to him anymore. At a bare minimum, I think that the lawyers that I deal with on stream, they have to contend with arguments. I just don't get the engagement as legitimizing bit. That can't possibly. I mean, if that's true, then I shouldn't debate any of these people. I should just be like, I'm not doing debate. Fortress Arc. I'm not reading any opinion for the opinion itself. I'm just saying it's dumb and saying it's dumb. Oh, it's stupid. Oh yeah, it's dumb. And then like not saying it would be the most boring stream. It wouldn't build any credibility. It wouldn't build any like good faith in the audience that they think that I'm like on top of reading this stuff. And they would stop believing me when I say things like, this is a ridiculous legal principle. Because they wouldn't trust that I do the work to actually do it. So I don't know in what sense it's helpful to take your approach. And it pisses me off because you're doing a wrong thing right now reading a fucking legal opinion. You think debating Rob Noor or whatever his name is actually productive? Do you think he's debating in good faith? Two different questions. Do I think it's productive? It means in what sense? Do I think I'm getting anywhere with him? No. Do I think the audience likes it? So it's productive in the sense that it like a lot of people want to watch it. So it's productive in the sense that people like it based on the response I get. Some people don't, not everybody, right? It's productive in the sense that I think it strengthens people's confidence. So one example of that is the New York indictment of Trump. If you are of the opinion that that was political, you can just watch my debate about Rob on the New York indictment, and you can see me in real time debunk shit that he's saying. Same thing with Hunter Biden and Burisma stuff. Who else is following up on this? I watch some Democrats try to debate Rob on the Hunter Biden stuff. They don't know shit. And they get creamed because he just has more facts about it, and everyone else is too lazy to go do it. And so they enter a debate they're not prepared for, and Rob just cooks them, and they say some ridiculous shit because no one's actually following up. Who does the actual deep dive on Russiagate? I do. You can find my videos where I'm debating with him on my channel. What's if he tries to say there's a double standard and Trump is no more corrupt than Democrats, and he starts to bring up the Hillary Clinton case? Who do you trust to go do that debate among the major creators? Name one that you would trust more. Debating the Hillary Clinton email debacle, whether it was corruption there, than me. Can you name a person you would trust more in that? Of the political creators? Who knows who Paul Gambetta is, Platte River Network? Who knows and has actually read the Her report, as I have? I see that there's one person in DG constantly saying I haven't read the Her report. There's videos of me reading the Her report. You just don't understand my arguments there. This is what his response is. I would say, why are you debating the Hillary Clinton email thing? Great one. Yeah. So I'm in a debate. That looks great. I'm making an argument that Trump is corrupt. Someone says he's less corrupt than Clinton and Obama. Look at what they did with the email scandal. I say, I don't want to talk about that. That will make me look good. What do you think will look better for me in terms of appealing to people? Knowing the thing and talking about it, or not knowing the thing and refusing to talk about it? Just like, by the way, MAGA does. What do they say, right? I don't want to debate that. I don't want to debate what Trump did. I don't want to actually talk about that stuff. No. This is stupid. This is a dumb point. You're now, I guess, I don't know. Your ego's involved, and so you can't back away from it. But it's obviously ridiculous. It doesn't serve me. It doesn't serve anyone to be not analyzing things and not engaging with things. I think not knowing the thing and refusing to talk about it would be more effective. Source? Why would it be more effective to not know the thing, to not debunk it, to just let it fester, to not address it, to not make them cowards? Like right now, tons of people, they know that I'm going to fuck them up in a debate, and they don't debate me. Because they know that the trick, because I follow their fucking talking points. Because I watch Groyper stuff, I watch Republican stuff, I watch Fox News. I keep track of what they're saying, and I debunk it. Just say you don't know anything, unlosable. You can still not know about it, but still talk about it like they do. Lol, that was fucking nothing. You know it. I guess. Ba-da-dee-doo. Hope you guys are doing well. Have a good... It's 1 o'clock already. Jesus. But the thing that will piss me off for sure is you being like, don't analyze stuff. Where do you draw the line if they just make stuff up? Would you debate Obama born in Kenya? Yes. With a prominent person? Sure. I mean, if it's really a nobody. One, I think it's content. And you'd be like, these people are crazy. Look, he thinks Obama was born in Kenya. What's your evidence for that? Okay, like, first of all, it's content. It's memes. They look crazy. I do my job. My job's done. Would you debate Macron's wife is actually a man? I might review the Candace Owens lawsuit. It's an insane lawsuit. Well, sorry, the lawsuit isn't insane. The allegations are crazy. I had that queued up to go over the lawsuit. So you guys could see the extent of Candace Owens' lunacy. You don't think it's worthwhile to like address the factual allegations that Candace is? A lot of people believe them. You're like, close your eyes to it. Don't concern it. Just assume it's wrong. Assume it's stupid. It's always useful to establish first principles. To think, actually, how do I know that? How do I think? I hear people say it's untrue. How do I know that? What you have here is someone who's uncurious, who doesn't want to establish first principles, who doesn't care to think twice about whether the thing he says is true or not. Just assume you're right. Assume you're right because it sounds ridiculous. That's what they do. See, but I think you should treat this Supreme Court with the same approach you would treat Candace versus Macron. If anything, Candace is slightly more serious. No, that's not the case. Candace Owens is less serious than the Supreme Court. Candace Owens would be like, Israel's in charge of this, and so it violates basic law of nations. I mean, Candace Owens, that's also, first of all, crazy. And I do treat the Supreme Court very, I think, fairly, but harshly. Anyone who hears my content about the Supreme Court on Trump in the United States, on this case, on the various different injunction cases, stay cases that come to it, on the cases related to immigration, we are constantly undermining the Supreme Court's reasoning. But your contention is not analyzing it, not actually dealing with their arguments, not actually reading the words and explaining why would be more effective. How? I'm not saying I'm the most effective debater, by the way. I agree with this guy, Mr. Jeeves, that Adam Mockler and others can be more effective. I think Mehdi Hassan is more effective. If what by debate we mean like more appealing to more people. He's more sociable. He has better media skills than I do, more savvy. So I don't want to pretend that I'm like the best in terms of the performance. There are people who I think are better performers than me, 100%. I think my value add is I will deal with the meat and potatoes of what people are saying because I listen to what they're saying and I try to respond to it. And not everyone does that. And so I think I'm trying to build a collection of people who respect that and who think that that's worth doing and who want someone who's consistent and who's going to look at things, yes, from a perspective, for sure. I'm unapologetically Democrat leaning, for sure. But who is also not just a stan and will call out even people he respects and likes. I hope that people appreciate that. Anyway, I gotta go soon. Yo, I love you guys, even the haters. Even I get this ruling really got me angsty. It really got me angsty. But I appreciate all of your guys' input. If you thought that I went too light on Viva Frei, I don't agree as of now, but you guys let me know. I thought I pushed them to say some ridiculous shit. But if you disagree, put it in the comments and we'll make an edit of it and put it online so you guys can, if you don't mind, drop a like, leave it playing for the algo when it comes out. That said, appreciate all of you, even the haters, even this Mandela guy. I appreciate you watching, and I love you all. Stay cool, stay true, stay awesome. Later.